Let's go to this website, which is called cosmicnovo.com. This so happens to be my website, and here is an error that we get. It says here not secure, and we can see that HTTPS is not working, and it says here your connection isn't private. Attackers might be trying to steal information from cosmicnovo.com, for example, password messages and credit cards, blah 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 blah. The reason it says this is because security certificate has expired. So to make it easy to understand for people who are just now starting IT, that just means that the certificate or the encryption for the website, you see how it says here HTTPS, and that means S stands for secure, means encrypted. That data is encrypted between the communication of your computer and my website in this case. So any data that you send over the internet, because you have to go, whenever you go to cosmicnovo.com or even google.com or any website, all that data transfers and moves from your computer to that destination. And if it's not secured, meaning encrypted where other people can't read it, not just other people, but other computers, right? Because we're talking about computers here. But if somebody is a hacker, they can find a way to intercept that information, and you can prevent that by using a secure website with certificate, what they call a certificate that encrypts data that goes back and forth. So I'm just going to leave it at that, because anything beyond that is web administration. And here there's actual error here that gives you some more information. And I'll just go briefly about it because I don't want to make this confusing to you. And here it says, this first error says here, error ERR, cert date invalid. So what usually means is that my certifications are valid for 3 months. So every 3 months I have to renew these certifications, and I'll show you how this is done. And here is the encryption key, and this is how it just looks like gibberish, and this is what's used to encrypt information that's being sent back and forth between you and my website in this case. Okay, so that's just a simple part of it. So the reason I'm talking about this is because you will get this type of error when it comes to help desk. People will submit tickets and it says this connection isn't private. In some cases, this can be simply resolved by selecting advanced here, and you can just simply say continue to cosmicnovo.com, and it says here unsafe. Now, just because certificate has expired doesn't mean that the data sent back and forth isn't encrypted. All right. The reason it says here that it's invalid because the duration of the certificate is 90 days, and after that it has to be renewed. Otherwise, it's not verified in the sense where you can say it's a valid certificate, meaning whenever you see there is invalid certificate, that means there's something wrong, there's something sketchy going on, or in this case, I simply didn't realize that the certificate expired. So I'm going to renew it and it's going to work fine. So you can bypass it, obviously, by selecting advanced. It might look slightly different on Internet Explorer or Chrome. This is just Edge, so it doesn't matter. So it may look something like this. You may have advanced or more or something else. We'll say here select it so it expands, and then you can select continue to cosmicnovo.com, and now it's just going to load it, and it's going to ignore the fact that the certificate itself is expired. Okay, so that's how you bypass this. And sometimes you will get this type of error where you would have a local website that is maintained by your company, and they will just not bother renewing certificates, or they would not verify certificates. So this one is expired and needs to be renewed, but sometimes you'll have certificates that last years and years, but they won't be verified certificates. And for those reasons, people go to different sources to buy certificates for their websites. which is also known domain. Okay? I apologize if I cough sometimes. I have this irritating thing, but I have some tea here and some honey in here to help me with this. Okay. And then we can fix this. Here's my Google Cloud platform. This is where my website is hosted. I have full control of it. I'm using OpenLite virtual machine, which is a Linux machine. And again, I'm not making this too complicated for help desk people. This is just the type of server. It's a Linux server where my website is. This is very beneficial for even help desk to give you an idea of what's going on with these things. So mine is, I have it coded so that it will renew itself after I reboot it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stop the server like this. And again, I can connect to this using SSH, which means secure shell, and it'll open a browser that looks kind of like DOS, but it's a command line for Linux. And through there, I can do the same thing. But for this session, I'm just going to stop it through the console, and then I'm just going to restart it. Then we're going to go back, and then I'm going to refresh, and you'll see that certificate has been renewed. However, if you don't have it coded the way I do, where automatically will do it for you, then you'll have to install a certificate through the command line. All right, instance stopped. I'm going to start it again. And remember how I talked about DNS in the previous video? By the way, check out the previous videos if you haven't. Here is the external IP address. So instead of people typing in 34.123.254.31, they can just type in cosmicnovo.com. That's how DNS works. That's the point of why you would have DNS, which is the main name system that does this for you. You don't have to remember the IP address. All right, looks like it has started. So we're here again. See, it says HTTP, yes. So I'm going to refresh it. And once it refresh, it will show a secured, well, it may take a little bit to replicate. Just a moment. Cosmicnovo.com. Here it is. So it actually remembered the cookies in there. That's what happened. And now connection is secure because I've renewed the certificate on it. So in case you have to contact the web admin, then you would do that. Just let them know that there's an issue, and then that's how you resolve it. I'm going to look at this one just because it's fun looking one. Fun looking one, interesting one. Voices from laptop from Zehra Khan. Thank you, Zehra. I appreciate you submitting this ticket. Sorry about the wait. I can hear loud fan voices from the laptop at the time of charge. You can hear loud fan voices. Fan voices from the laptop at the time of charge. So I'm going to interpret this in my own way. I think there's a little bit of a language barrier issue here for me. English is my second language, and I'm having trouble understanding exactly what this is. But I'm just going to make assumptions, right? It says here, I hear loud fan voices. I'm going to concentrate on fan, and I'm going to assume voice is just sound. So I'm going to say fan sounds from laptop at the time of charge. So when you're charging the laptop, you hear loud fan noise. Loud fan noise. Okay, thank you for submitting this ticket. I'm going to talk about this in this way. I need a picture of a laptop. There are a couple of reasons why laptop would make fan noises, and that would be one, it's overheating. Come on, give me a good picture of a laptop. I'll try this one here. And I'm going to borrow this image. I'm going to save image to downloads so I can talk about it in Paint. That's what I'm going to try to do. Open downloads image. Okay. Okie dokie. So the fans are underneath the laptop, right? So depends on what kind of laptop you have. The new laptops, when you charge them, chances are it's just like on the side, right? You just plug it in on the side, and you got your charge thing, and it's charging, right? It's charging. You got your power over here, goes over there to power, and it's charging. Number one reason the fans start to kick in to make loud noises is because it's overheating. 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 Right? Overheating. That's number one. Not just laptops, but all computers. That's number one. It's overheating. Now, if it's only happening when it's charging, I don't know, like physically, I don't know how this is positioned, if you will. Whether the laptop is sitting on something special, how often do you charge it? Do you use it mostly on battery, this and that? But the issue might be that the charge is causing the battery to warm up, and then the fans kick in whenever that's happening. I don't know. Another reason where I've seen laptops or even mini version of desktops can make fan noises is if there's something putting pressure on the fan itself. Because if you look underneath here, the fans are there, right? If you put this laptop on top of something and you put that part where the fan is, where the exhaust is, well, the exhausts are also over here this way. That's where the exhausts are. But the fans are actually run flat like this underneath. That's a terrible drawing of a fan. But it's underneath, sitting flat. And it's blowing air this way. Or the other way. Depends whatever it is. Usually sideways. And if there's a pressure here for something poking on it, it can start to make grinding noises. So look at a couple of options. It's overheating. Why is it overheating? One reason is, aside from, and I've never seen it overheat from charging, but, one reason it could be that you're running something in the background that's using 100% of CPU, and that's in the task manager, right? Look at this here and look at the performance, see if there's something in the background that's using 100% CPU or a lot of CPU, and you can see that here. Right? And then the fans would kick in because laptop is working extra hard. Or it could be just dirty, right? It could be just dust and you need to clean it. So use the air can and clean it. Why it's happening specifically when you're charging it, and again, I'm assuming you're talking about you're charging it. You're charging it over here, plugged in somewhere. Then, it could be related to battery getting hot. Or are the fans blocked? Like, do you put it somewhere else where the fans are blocked underneath? That could be the case too. You might be setting the laptop on top of a rug, as far as I know. You know what I mean? So this could be sitting on top of carpet. This could be sitting on top of carpet and it's blocking the fan. So it's overheating. This could be the case too. I don't know. I don't know. So check all those things. Did I end up closing the whole thing? Yeah, it looks like I did. Here we go. Assign to me. Voices from laptop. And I hope I didn't come off as making fun of Zahra here, because I didn't mean to. I was just trying to interpret the way I see it. So I'm going to say, hello, this is Irvin with PC support. I have your ticket about laptop noise. I'm going to say noise. Please make sure that laptop fans are not obstructed. I.E dust or something blocking the fan ventilation. I really think that's what it is. This one is from Daisy Marquez. Closed caption video doesn't show captions on user's end. So this is a different one. Oh, okay, this is cool. I don't mind this one. Exported a video from Adobe Premiere Pro in H.264 format. Well, that's exactly what I do. Shared it through OneDrive to 2 other people. One person sees the caption, but the other doesn't. How do I help her see captions? She requested I export in AVI, but it comes out to be a very big file when using the format. Well, here's the thing. You've exported a video, right? You've exported a video from Adobe Premiere in H.264 format, which is a standard format nowadays. It's used by YouTube, this and that, which is fine. It's a high definition format, and in this case, I'm assuming the captions were added inside of Adobe Premiere Pro. And it says you shared it through OneDrive to 2 other people. One person sees the captions, but the other doesn't. So this confirms to me that you've added captions inside of Adobe Premiere Pro, right? You've added them in there, and they're there, right? They're provided. And you shared it through OneDrive. Now, if you were to share it like on YouTube, YouTube sometimes creates their automatic captions, and all you have to do is just turn on the captions, right? You click on that CC, right? You click on the CC, the captions come on. In this case, it sounds like you've created captions specifically, they're just not visible to one person. And then she's asking that she requested you export in AVI, but it comes out to be a very big file. Yeah, AVI is a huge file, and for those reasons, people like to use H.264, H.264. Now the newest one is actually 265, which I think is even smaller when it comes to the size of compiled video. But in this case, it's working, and it's shared through OneDrive. The only thing I can think of here is that the captions are there. One person sees it, the other one doesn't. Is that the second person that can't see the captions hasn't turned on captions in their media player. So, however they're playing it, they haven't enabled captions. So how do we know that? Well, we know that because one person sees the captions and the other one doesn't. That means the captions are there, but the other person doesn't see them. Well, the only reason that I can think of right now is that they haven't enabled captions. So that's what I would concentrate on and ask them, what kind of player are you using? Does it play through the browser? How are you downloading it first? Is it being played through just Windows Media Player? You know, that's what I would look at. And then compare to the one person that does see the captions and say, well, this other person is using this video player. So I really think the issue is there. Exporting in AVI, which makes me wonder that this is they're using Windows Media Player, but I don't know. You're going to have to check these things. I'm going to say I don't think I've ever talked to Daisy before. I'm going to say, hello, this is Irvin with PC support. I have your ticket about CC, closed captions. Not to be confused with CC, which is carbon copy, which is used in email, right? You click on CC and it sends a copy of an email to somebody else. And so this is closed caption for a video. And I'm going to say, I'm going to do it like this. I think the issue may be related to the video player being used. User probably needs to turn on captions. Say compare the video players. I'm going to be specific. Video players. Video playback software. Aha, how about that? To the other person who is able to see fine. I hope that makes sense. So I said, I think the issue may be related to the video player being used. User probably needs to turn on captions. Compare the video playback software to the other person who is able to see fine. I'm going to say, please let me know if that helped. This was about, yeah, so here's another one. And I talked about this before. I think he's got network issues, and he's talking about Excel constantly freezing multiple users after inactivity or working on something from second monitor screen. Second monitor screen being very specific, I don't think it's related to this. You can't sometimes take users' word for it. Just because it happened to be in the second monitor, it probably has no bearing or no relation to something freezing. Okay, the issue is that Excel freezes constantly about 2 minutes before it reacts entering numbers in the cell. So this is usually, when you load up Excel is slow, but once it loads up, it should be fine. If it's locally stored, then that's fine. Excel, especially if it's on the network somewhere, oh my God, it's going to be slow regardless whether it's okay, whether it's fast enough, just how Excel is. But if you're having network issues to begin with, which I'm suspecting you are, then that's the problem here. And again, I know you said you don't have a network team, which makes me kind of wonder whether you even have a dedicated network for your company. But then in that case, then you need to figure out how is the connection happening? How are these users connecting to these shares? Are they using VPN? Where are they located? Do the bandwidth tests. Do a transfer data test on the network. And you're going to have to basically figure out if it's slow. Well, what can you do to resolve that? Why is it slow? Where is the end point of it? Let's do a really quick, and Sergio, I'm going to have to wrap up your tickets here because I'm spending quite a bit of time and it's not fair towards the other people, I'm just being honest here. And I'm going to show you something real quick. So if the breakpoint, let's say this is a computer where user is using, sorry, I'm trying to draw it and I can't do it properly with the mouse. And let's say this is a server. Come on. Server. And if there's a data going back and forth, and you've tested data here, the bandwidth test, right? You go to Google, do a bandwidth test, and it says good, right? It's good. I'm going to say it's G good. Then you need to move on to the next part of it, which is here, right? Then the connection is here. To that, it's either connection to that, to the server, or the connection, or the issue is at the server level. But I really think it's connection to the server. So whatever this path is taken, whether it's VPN or other, then you need to look at this here. What is causing that? So it could be a switch somewhere on that network. So it's, could be just a switch here that's handling this. Could be old switch. I apologize. I really can't draw with my mouse here. But I can't, So it could be a switch here that's slow. So again, do a trace route, and I know you said you're going to do it, and then see where the latency is, see where the break is, see where the packets drop, and then go from there. Remember, I talked about this and I pointed to my trace route. So I hope you do that and see if you can find issues. And here you are asking, well, if this is a network issue, what would suggest I do to fix? Check permissions. Is there something wrong with the replication? How do I check on server? We use Windows. Again, I would have to basically have hands-on and spend time with you to actually fix this, because you are basically right now trying to do the work of tech support, server administrator, and network administrator, and you're missing out all of those things. You do the tech support, obviously, but you're not a server admin, and you're not, as far as I know, but you're not a network admin. So you're now left to your own devices to fix all of this. You can go about it a couple of ways, right? You can try to figure out yourself and do the best you can. Do the trace route, figure out where the latency is, where the issue lies, where the performance issue is, all of that. You can try to do it to the best of your knowledge. But make sure your manager knows this. Make sure your manager knows this, that this is happening, that you found the problem, and that you found that there's an issue. So if your manager is like, okay, fix it, then you're like, well, I can't, because I'm doing tech support. You can do that. I don't have the tools. I don't have the means. We don't, probably we need to hire somebody who knows networking or this and that. That's something you could do. But if it's a smaller company or whatever, I don't know what the situation is, and it's okay. I don't want you to tell me, because I don't know. You might be working for somewhere for the government or something. I don't know. But don't tell me the details about your company or anything like that. But if he or she says, you need to figure it out yourself, then you're going to say, well, okay, I can work on this, but then who's going to work on tech support, on other stuff? If you want me to spend time on this, then somebody else is going to have to work on tickets, on on-site desk side issues. Somebody else is going to have to work on remote support issues. This type of issues, this type of situations can happen for small businesses that expect users, or expect, I'm sorry, not users, but employees to wear multiple hats. What does that mean? That means they expect you to do everything. Not able to sync my OneDrive. Oh no. I'm not able to sync my OneDrive after it has been migrated to our new domain. Well, that sucks. Imagine if you imagine if you worked help desk and you respond to somebody says that sucks. No, I'm just joking. Thank you, Marvin, for submitting this ticket. When I click on OneDrive, I kind of try to sync it. It keeps spinning. Well, you kind of answered your own question here. Is that there's an issue with the domain. You've migrated to our new domain, or your company has migrated to new domain, and whenever you migrate to new domains, things have to kind of settle in, and that includes things like DNS, unfortunately. And I know I talked about DNS, and the main thing about it is that if DNS doesn't work, a lot of things that are set up to use host names to connect or to work, like these servers, chances are that it will be broken. A lot of things. See, these are the issues that you encounter whenever a new domain is being used. The other thing, if you're migrated to new domain, it could be that your credentials have changed. So, you know, when you new domain, you get new domain login. So chances are you have different credentials, and that hasn't been updated for your OneDrive. It doesn't mesh, if you will. So I don't know how your business is set up, whether they use a single sign-on for everything or not. But these are some of the glaring issues that I would check first. So first, I would actually instead of DNS, I think more likely is that there are credentials issues, meaning authentication. And so how can I explain this? Let me do this here. So let's pretend here that we have a login, and I'm going to explain here. I'll do the minimization here. Let's say we had Marwin Watts. Let's say we had Marwin. Did I spell that right? Marvin Watts. Watts at olddomain.com. Right? Let's say we had that before. You know, these are your credentials. These are your authentication credentials here. And your login for that might be, meaning your login ID for your computer, or your login ID for websites, or your login ID for your SSO, your single sign-on, could be, let's see here, login ID, could be anything, but let's just say it's this, marvin.watts. All right. However, new domain, with the new domain that just, you know, it got introduced, your email address might be now marvin.watts@newdomain.com, and your new login ID might be anything else. For example, marvin.watts, I don't know, anything too. You know, I've seen a lot of times whenever there are people with multiple names, they just add a number, meaning that if there are two Marvin Watts working for a company, the second one will have a different login. But in this case, we're recreating a situation where you might have different credentials for the new domain. I think this is really easy to understand here, and if that's the case, then your and the new login might work fine, but your OneDrive, as you mentioned here, is not syncing, and in this case, it may not be syncing your credentials. You know, your credentials might not be syncing with that. Aside from that, the only other thing that could be is a network connection issues, right? So, you know, you can do some testing for the OneDrive. Try the web version. I say web because, you know, I'm foreign. You know, my English is like not perfect, but web version of OneDrive. Go to that and see if that works. If that works, then there's a network issue, or a DNS issue, or some kind of a network related issue where you're not able to connect your OneDrive on your desktop. You're not able to sync it. You know, and I know it's a desktop version because you say when I click on the when I click on the OneDrive icon and try to sync it, it keeps spinning. So that's what it is, most likely. So this will kind of get you in the right direction into resolving this issue. So I'm going to kind of start replying here. I'm going to say hello. This is Irvin with PC support. I have your ticket about OneDrive. this issue could be related to authentication, meaning different login credentials being used with new domain. Wow, I'm terrible at spelling today. Sorry. Aside from that, it could be a network-related connection issue. I.E in this example, I don't know, could be DNS or something or similar. I don't know. You just have to check this, but you can check to see if the web version, I gotta scroll this up a little bit, is working to test both suggestions. Yeah, so you can check the web version to test to see if your credentials work, and you can use the web version to see if there are network issues. The web version is going to be directly accessing the website for OneDrive. You know, like if I go here and I click here and then I go to OneDrive, right? Here it is, onedrive.live.com. This is just the one I'm using, but your OneDrive will probably be different. It'll be onedrive.atyourcompany.com or something, some kind of custom domain name, you know. And if your domain changed and it's not what it says up there, where it says onedrive.blah blah blah or whatever it is it's supposed to be, then you know what the issue is. I have a feeling that they migrated the domain and they just haven't, like, didn't have a good plan to ensure that things are going to need to work, right? I think this is just a bad domain migration. That's what I think it is. I have a user that I imaged a new laptop for. LT means laptop. Everything else works, but his outgoing emails won't save in the sent items folder. Oh, okay. That's weird. I have checked the mail settings and everything looks alright. The save copies of messages in the sent items box is checked. I was about to tell you now. That's exactly what I was. Yeah, okay, alright. Please, what else could be the problem and how can I fix it? So what he's talking about is that in Outlook, desktop version of Outlook, not the web version. The web version has this automatically set up. If you go to mail settings, there's an option for it's called either, depending on the version of Outlook, it's called either saved messages option or a message something. I don't know. Under messages options, there's a thing that needs to be checked called saved copies of messages in the sent items folder. And then you check the box and then it should do it, which kind of sounds like you have. I'm going to go to the web version of Outlook. Web version of Outlook doesn't have this option, but just to kind of show you, if you go to Outlook settings and go to message handling, I think that's what it is in the newer one. In here, there will be an option, basically what he's talking about. And it's missing here because this is an online version which automatically has this enabled, I'm pretty sure. So it'll be in here, and it's basically, you check it and it says save the sent messages, so that way it's in the sent folder, which is in here, right, in sent items. Now if it's an error, if it's an issue, and I've seen this issue before too, where Sometimes it will save that under drafts if there is an issue with an exchange, if there is some kind of network issue. So you can check under drafts just to make sure. The other thing that I'm thinking about is that you may have run out of space. You may have run out of space for the inbox. When that happens, when you send a new email, and let's say this inbox has, just for the sake of simplicity, let's say it's 1 GB total of available space. That means that only 1 GB of total emails can reside inside the inbox at one time. Right? And anything else that goes over that, it either doesn't work or it's automatically deleted. So you can have that situation too, where your inbox, you've reached the limit of your inbox folder, and there's not enough space to keep copies of sent items. So that's what I would look at. See, what else could it be? They just say that you say it won't save. It won't save. Now, it could be some kind of rule that's, and I talked about this in this previous videos. Check the rules just to see maybe some kind of weird rule that's set up. So in settings, go to rules just to make sure it's not moved to another folder. Check these rules in here. That's the only thing I can think about here right now. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to reply to you. I'm going to say hello. This is Irvin with PC support. I have your ticket about sent emails. And the reason I'm saying this right now is because I've never talked to this person before. At least I don't recall. So I'm introducing myself as part of working help desk. The issue may be related to inbox size limit or some kind of custom rule setup that would move sent emails. So I think it to myself. This one is about network scanner keeps going offline when users try to scan. Oh, that's weird. Hello, I have an issue with Canon Image Runner 2530i scanner. The scanner goes offline when users scan. That's very, I mean, it's so weird that that would actually happen. To go offline when you need to use it. That's just really weird. Scan is set up to where scans go to their employees' shared drive folder. All right, that's fine. So what that means is that whenever you scan a document, it just stores it on a shared drive. I have switched the Ethernet cable and said someone in the office check the IP address. Matches with what is on the server. Okay, that's awesome. I have updated the drive via the server, the driver. Okay, that was my next suggestion actually, but it is still offline. I checked the network settings via IP address when it's online, but my colleagues nor I could figure out how to fix the issue. This is not the only issue. Other printers, HP, the other model, and SAMs also go offline randomly sometimes while the scanner is down. Any suggestions? And then looks like we have another note. Also, what is weird that a staff member from the office can access the image runner when it has gone down after he unplugged the Ethernet cable and unplugged the power cable and plugged both cables back into the scanner. Okay, it will come online, and then on his computer I can access the scanner via IP address only, but his computer, I can access the scanner via IP address only on his computer, but not on my computer or the server offline until like about an hour or later or more. Is this motherboard issue on the scanner, or do you recommend a factory reset or scanner, or rejoin the network might again fix it? It's difficult because this office is remote, so I can't physically be there. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on here. One thing that stood out to me is that, well, it's happening to multiple printers. You got this first Canon here, and it goes offline when users scan. And then we've got this other one, HP and Samsung also go offline randomly, sometimes while the scanner is down. And then you say here when a staff member from the office, I understand that you're not there, you're not physically there, you're doing remote support, can access this first one when they basically unplug everything and plug back in. It will come online on his computer and can access the scanner via the IP address only on his computer, but not on my computer of the server until like about an hour or later or more. What this actually kind of makes me think about is DNS issues. As soon as you said here via IP address only, and the fact that it took about an hour or later or more to a network to actually register it to me, that tells me that there is an issue with the DNS. Now, I would contact the network team because I don't think the printer itself is actually shutting off. What I think is going on is that you're losing a connection over the network. I think that's what's going on rather than an issue with the printer itself. And especially talking about here that it happens to these other ones as well, to these other computers. Now, if it's happening randomly and, you talked about somebody at the office went and unplugged and plugged it back in, it could be that it's getting a different IP address. I don't think this is the issue actually, but you can check it. So check to see if the IP address is constantly changing, which I don't think it is because it sounds like you have access to the web interface to set this up. And, obviously you need a static IP address for these scanners and for these printers. So what I would think actually is that there's an issue with the DNS. It's not a firewall issue because it can work. You just have to reboot it and have it come back online. I really think it's an issue with the DNS rather than anything else. So those people who don't know what DNS is, the DNS stands for domain name system. Also, some people call it the domain name services, but it's not. It's the domain name system. And it deals with having to use a host name over a network rather than the IP address, because IP address can change and it's harder to remember. So for those reasons, you use a host name, which is basically the name of the printer. So for example, if he installed this scanner or printer, I keep saying meant printer or scanner, it's kind of the same thing when it comes to the functions and especially network connections. You can, whenever you install this on the network or over the network, whenever you add it to your computer, you can just type in, for example, this name, Image Runner 2530i scanner, right? And then you add it to your computer under that name. So that's what you type in. That's an option that you can do, and that's called a host name. Host name is simply a name for a computer that's connected to a network. Okay? That's what that is. A name that identifies that computer on the network. Of course, that computer or a scanner, in this case, scanner or printer is considered a computer as well. It will have its own IP address. And then you have a dynamic IP address, which can change randomly, and it's based off the availability. Dynamically will change if you connect a different host name. Like if you were to disconnect Image Runner scanner from the network now, and by the time you reconnect it, another computer has joined the network, that new computer that has joined the network will, chances are, get the IP address that this computer, this scanner used to have literally moments ago. So by the time you connect it back up, it's going to have a different IP address. This, for those reasons, for scanners and printers, you give them a static IP address, the IP address that doesn't change. I would check the network issues in this situation because I don't think it's actually going offline. It's going offline on the network. It probably shows up as offline on the network, and there's some kind of a network issue. So I would check to see if there are any DNS issues. Check to see, Javier, try to access other computers on the network just by using their hostname. If there is an issue with that, then you have to use the IP addresses like you have to use here. Then there is an issue with DNS. Simple as that, you know? So I'm going to reply. I'm going to say, hello. I think this might be an issue with DNS. Please, I know you will watch this because you replied to me on the other one. Please watch my video on possible solutions. Yeah, let me know if that helped. I'm gonna say in the meantime, test for DNS issues with other hostnames / computers, and contact the network team. I think the reason scanners show as offline is because it's offline on the network and not turned off or going to sleep. So, and for those reasons, I really think it's just DNS. Outlook very slow. Create new profile, still the same. I mean, create new profile, still the same. I mean, that's one of the steps you can do to resolve slow Outlook issues. If you created a new profile, meaning that if it's an Outlook installed on your computer, and if you go to Control Panel, but in here there will be an option called Email. And that's is where you would change email local profile for Outlook specifically. It's your Outlook profile specifically, which takes the information from the domain controller. Older way of doing things, which is fine. Still, companies are still using it, although everything is going to the cloud platform. You know, this person actually did go in and create a new profile, which can solve issues sometimes when it's a corrupted profile, when emails are not working, this and that. But it still didn't work. Outlook is very slow. So what can you do here? Well, you know, you can check the performance of the computer, go to Task Manager, and check the performance. See if there is anything in the background that's causing a lot of CPU usage. Check the Performance tab here. Look for the CPU usage. See if you have enough memory. See if you have enough disk space. See if you're running out of space. Another thing that can cause slowdown is that if you have archives, large archives that are locally stored, very large. I've seen archives that are like 50, 60 gigabytes, maybe even 100 gigabytes in size. And these are local archives, not to be confused with archives that are online. These are online archives in this Outlook web version. For the desktop version of Outlook, for example, like this is pseudo kind of an Outlook, but it's not real Outlook. But you know, it's not Office Outlook. This is just a regular Outlook. And if you create an archive locally, it will store it as a PST file. And these can be super large. And if your local storage is slow and it's a large file, which is called PST, it will be stored inside, typically, you can change this, but typically it will be inside of your local profile. So here it is, users, Kobuman. This is my local profile that I'm logged in as. I'm logged in as Kobuman into this computer. So this is inside of my local profile, and there's C users. If you look at app data, it could be anywhere. You could put this in documents if you want, or your PST file can be stored inside of documents, or the PST file can be stored somewhere on a remote server. So that's something to think about. Some people keep their PST files, which are locally created archives that are stored locally on a computer. Some people actually move them to a network location. So for example, if I just scroll here and look at the network here, look at all these computers that are connected in this. So we got Kobuman, we got Stream, we got a TS client, network computers that are set up. You can have a network drive and people storing archives on a network drive. If you're doing tech support, please let me know. I'm curious if you guys also seen this, that are already working help desk and this and that, the people attaching a network stored archives into their Outlook. So they would have Outlook open. Let me open up the web version because it looks more like a desktop version. And they would have an archive added as a folder in here that is huge, but that archive is located somewhere on the network. So now suddenly things are slowing down because the network drive might be slow. So what else can we talk about here? Outlook very slow. You create a new profile, still the same. It could be a connection issue. Check their VPN. If they're working from home, usually aside from just not being able to process things locally, your computer not being fast enough to process things, if it's still slow and you haven't specified, what do you mean slow? Is it the whole desktop application that it's slow? Are the emails taking forever to process? Is there a huge delay? This and that. These could be connection issues between the Outlook and the Exchange server, which is the server that deals with emails sending back and forth. So test the connection. It could be their VPN, this and that. Let me start replying to you because I may forget some of these things that I've mentioned. Hello, I've never talked to this person before. This is Irvin with PC support. Please check below. Number 1, check performance of the computer used. Number 2, check for local .pst. This is the extension of those locally stored archives on your computer, which could be huge. Check for local PST location/size. Number 3, what did I say here? Number 3, oh yeah, check VPN connection speeds if using VPN from home. And 4, check the connection between computer and Exchange server. So all I can do at this point, let me scroll this up a little bit here, is give you suggestions. Please watch video for more tips. All I can do at this point is give you some ideas on how to troubleshoot this. So let me just kind of touch on this last thing that I talked about. Check the connection between the computer and Exchange server. And you can check the latency, and it's simply done by this: ping outlook.com, or whatever it is that server, the location of the server that you're connecting to, right? The location of the Exchange server. Chances are, if it's a desktop computer, that desktop version of Outlook, I should say, not the web version necessarily, that the server for this email server will be located something specifically on your company's network. So you need to find out what that is. It could be ping Bob's server for Outlook.com. That could be the name of your domain where your server is located. Or it could be just an IP address. I don't know. But what you're looking for here is, oh wow, this actually works. Look at this. No way. Is this a real? This is just a pure guess. Look at this. It's a real server that I just pinged. What are the chances? Oh my God. I totally was just making up this thing. This is a real... Oh wow, what are the chances? That's amazing. Anyways, what you're looking for, if you get a response, and you can set up a ping to ping like not just 4 times, you can set up to do you ping 40 times. What you're looking for is latency issues if your Outlook is slow. So look at the time for the response for each ping. You know, because if this goes about like 100 or so, then it's too slow, right? Or if it's erratic. If you see suddenly 25, 100, 300, 400, then back to 27, there's a connection issue, latency issue. I cannot believe this is a real server. Wow. Guys, I don't know if I should say this. I was going to say check it out to see if this is a real website. But I can't recommend it because I don't know what this is. It could be some kind of a, I don't know, for safety reasons I cannot check this, but I mean I can, but I don't want to because I want to move on. But if you guys want to, let me know. Let me know what you find about this. Let me know. This is what a pure guess. Unentered space when emails are sent out in Outlook 2000. I guess that's a typo there. So maybe 2010 or something. Doesn't matter. Hello? Thank you, Javier, for submitting a ticket. I'm trying to help a user who mentioned to me that when she sends out an email and receives a reply, and it's an email inside or outside of company, so regardless whether she sends an email to inside the company or outside, that her last sentence contains a lot of spaces, about 4 to 5 spaces until her email signature displays. Oh, okay. We use the email signature system SafeSend to automatically apply his email signatures to the user after the email leaves our network. So they're using an add-on to create these email signatures. Once I logged into her computer and checked her Outlook, I didn't see anything unusual. Plus, SafeSend disables the ability for users to edit their email signature. Why would they? Well, that was the first thing I thought about. Why would this plugin disable the ability for users to edit their email signatures manually? Then how are they set up? Wow, okay. Let me see if I can find this. It's called SendSafe. We're definitely going to talk about each of these things. SafeSend. All right. Is this something that just comes from the market? SafeSend. Yeah, this is something you have to add on later on. Outlook plugin. I'm just looking to see what this plugin is, but definitely this needs to be just edited or modified somehow so it doesn't show the spaces. I'm definitely, don't worry, I'm definitely going to explain what the ticket means here. Oh, okay. So what this is, this looks like some kind of encryption add-on. Okay, so it encrypts emails, and unfortunately, okay, let me talk about it here. So when you create an email, this is what's going on. You know, you type in, you know, this is my email to Bob Bobson. I don't know if you guys remember Bob Bobson from my Office 365 videos. Please read the message below. Very important. Doesn't matter. And then here is my signature, and you know, Kobuman, Irvin, and then I'm gonna say, you know, just specify where you work, youtube.com /Cobbleman cosmicnovo.com, which is my website. So here, this part here is the signature. What Javier is talking about here is that when they're using this add-on called SafeSend, what this add-on is doing is encrypting emails. From the looks of it, it's encrypting emails, so that way, on the other hand, and Javier can correct me on this in the comments below, or send a reply to this email, reply to this ticket, which I'm going to keep open, is that when you send an encrypted email, the recipient has to have a way to open it as well, and they also have to have this type of add-on installed on their computer, and they have to set it up on their way in such a way that it confirms that the email is encrypted. They have to have a way to decrypt it, to read the message. So this is encryption for the purpose of security when you're sending encrypted data. So I'm going to leave that explanation at that point here and just kind of move on here. But the issue here is that her last sentence contains a lot of spaces, about 4 to 5 spaces, until her email signature displays. So what's going on here from the looks of it, from what I understand, instead of just seeing here my signature, Cobbleman, right away after the body of email, which is this here, this is the body of the email, instead of seeing it right away, which makes more sense, what must be going on is like this. So, and this is part of the add-on itself that's causing this. A lot of times this empty space here is used by images or something, or this and that, logos of company logos, blah blah blah. This is empty space that's been allocated by the add-on that's currently unused or is not configured to be used. Therefore, there's a block here of unused space where something's supposed to go. It's like making a web page and creating a block for things to go there, but actually leaving it empty. It's kind of like that. So unfortunately, and I know you can't edit this add-on, but what I can suggest is that you go inside of the add-on, and again, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this add-on specifically. I just know that it's used for encrypting the emails, and you're gonna have to go to the settings and look to see if there's an option that would actually fill in that part or disable this part that you don't need to use at all. So I would go inside of the add-on and look at these settings and make sure there's no option in there for filling in this part of it, because otherwise it kind of looks like, to me, if you're looking at the GUI of an add-on and you can say, the one part of it is type in your signature, automatic signature, right? Sort of like this here. If I go to settings, Outlook settings, and look for the signature right here, and email signature right here, and you type in, let's see, do I have it? I'm just going to copy over what I had here. Outlook signature. By the way, there's nothing wrong with using a search inside of any program because it's easier to find. If you know what you're looking for, you don't have to necessarily spend time looking through these menus, because it could be a menu after menu after menu. Just search for it if you have an option. So I'm going to call it my signature. So something like this would be inside of the add-on, and then you type it in, and that's fine. But make sure that there's no other options in here that would create that blank space. So look through and look for any blank space that might be causing any of the menus might be checked. Like this here, show joyful animations in the reading pane. You can disable this. You can disable all of this crap that's in between, and then you just save it. So again, it's going to look a little bit different because it's an add-on, but go in and check these things. So I'm going to say this. Please go inside of the, what's it called again? SafeSend? Was it safe send? Please go inside of the safe send add-on and make sure there is no other option enabled that will add space where it's not needed. I'm gonna say please watch my video for details. But let me provide a little bit more, because you will see this. You will see this before I've released a video. For example, next to signature, check to see if other options can be disabled that may that may occupy the space. Let me see here. Please go inside of the safe send add-on to make sure there is no other option enabled that will add space where it's not needed. Add blank space where it's not needed. ... For example, next to signature, check to see if other options can be disabled. They may occupy the space. Please watch my video for details. And I'm going to keep this open because I'm curious about this. Every time I'm not familiar with something in regards to new add-ons or whatever, I want to know what that is, because I'm also learning things. Madhuri Sanap, thank you for submitting tickets. It just says Outlook issue, and it says here in description, my all emails in Outlook automatically going to deleted items folder in Outlook. Kindly assist as soon as possible. Now, just so you know, and I don't mean anything bad by this, I know Madhuri said ASAP, meaning as soon as possible, in the sense that, you know, he knows that it will take me a while to get to these because I work on these tickets in my free time. But just a kind of a tip from the personal experience, from what I've seen, when a user puts in as soon as possible in the ticket, that may take a little bit longer to fix, because nobody, you know, there's no rush when it comes to things. People don't want to be rushed, is what I'm trying to say. So just a kind of quick tip of previous experience that I've seen. So avoid using things like ASAP, but I know this was meant in a good faith, so no problem here at all. Thank you, Madhuri, for submitting this ticket. So here we go. My all emails in Outlook automatically go into deleted items folder in Outlook. So the first thing that comes to mind when something is disappearing in Outlook, or something that is being moved to different folders and this and that, that main thing that comes up to me in my mind is rules inside of Outlook. So here is Outlook. I already have it open because I knew I was going to have to talk about Outlook quite a bit today. And the rules are set up in such a way, most likely in Outlook, that, and not just Outlook, any other email client, email software, email website, rules are used to do exactly what we just talked about, meaning to move the email to something else, to delete the email, to just do something else, and that rules are set up in such a way. So what am I talking about here? Let me show you visually. If you go to settings here, and by the way, I don't like the way this is set up in Outlook. The first thing that comes up when you click on the settings icon right here, the first thing that comes up is the look of the things. Like, I guess the main thing that users care about is how their Outlook looks like, but what we are looking for is actually on the very bottom, and we're looking for the actual settings that we can use as tech support, which is down here, all the way down here as the last thing. And obviously they don't want users to mess with this stuff unless they know how to do it, right? Here it is, view all settings, view all Outlook settings. To me, it's really odd to have the look and the theme of the Outlook as the first thing. I guess it makes sense somewhat, but not as somebody who does tech support, right? So here are rules. The fourth option down is rules. If we select rules, it tells you right here, you can create rules that tell Outlook to handle incoming email messages. That's exactly what I talked about. So how do you want to, or you can set up to handle emails in a specific way. You can set up custom folder and you can say emails labeled as such, move them to this folder with this label. And the same thing can be done to delete, to archive, this and that. So you can set up this rule that will do this. Sort of like you're doing mini programming of your Outlook for your own benefit, for your own preferences. So it says here, you choose both the conditions, the trigger, you choose both the conditions that trigger and rule the actions that rule will take. And I'll show you how this is done. Rule will run in order shown in the list below, starting with the rule at the top. So if you create multiple rules, the rule that is on top will run in order shown below. So if you have a rule that does something below it and it cannot do it, that could be the reason because you have a rule that's on top causing the problem for that second rule. So that's something to keep in mind if you have multiple rules. And I'll show you here in a second what we mean. All right, let's create a new rule. And that's simply done by clicking on Add New Rule right here. And we're going to name it. So in this case, let's recreate what's going on here. It says, all emails in Outlook automatically go into deleted items folder in Outlook. So let's see if we can recreate. And we're going to say delete all. That's what we're going to name this rule, this little programming thing that we're going to do inside of Outlook. And we're going to select a condition, which is under number 2. We're going to select condition, and we can say, we're going to say apply to all messages, which is very, very bottom right here, since we're talking about all messages. But if you want, you can specify many different conditions, many different scenarios to your liking and to your preferences. There are so many things you can do here that there are so many rules and custom rules that you can create. They can create all kinds of awesome things for you, make your job easier, or it can literally ruin your Outlook, which I've seen before. So many things. You can literally do it by keyword. And all right, let's do what we said to do. So we're going to say apply to all messages. So all messages that come through this programming, this rule will make changes to it. So in this case, we're recreating here all emails in Outlook automatically go into deleted items folder in Outlook. So we're going to do that. We're going to say an action. So under 3, we're going to select an action. We're going to tell it to do what? First, we told it add condition, and we said apply to all messages. And then add an action, and then it's asking what kind of action do you want to do to all messages, and we're going to select delete. Okay, and then you can add more conditions, or you can add more actions if you want. And then once you do this, you can apply the rule to everything that's in your inbox right away. So if you want to set up so that some emails, some specific emails that are coming with specific titles, you can run those right away, and it will move them to a specific folder that you create. And we can certainly do that. I'll show you another example. But here's what we are recreating for this ticket. All emails in Outlook automatically go into deleted items folder in Outlook. And I'm going to click save. So here it is. This rule is enabled. I can disable it just like this. And if you're doing troubleshooting and you see something like this, you can disable all the rules and see which ones are actually doing this. But here's the one. If my message arrives in inbox, delete the messages and stop processing more rules on this message. And we can run that rule right now, which will delete everything and put it into deleted folder. So this is what I think is happening with your question here. We have a rule that automatically deletes all emails and puts them into the deleted folder. So I'm going to delete it because it's a stupid rule, right? It's a stupid, useless rule. Otherwise, why would you even have email, right? Here is another one that we're going to create a specific condition for. So this is more of a normal rule. And I'm going to say, well, let's prepare for it. Let's prepare for it. We're going to create a new folder that is called new folder. We're going to say, what can we call it? For emails that are coming through that we don't want to read, we don't want to check out, but maybe there might be something useful inside and we don't necessarily want to delete them or put them into the spam folder, right? So something like that, like emails that you're getting that not necessarily related to you, but it's something that it could be, that it needs to be saved just in case. So I'm going to call it updates. I'm just going to call it updates, right? So we're going to have a folder called updates. That is just a folder created inside of our inbox, right? So we're going to create a rule. Let's create a rule that will forward emails from inbox and automatically put them into updates. All right, let's go back to our rules. All right, add a new rule, and we're going to call them updates. Why not? Same thing, just to kind of keep it the same so it's easier to track. And then we're going to add a condition. So you can set up any condition. So we're going to, pick something. And we're going to, and it's good to be very specific. So I'm going to do this here. I'm going to say from, and I'm going to add a sender. And I'm going to set a sender that is just this one here. You can put any email that you are that you want. So if you're getting emails from some other department that are just updates on what they're doing and it's not necessarily what's going on with you or related to you, you can specify that email. You can specify email from your manager that you want to read later on that are just updates or whatever it is that you can do. And then you can add other conditions. It doesn't have to be an email. You can add another condition. So we're going to do subject line here, and then we're going to say update. So it could be an email that has a subject line in it, in the subject line that has a word update, which is perfectly fine. So it could be your manager or somebody working on a project or something like that, and they have an update about their project. You can just say, use this rule for an email that has a subject line and the word in it is called update. It's named update. Or you can specify from this specific email. And then we're going to add an action, and we're going to say move to, right? So number 3, we're going to add an action to do, what are we going to do with these emails that are coming through? We're going to say move to, and then we're going to select the folder, and here's our updates folder. And I'm going to select run rule now, because chances are you might have 10, 20, 100 emails with the same conditions that we've set up. So we want to process them right away and then have them go to there right now. And of course, if you change your mind, you can disable your rules, or you can delete them. You can run them again if you want. Okay, I feel like that covers that. And I'm going to say reply to customer. I'm going to say, well, I already talked to Madhuri, so I'm not going to introduce myself. So I'm just going to say, please check the rules settings inside the Outlook. To make sure that incoming emails are not auto deleted / moved. Here we go. Let's do this one. Let's do this third one from Javier. This network scanner is kind of the same deal with the printer, but probably I haven't read it yet, but it's okay. Ooh, we got screenshots. I love screenshots. All right, from Javier P. Thank you, Javier, for submitting these tickets. The site can't provide a secure connection. Secure connection failed. Chrome Firefox error. So it's an error that we get when we go to a certain website. Hi, Cobbleman. I'm having an issue when I try to access VPN portal via IP address on Google Chrome or Firefox. Well, first of all, you should be using the web browser, or not the web browser. I'm sorry, the website name, I should say, or domain name instead of the IP address. If you have to use an IP address for some reason, then there's an issue with DNS, which is another issue. The error I receive is the following on both web browsers. Google Chrome and Firefox. This site can't provide a secure connection. IP address uses an unsupported protocol. Error SSL version of cipher mismatch. Okay, so right now this tells me that there is an issue with the certificate, the security certificate for the website. On Firefox, the error says secure connection failed. Error during connection. Okay, we'll check these screenshots out. Any suggestions, please? Yeah, absolutely. We'll take a look. Love the screenshots. Love the screenshots. All right, here we go. So secure, okay. SSL version. This site can't provide a secure connection. And what you looks like what you brought in or what you kind of scratched out is the IP address of it, which is fine. Thank you for doing that. Unsupported protocol. So this usually happens when, just speaking as a web developer of some sort, right? I have a website that I've created and I've seen this issue when a web page's front end is broken. Now, this could also mean that the security certificate is expired, and I'll show you examples. I'm just looking at the second screenshot here. Secure connection failed using unsupported version of security protocol. Okay. So it's kind of the same deal, it's just a different browser. So as a web dev, here, let me show you something here. As an amateur web dev, and you don't need to be a professional to figure this out. As an amateur web dev, this is some basic knowledge that you should know as a help desk if you want to be a pro help desk guy. So let me show you this. I'm going to ping my own website, cosmicnovo.com. So here's the IP address for that, and it comes up here. So I'm going to take it and I'm going to copy it. This is my own website, and I'm going to open up a new page. And what I'm going to do is go to cosmicnovo.com first. So instead of using the IP address, I'm doing what you're supposed to be using on a website that's supposed to be working properly. You just use a domain name, which is also known as hostname. You should not be using an IP address to reach a front end of a website. If you are using it, that means that there's something wrong with the front end of your website, meaning this here, what you're looking at right here, this is the front of it. That means there's a configuration issue there. So, but if I go open up a new tab and just type in the IP address, this is what you get. You see that? So you should either be using the correct host name or the domain name. In my case, it's cosmicnovo.com. Or if you're constantly using the IP address, this is what you're getting, right? So if you look at this now there's suddenly an issue with security certificate, right? And here it is. Net error cert authority invalid. Now let's see what your error is in comparison. I think it's something similar. So yours says SSL version or cipher mismatch, and that's for one of the browsers. The other browser is going to give something else. And here it says SSL error unsupported version. Okay. Now I can proceed here if I select advanced and I select continue to blah blah blah, but you can see here that it says unsafe because you're not supposed to be using this website or any website just by using the IP address. There's really no need. You should be using a domain name, in my case cosmicnovo.com, because you need a functioning DNS to do this. Now if you cannot, so let me just click here, continue, you see that, and it's going to go to the website. It's going to work fine, except I'm going to have this glaring error that the HTTPS is not working, meaning that the encryption, any data that you send to this website and any data that you receive is now not encrypted because I'm using the wrong version of the website. But if I go back to using a regular version of the website, you can see that it's completely secure. Connection is secure because I'm using it correctly. And this is why this is a configuration issue on the website itself. So you need to fix the front end or start using regular website names. So you should not be using an IP address just like I did here, because you get those type of errors, right? That's pretty much all I have to say about that. So if you have access to this, or if you know the web admin, then make sure you reach out to them and show them the screenshots. Now I've seen, and this is really bad, I've seen some web developers don't care, like especially if it's on a local network, which is not right. I would not. I mean, what can you say about that? They need to fix it. But if they're not fixing it, then I would bring it up to their manager if it's an issue. Now you can go to a website like that and maybe fine if you're just browsing, and you still may get this certificate error. Let me just kind of go back to it. You still may get this security error or something similar. Well, mine already I already told it that it's okay to go here. But if you get these, you may have a certificate that's expired, because it could be like a self-signed, self-created or self-signed certificate. It means it's not approved by a third party. In this case, it could still be encrypted, except the website is not, the security for the website security certificate is not verified by a third party. That could still be the case, but I have a feeling your issue is that the front end is broken and you're not using a regular website name, domain name, for accessing this website. It's a great ticket. Thank you for submitting it. I'm sorry that you're having this issue, because it's a bad issue, but it is what it is. You may be able to proceed with it, but it's definitely a security issue with the certificate itself. I'm going to say this issue is related to web sites certificate or the front end of the website needs to be fixed. Please see my video for details. Look, a printer can't connect from Cisco. Thank you, Cisco. I am unable to print. Oh, I'm sorry. I am unable to ping the printer's IP address and can access the web portal through the browser. I am able to ping the printer's IP address and can access the web portal through the browser. But I can't install it on any PC. I have tried to add it using device installation software and also Windows Wizard software. I have restarted the printer. Still the same. Any suggestions? So you're able to see it on the network. So you're able to ping it. So that's good. And can access the web portal through a browser. I'm assuming this is the portal that controls the printer settings, but can't install it to any PC. I have tried to add using the device installation software. So use the software that came with the printer and also Windows Wizard software. That is really, really weird one, because you pretty much tried all the things you can do, but yet you can't do it. It still can't install. I'm curious to see what the error is, or just nothing happens. Let me think here. What else would I try? Well, you pinged it. You can see it. And I'm assuming you gave it a static IP address if you have access to this web portal. So it's important that you give it a static IP address that can accept connections on the printer ports. I forget what the printer ports are, but make sure that those are open and that they are not blocked by firewall. Just because you can ping the IP address doesn't mean that the print ports are not network print ports. Okay, so port 80 for HTTP. Okay, here it is. Here's something that might help you. Here's a article from IBM. Let's look at this real quick. Guys, it's okay to If you tried many things and you still can't come up with a solution, it's okay to use the internet. That's what the internet is for. It's a highway, information, a highway or whatever, right? Highway information, is it the correct? I don't know. It's there to be used. So make sure that the correct ports are open. Okay, remote output queue. So remote output queues always use port 515 when communicating with TCP IP printers, right? So, but it depends on the printer. And here are some common print ports that are listed here. Now, you can look up this article yourself and just do the same search as I did and kind of read on this. But what I would actually suggest that you do is look at the manual for that printer and look at the ports and make sure that that's set up correctly inside of the web portal, that this is all configured and turned on. Just because you, again, just because you can ping the IP address doesn't mean that you can print if the ports are not open. And of course, check with your network admin that these ports are not blocked through the firewall. Also, group policy can be blocking these. A lot of businesses actually prevent printers from being used, and they can use group policy to actually block these printer ports. Of course, check to see, well, if I was going to say check to see if the print spooler is turned on, but you wouldn't be able to go through the Windows wizard, if you will, to add it. So that wouldn't even be working. So I would check the ports. I would definitely look at the ports to see if this is the issue here. Either that or somehow the printer itself is not recognized as a printer. I wish I had more hands-on to this because this is a very interesting one, because you tried pretty much all the other basic troubleshooting. You ping the IP address. Again, make sure it's a static IP address. You have access to web portal. Check the settings inside the web portal to see if everything's turned on properly, because it could be just some kind of thing that you forgot to set up. And you've tried to add using the device installation software, so you have admin privileges if you have the ability to install software, and you also tried the Windows wizard. The only thing I can think of right now is that the ports are being blocked somehow, either through group policy, or which group policy makes changes on your local firewall. But check on these things. Check whoever you have access to when it comes to other support people. Ask them if printers are being blocked. So if you have to reach out to system admins that have access to the domain, then reach out to them and ask them about printers, if there's any issues when it comes to printers over the network, printing over the network, or if the firewall team or network team has somehow blocked the printing over the network. Because again, I've seen this happen in some business environment where they don't want people to print. So check on those things. I'm going to reply and say, please check on port settings and to make sure they are not blocked by firewall. Also, double check printer settings, for example, static IP and port settings. Let's see, unassigned. Okay, here we go. Migration from Windows 7 to Windows 10. I'm gonna assign ticket to myself. It's from MD Alam. Thank you. You've submitted a lot of tickets for me. I really appreciate it. Gives us a lot more to talk about, and this is definitely a new one. Which is the common migration? Which is the common migration from Windows 7 to Windows 10 in a business environment? Please tell A to Z step by step, which is going to help many people. Oh, my pleasure. Okay, so I'm going to get right into it, and I'm going to go to a reply to customer here, so that way we can get a reply right away. We can keep it going, and I'm going to say below are some things that can be done to migrate from old OS to new. So whether it's whatever the OS is, right? In this case, it's Windows 7 to Windows 10 in a business environment. So number one, usually you'd do this over the network. So you would schedule these processes to happen over the network, meaning basically you just have a web page, and then within that web page you can schedule many computers and many things to start to reimage or to what it's called reload. That's what it's called in and at the work that where I'm at, and it's called reload. What that does would it would reinstall the operating system, but it would also give you an option to make sure that all local profile data is saved. Very important. If you just do Windows install, a clean install, it's going to erase everything. But if you do Windows reload in a business environment, it's going to give you an option to keep those profiles. You can select which profiles to keep, literally. It's really cool. Now, that's the best way of going about it. Now, if you're doing this yourself and you're upgrading, for example, in this case, Windows 7 to Windows 10, you will get an option to update to Windows 10 rather than do a clean install, which should also keep your local profiles, local documents, and this and that. So only specifically that. It's not going to attempt to keep anything else, maybe some configuration date, but that's the safe bet. So in case you didn't know, local profile is in your local C under users. So in my case, I'm logged in as Koboman right now, and that's what I use in my profile: documents, favorites, downloads. Any files that are saved inside of that are going to stay over. So you can do a reload. Of the computer, which is also done when there are issues with the operating system. So if it's already Windows 10, you can still do a reload, which will reinstall and keep. So this is a system that allows you to do that. Now it's going to be different in different environments. This is what happens in a big corporate environment that I work in right now, and I'm going to say which is going to keep any data from local profile. So that's one option. Let me see if I can think of other options, which is the common migration from Windows 7 to Windows 10 business environment. Please tell A to Z step by step. Now, Windows 7 actually has a tool that you can utilize. It's called profile migration. That's exactly what it lets you do. You can actually merge or move your profile from the old computer to a new one. So that's an option if you have a second computer that you want to, and this is basically done manually. Windows 10 doesn't have that tool, I don't think, but you can basically, what happens on Windows 7 machine, you open it up, you tell it, hey, I want to migrate my profile to Windows 10, and it will save that data, and then later on, it will allow you to connect and transfer that data over the network to the new computer. So you can transfer that profile like that. I'm sorry, I don't have Windows 7 installed because it's just an old OS that I haven't used in many years now. And so that's another option, but let me see. We'll just kind of go over this, which is common migration from Windows 7 to Windows Business. Okay. So the other ways is, I guess I started listing what you could do. So I'm just going to leave it at that, but I will explain kind of what it looks like. I'm going to say, and I know he will watch this, my video on steps. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. So what happens in my environment, I go to this web page that lets me basically get access to all of these computers that are connected to that network. With this information, over this web page, I need to get information on all of those computers. So let me just do a notepad here real quick. And we're going to do a pretend step by step, just like as requested, right? So we're going to have a bunch of computers. We're going to have a computer with a host name that's called computer 1. And then we're going to have another one, computer 2. Then we're going to have a computer 3. Computer 3. And etc, meaning etc, etc, etc. You can have, I don't know what the limit is. I want to say 100. Let's say 100. So you can take these computer host names or computer names, also known as workstation names, that are already assigned and assigned to those computers, And you can literally access them like this. Copy, and then you go to the website, and then you pull them up, and you can see all of these computers that are connected to the network. They have to be connected to the network because you have to be able to ping them. And then you can see what their status is. From there, you can individually schedule them if you want, this and that. Now, you can also do this with serial numbers. So you can say serial 1, serial 2, serial 3, and etc. Right? So you can do this with serial numbers only. Network will see these systems that are designed for this, to do this in a massive amount, will see this. They will be able to find serial numbers of computers that are connected to the network. And from there, you can do the same thing, just like as I explained previously. You can schedule these computers to start to re-image. So where is this data coming from? Usually, network itself will have a individual and randomly placed computers that are already on network. So let's say you have cubicles. Let me see if I have something to write with. Paint? Is it Paint? Yeah. I hardly ever use Paint, but that's okay. So where is the information coming from when it comes to the data for the operating system? And where is it downloaded? It's not like it's all downloaded. Whenever I schedule any of these computers to start installing the operating system, it's not like it's pulling the data for the operating system or anything else, or for backups. It's not pulling it up from a server that's specifically designed for that. There might be one or two there, but what's actually happening is that on the network there are, let's say these are cubicles, right? These are cubicles in an office, right? Sorry, I'm terrible at writing here or drawing here, and I'm doing it with the mouse, so it's really hard. And each has a PC, right? Each of these cubicles has a PC. And I'm gonna call it, can I draw this properly? PC 2, PC 3, and I'm just gonna say this 4 and 5, right? All of these cubicles, all these desks have a computer on them. So if I wanted to reimage one right here, or reload, it doesn't necessarily have to go to a server somewhere. It doesn't have to go God knows where on server and get this information. It doesn't have to. It can actually get this information from number 3 or number 5, because these computers have this information stored locally on the same network. You see that? For faster access. And that's what's happening here. And you can also use these computers as backups of the profiles that we talked about. So remember, when we do a reload, we can do a profile. When we do a reload on the computer, we can keep that profile, and that profile is actually backed up on any of these computers. It's a random computer. Here, sorry, my drawing is terrible here. Here. These can have profiles, right? These can have profiles stored on them for faster access. So that's what's happening in the background. Now, you can actually do a bulk install. So you can, if you have host names already, so you get host names from the domain that you're going to name these computers, because you got to have them host names. And this is when it's brand new computers. What the scenario what I talked about here, if they're already existing on the network. They're already on the network in the sense that they already are in production. But if they're brand new computers, you can literally do something like this. You get the host names, computer 1, comma, computer 2, comma, and then depending on the system I use, I can literally just use these computer host names for these specific serial numbers. So even if it's a brand new computer that has never been assigned a host name, you can assign these host names automatically to these specific serial numbers, which will at the same time will install the operating system. So you got computer, so you're telling the system, take computer 1, computer 2, computer 3. These are the host names, and I want you to use these host names on these computers that have serial numbers, this and that. And they also need to be connected to the network, obviously. So it's going to reimage them, and it's going to target these serial numbers, and these serial numbers, it's going to target them, and it's going to give them these host names, and also reinstall OS on them, or install, reload, or whatever it is that you're doing, update, and etc. Jean? I think it's Jean, or I don't think is it Jean or Jean? I'm sorry. I apologize if I didn't. I'm terrible with names. English is my second language, so it's like I sometimes don't. I'm really bad with names. Thank you for submitting this ticket. It says hot and turn itself off. I don't mean to laugh at you. It's just the way it's worded. It's kind of funny. My computer is too hot and it's making noise while running. So this is typical of a computer that's overheating. And the main thing you can do is open up the computer and make sure it's cleaned from dust. That's the main reason. Second reason is that the fact that you said it's too hot, then it's most likely just dirty. There are a couple of other reasons. Well, first of all, let's kind of back up here. My computer is too hot, right? And it's making noise while running. So because it's too hot, it's making noise while it's running because the fans inside the computer are turned on to really high to try to cool it off. So step number one, let's do this. Hello, my name is Irvin with PC support. Please follow below steps. Number one, open computer and clean any dust. Number two, check to see if you have a virus. And the reason I'm saying this, excuse me, is if you go to Task Manager and your CPU here is going 100%, not like 5% here or 3%, which is normal operations. If it's going like 99%, 100%, or anything that's above 50, 60%, then you have something in the background that's running. So if you sort by CPU process, you can see the top one is taking up the most power. If you see something that looks really weird here that you don't recognize, then it might be a virus. So select it and end task if you can. And then see if your computer temperature goes down, and see if your fans become less loud, or it's not as loud, right? The fan's speed goes down. Obviously do a virus check using your antivirus just to make sure. Number three, is you may need to, well, it's kind of given here. I just want to say here on the first one, when you open computer and clean any dust, make sure all vents are free of obstructions, meaning don't block the ventilations, vents. You guys know what I mean. The holes where the fan blow, and not just that, where it sucks air in. So you may have a fan that's sucking air in and one that is blowing air out. You will have that on a computer. So make sure there are no obstructions, but you should be able to check that while you're checking for dust and clean any dust. Make sure they're not blocked and all that, You may need to, for number three, you may need to check CPU fan / heatsink. Make sure you may need to check CPU fan heatsink dot 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 to make sure it's attached, because I've seen this before too where the heatsink is not attached. Let me show you. CPU heatsink images. Here, this is good enough here. Make sure that heatsink is attached and completely connected here. And you can just press it and to see if it's wiggling too much, then you may have to reattach it. But you also may want to check at the same time and possibly replace thermal paste. Now, only try to do this as a last resort. As a last resort. Because this doesn't happen often, but you know, it takes a little bit of tech knowledge to properly do this, you know. And I have videos on how to apply thermal paste and all that. Let me know if you actually want to see that video. I'm not going to link it here, but let me know if somebody wants to see it, and I'll send you a link to it, and I have a show how to do this properly. Actually, you know what? It makes more sense for me to actually just pop it up here and show you how it's done. And yeah, if it's loose, and possibly change thermal paste. Thermal paste is used between the CPU and CPU heatsink. So underneath here, there is the CPU, and what connects that and this heatsink is this paste, thermal paste that conducts thermal or hotness, that conducts the hotness. All right, and I'm going to say, please let me know if that helps. Julie Chan, I'm sorry. And by the way, thank you all who are submitting tickets. And this is the first ticket I'm doing from Julie Chan. Chan, I'm sorry, I don't know. But forgive me if I mispronounced your name. I do appreciate you submitting tickets. Anybody. And it says, hello, Mr. Kobuman. I have a question, please. What is the cause and solution for this issue? When you ping a website with no reply, example, and you get no reply. So she is asking what the problem is when she pings this IP address and there's no reply. So I'll talk about this in a couple of different, there are a couple of different reasons, I should say. And the first reason here is that looking at your IP address here, this is not a full IP address. It's missing a whole subnet. It's usually 4 sets of digits, right? So we got 170.10.00. Then you got to have another dot, and then, for example, 10 or 100, or it doesn't matter. You need more information to this. And I understand maybe this is just a typo, as in you didn't intentionally type this, right? So that's one reason. This is not a full IP address because it's missing stuff. Now, the reason you would ping an IP address is only to see if a server is working. Not necessarily if a website is working or anything else, because for that you'd be using the website name or a computer name or a server name. And that's what DNS is used for. You know, so you don't have to do the IP. So you don't have to figure out what the IP address is first. So you don't have to use IP address to reach a server. So if you're, for example, going to, here's my website. Here we're going to ping, you know, just type in ping in command line, and you type in, for example, my website name. My website is cosmicnovo.com or kobuman.com. And then I hit enter, and I'm going to get a reply, and it's going to work fine, right? And this is normal, but you get an IP address after you do that. So I can take this and ping that as well, but there's really no point unless I'm trying to see if there's something wrong with the server, you know, and you get the same results more or less. You see that because, you know, it's the same thing. You don't have to remember and ping IP addresses. Now there are a couple of reasons, you know, aside from trying to see if the server is down. Because, if the DNS is not working, if pinging, if pinging cosmicnovo.com like this doesn't work, you can ping the IP address that we've pinged, right? Right? And that's fine. We just did that and we got a positive result. But what if you ping it and let me try this. This is the wrong one. And if I mistype the IP address and it's going to say timed out, or similar to what Julie was saying, it says no reply, right? That means that this server doesn't exist, right? That server is completely down. It's not on the network. It's just something wrong with it. So you would have to have direct access to it, whether it's physical or some other way to get to it. Maybe it's blocked by firewall. We don't know. Now, the only people that would normally ping, aside from troubleshooting this, that are trying to ping IP addresses are people who are trying to hack into the websites. Since we've mentioned a website, in this case, people who are trying to ping websites to see if there's something there or trying to access it. You're pinging, technically, if you're trying to just go to that IP address, if you're just trying to go to it, you're technically pinging it as well because you're sending data to it and then you're waiting for a response. If a website is giving you this, it could mean that you, at your location, are blocked from being able to reach it from your location. Why would that be the case? Well, if you're a hacker, and I'm not saying Julie is, this is a good question that she put in a ticket. It's a great question because people don't really go into it this much and talk about it. Is that you set up a web server to give the no reply or unknown signal back to people who are trying to attack the website or hack it and tried multiple times, or denial of service attacks, or just somebody trying to log in multiple times. Just they use bots. It's usually not done by a person manually, meaning that they just type in over and over what the password is. They would be doing this with bots, that would automatically just do it every few seconds or so. Web servers you can manually block that IP, and the person who is doing it, or the bot, will get a reply of timeout or no reply, or it would just say unknown. And web servers do that purposely to deter the bot from constantly pinging. And not only that, when you set it up like that, there's no load on the server. Server just denies connection. Instead of trying to process the data. When you allow it to process the data, for example, instead of saying it's not there, no reply at all, that would basically give you that 404 error, which is web page missing. You don't want to do that because that puts a load on your server, because it's forcing your server to process more data and forces you to reply with a web page, right? So you set your server to deny connection completely, which gives you no reply, or in this case, it just times out. It just says times out. So as far as you know, that server is not there. But it could be there, but it may be blocking you, specifically the hacker, from reaching it. And the bots are set up to basically give up at some point. They would try like hundreds of times, and then they would realize, well, there's nothing there. And it will be okay on server because server is just simply denying connection. There's no processing done. I hope that's easy to understand, and I know it's a little bit more advanced, and it's not necessarily a help desk type of thing, but maybe if you're tier 3, you'll be thinking about this type of stuff, maybe tier 2. The other ticket that I talked about here was this one from William Matthews, and it says urgent, all files disappeared, cannot access OneDrive. OneNote is not working, it's showing blank. The desktop is not showing any documents or shortcuts. Please help. And for solutions that I've suggested was, please check the C drive for your local profile, which should have any documents and etc. But it might be an issue with the OS. So when there are multiple things missing, like urgent all files disappeared. I cannot access my OneDrive. My OneNote is showing blank. The desktop is not showing any documents or shortcuts. Please help. This always points to something's wrong with your profile, local profile. So let's touch on this real quick. If you go to your profile, so you go to the C drive users, which is you, users, right? You and anybody else who uses a computer, and whatever their login ID is, you look for it here. If I'm logging in as Koboman, I'm going to go in here under a folder Koboman. So what does Koboman have in his profile? He's got documents, desktop, and all the stuff that we talked about. But not just that, all the settings related to, for example, if I have a shared drive mapped, any mapped storage, anything that you see in here, right here. If I have any shared drives or OneDrive add-on installed, or anything, any settings, everything is directly tied to my local profile, which is this. So if you're missing documents, if this is missing, if your OneDrive is not there set up, if you're missing desktop icons, that means your profile is either corrupted or it's gone. So what you need to go in here, so again, in local C drive, users folder, look for your profile here. And go inside of it and see if you can recover any data. Now, as long as your old profile is there, you'll be able to recover it, hopefully, if it's not corrupted too much. But you may be logged in as a temp user. It would say, for example, Koboman, like this. It will be like this. Something like this. Let me show you. It would say Koboman dot temp or something like that. If you see something like that, there's definitely something wrong with your operating system. Okay? And there is a fix for that, but I don't know if that's your issue. So you're going to have to let me know. You're going to have to let me know. Okay? So in the end, this is most likely 99% sure that your profile is either deleted, corrupted, or somebody re-imaged your computer and now your profile is gone. Or you moved to another computer and that other computer doesn't have any of your files because they're located on this computer, right? You'd have to transfer them over. So it's one of those things. My laptop is at capacity. Assign it to myself. Unable to run more than one application at a time. It's really slow opening applications. So this could be what I'm assuming here when it says my laptop is at capacity. To me, that means is it at capacity is in the sense that there's no more space left in it, which I can totally see. So for those reasons, you need to make space. Because right now what's going on is that your computer is working really hard to use the page file that is required to process any applications that you open. So what is page file? Page file is basically virtual RAM or virtual memory that's used for processing, also known as random access memory. So here is memory on my computer here, and it's 16 gigabytes. This memory is used for processing. These are chips. These are sticks of memory, and they're used for processing any software that you open up. So you see right now I have 3.8 being used out of 16. So what is that? That's all of these programs that are open. They add up to that much of RAM being used for processing. Once I run out of this, it starts to use a page file, which is virtual memory that's created on your hard drive, or also known as your storage or your C drive, which is here. If you don't have enough space here, if you're at capacity, meaning that you run out of space here, of course it's going to slow down. Right? It takes a long time to process this. And that's what I'm assuming the issue is here. So what's the solution? Well, either delete stuff to make space on your local C drive if that's the issue, or upgrade to bigger storage, or add another storage and move software to that. because you don't have to install everything on C drive. You can install things on E drive. If you get Office or some other program, doesn't matter, game, video game, doesn't matter. You can install it on another drive. And for those reasons, you can, create space. So you either create space on C drive, delete things that you don't use, like downloads, this and that, temporary files. You can do that. And temp files, here we go. If you just type in temp in search, select delete temporary files, and it's going to calculate for you right here, and it'll tell you how much files can remove. And here it says temporary files 5.8 gigabytes. Right there, that's more than enough to run your page file. And then you can remove, you can uninstall apps that are not being used. So if I go to here, here's a bunch of stuff that I can delete. And of course, it looks at things like recycle bin, which you should be considering first anyways. And then we got downloads here. See, it's like 500 megabytes, temporary internet files, all kinds of stuff. And once you're ready, you just select remove files. Of course, you have to, if you want to delete everything out of recycle bin, you have to select that. Downloads, you have to tell it delete, and suddenly I've made 6 gigabytes of free space. Okay, now I don't know if you mean at capacity something else. Then for you to actually figure that out, go in here, go to Task Manager and see what's taking up CPU power, right? Most likely it's going to be the software that you're trying to pull up, but just in case you see something sketchy in here that you don't recognize, or sometimes it may even look like some kind of Windows process that might be slightly skewed looking, and it's suddenly taking up a lot of CPU power, then you might have a virus that's disguised as a background process. So do a virus scan just in case you're just slow, just in case your computer is simply slow, and then you have plenty of space, right? If the storage is not an issue, do a virus scan to make sure there are no viruses going on. But Task Manager is your friend. Always look at this and see what's using the most CPU power, go from there, and then from here go to the performance and see if you're running out of storage or random access memory for processing. And then you can look at this here. You see how there is internet connection right here going on? That's a clear sign that there is something in the background running that's using up your power. This is bad. I don't have anything right now that I'm using. I'm not browsing anything, and yet there is internet activity, right? Or data over the network, because this could be local too, but in this case I know it's not, right? I know it's not. This is data being sent, and you can see how much. 240 being sent is really, really bad, right? Why is it really bad? Because you're sending stuff away from your computer. If this is a virus, your virus is copying things on your computer, and it's being sent to God knows where, right? This is really, really bad. What you're seeing here, this is really, really bad. This is how a really bad virus would look like. Okay, and I'm going to put this as a timestamp on the video just so you guys know. In this case, definitely run a virus scan, turn off, or first of all, unplug your computer from the internet, and then do your virus scans and this and that. And there's a process on how you could remove viruses if your antivirus doesn't work and you're still having this issue. Then you might have to boot up in the safe mode and then do a virus scan from there. But generally speaking, I wouldn't personally want to use this computer if it's really bad, or to the point where you can't stop it, like it's happening right now. Then I would reimage the whole computer, right? But I would make a copy of documents that you have that you know that you need first. Well, as before you do the reimage of the computer, before you reinstall the operating system. But of course, first thing is always disconnect network cables, disconnect internet. Now I have a surprise for you. This is actually normal for me because I'm using remote desktop. Surprise! So this is normal for me because I'm using remote desktop connection, meaning that I'm remoted into this computer over my local network, and it's sending data. So because, so I can use remote desktop. So how do I know that this is indeed my, well, I know because I've initiated. But if I click here, open resource monitor. Okay, what was my password? Resource monitor, it'll tell me what's using up my network connection. Here it is. Network down here. We can see, here it is, switch host. Here is actually switch host executable that's running in the background. Here is normal for your computer. Again, sometimes these viruses will disguise themselves as switch host, but switchhost.exe is normal, and that's because I'm using a remote desktop protocol and working off of this computer remotely. But here it is. All right. This is my network service, which is switchhost.exe. And you can occasionally see Microsoft Edge trying to do some things here. That's because we have it open right here. You see? Okay, so that goes to show that Microsoft Edge is actually also sending data back and forth. Look at that. Here is Google user content. So look at this is Google bot running Microsoft, using Microsoft Edge.exe to send some data. Look at this. Very interesting. If you want to look at the resource monitor, you can really get into the details. But mostly here, what you're seeing here is remote desktop, constantly sending back and forth data. What did I say about this one? Okay, we're going to reply. I'm going to say, I've talked to William Matthews, so I don't have to introduce myself again. So I'm going to say you can free up space on your C drive. I'm going to call it the C drive because sometimes I don't want to call it the hard drive because sometimes most new computers will have a solid state drive, and I want the people to know the distinction, the difference, I should say, between those two. So I'm just going to solve C drive because that's your storage, and to make sure to check task manager for background processes to make sure. Oh, wait a minute, I already said to make sure. Background processes to see if anything weird is using up, let's say, CPU power. But watch my video just to make sure that you check all of these things. You can free up space on your C drive. Make sure to check task manager for background processes to see if anything weird is using up CPU power. So I would check all of these things. I would take remote control of the computer, and I would check all of these things to make sure everything is running okay. I'm going to close it because this is nothing I can do in this case. You could also route the ticket to local, like a local tech support guy who's going to have direct access to the laptop and check all of these things. Usually help this person would just kind of forward this to local tech support, whatever that may be, and they would take a look if they need to add more hard drive, add more space, this and that. But I would go through all of these steps, talk to the user, make sure they understand all of these things, and then they can decide to delete things, which most likely would probably be the case, just to make some space for the page file for the processing, but then later on use some other storage means, like a shared drive or even some other drive that's installed on the computer. You can have a second hard drive or solid state drive installed on your computer as well. Okay, what plugin means in Office 365? A interviewer asked me this question. Please help. I watch your every single video. Thanks a lot, Mr. Irvin. My pleasure. You're doing a great job. Thank you. You're helping me and many people to get IT support jobs. trying to take A+ exam. Okay. You're welcome. My pleasure. And good luck with A+. I guess that explains previous tickets that you've submitted. They look like A+ questions to me, which is fine, I suppose. Okay, what is plugin? Plugin is something that you plug in. Sorry, I had to say it. So every time we're talking about plugins related to software, in this case Office 365, we're talking about something that you add as an addition to any type of software. So that means it's something that somebody else usually created, and now it's integrating, in this case, into Office 365. And this could be like Outlook or some other piece of Office 365, like any other part of Office 365, Word, Excel, etc. But it could also be like web browsers. So usually plugins are designed to either integrate other part of the same suite, if you will. So if you Office 365, you got Office 365 here, right? You may have a plugin inside your Outlook to access something else that's inside of, for example, I don't know, some other part of Office 365. It could be anything. But let me give you an explanation here. Let me show you an explanation in Chrome. I think this is the best. So if you go to Chrome and any other program, there's a place where you would find plugins. So if you go to, for example, settings, and then just, I don't know, plugins, I think it's called extensions. Yeah, it's called extensions. Here it is. Extensions inside of Outlook, and exactly what it is, right? And when I said that it plugs in to the existing software to basically enhance it and to extend its use, this is why it's also called extensions. So plugins, extensions are the same thing. And then here's an example of that. We got Google Docs Offline extension that's installed in Chrome. So what does that mean? That means it allows you to access Google Docs offline. So Google Docs is basically Microsoft. Think of Microsoft Office or any Office suite, but it's online. It's integrated and it's online. It's online based documents. You know, you can have Excel, Word, spreadsheets, all kinds of different things. That's what Google's Docs are, except everything's online on Google website. If you want to download it offline, all right, then you got to have this plugin, also known as an extension, installed. That's what it is. So it could be anything. I'm going to leave it at that because I feel like that explains what a plugin is for the most part. So I'm going to say plugin add functionality functionality. Of course I didn't spell it right. Okay, add functionality. There it is. To software / programs. We got an email searching issue on Outlook, and sometimes send and receive problems. Nothing in the description. And this is from Shah Fahad. Thank you very much for submitting a ticket. Okay, so email searching issue in Outlook and sometimes send and receive problems. I've talked about this in a previous video as well, but if you're having search issues in Outlook, it could be related to indexing. It could be related to the Exchange server being slow or overused or unoptimized. What is Exchange server? It's the server that you're connecting to whenever you open up your Outlook. So here is our pseudo Outlook that we have. It's not Office Outlook, but it's Outlook nonetheless. So here it is. This account is connected to the Exchange here where it says sample user 26 at outlook.com. That's connected to the Exchange server. which is the email server. Exchange meaning exchanging of communication or emails or mails, right? This is why it's called the exchange. And I think it says here sometimes send and receive problems. So to me, kind of points to the fact that might be, or not the fact, but a guess, just based off the information we have. And sometimes there are issues with sending and receiving email. Again, this points exactly to the Exchange server. So I would make sure that the Exchange server is functioning properly and that there are no issues with that, meaning it's a connection issue. However, that's very unlikely if you're the only person with the issue, right? If you're the only person issue and everybody else who's using the same Exchange server, then something's going on with your computer, and it could be just a slow internet connection. Your VPN, if you're using VPN to access this, especially, there might be an issue where it's slow to retrieve and send data, which is directly related to what you said. Sometimes send and receive problems. But this is also related to email searching. Think about this. Whenever you're searching an email, the email will also search through the Exchange server itself, because your inbox is not, your inbox profile or your inbox account is on the server itself. However, people don't know this. When you add an inbox to your computer, your entire inbox is actually downloaded to your computer locally. And that's fine. And for those reasons, it's faster to actually access this. It's faster to search through these emails and this and that. However, it still has to connect to the server to receive new emails. So you do a search, right? You're doing a search and you're waiting for it, and it's still taking forever. This could mean that it might be waiting for Exchange server to respond. And if you're saying that there are sometimes send and receive problems, to me that tells me there's a connection issue. So again, if it's only you that's having this issue, then you might want to look at your internet settings, make sure that you are connecting without any problems, without any hiccups. So how can you test this? You can do a ping to the Exchange server. You can ping the server, whatever the server name is, Exchange server name, ping it, and then see what kind of response you get when it comes to latency, right? So if you do ping outlook.com, right, you see how long it takes to respond back. So when you just do a regular ping, and you can do 30 pings if you want. You can set it up to do 30 pings instead of just 4. You can see that outlook.com is located here. So that's the first packet, send and receive. And it tells you the size. But what we want to look at here is the millisecond time, right? 27 milliseconds is quite normal and fairly fast. Now, if this gets into close to 100 or sometimes fails, one of these fails, like it just says timed out or something like that, then you know there's a connection issue. But you could have suddenly jumped to 100 milliseconds, 150, 300 milliseconds. Then there's a big latency issue, which could be causing problems with receive and send, and also search. Of course, I would have to have a direct access to your computer in order to test all of this and that. You could, I don't know that I would try to repair Outlook or anything like that, because mainly because you said that there's send and receive problems, which makes me think there is a connection issue rather than something wrong with your Outlook or locally, Of course, look at all of these things, all of these ideas that I've given you, and kind of take a look in a sense whether these issues can be applied to some other issue that you may have locally. If there is an issue in searching and connection issues, you can also look at the task manager as the first place to see if there's something in the background taking up processing speed, this and that. If you find that there's a latency issue that's causing the problem, then look for all of those issues on your computer. and it could be between you and the Exchange server. So if you're on VPN, the cause could be the VPN as well. Then try a different server. Okay, I'm going to reply, and I'm going to say in just steps, issue might be with the Exchange server. Issue might be with connection to the Exchange server. And I'm going to say test latency for connection issues. I really think this is related to that, but I really hope that you watch my video for this. And again, for people who are first time seeing these videos, this is not necessarily how you would note this ticket for help desk. This is just me talking to somebody who is probably a tech person or knows a little bit about computers and wants to fix this issue on their own. This is what I would do when it comes to this ticket, and I would look for these issues. And I'm going to leave this ticket open and wait for a reply to see if we get more clarification of what might have happened, because it's a learning experience, right? And yeah, I'm not going to pretend like I've done anything else, because we don't have direct access to it. We can't recreate the issue, which is the big thing here. And I'm going to keep the ticket open just in case we get more information from Shah Fahad. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. I apologize if I don't. I'm going to move on. Let's see here. I don't see my share drive in my desktop from MD Alam. Windows 10 Pro lost my share drive. How can I get back my drive? All right. Share drive is a network location on your computer, and sometimes they do get lost. So what is share drive in general? It's just the storage that you can use that's outside of your computer. And if you go to this PC and look at where your drives are, you can see that there might be some shared drives installed. And here it is. These are the ones that are connected currently. I have one that's at that network location, and then I have this one at the other location. X means that it's disconnected, meaning that the remote computer or remote server is down. That's what the X means. So in this case, let me see here. We're going to re-add this one here. We're going to look at the properties here. The reason I'm going to look at properties, and the same thing is something you have to do in order to reinstall the shared drive, meaning if your shared drive is gone, like literally there is nothing here, you have to re-add it. But in order to re-add it, you have to know what you're re-adding. So you're going to need network path, because shared drives are located somewhere else and not on your computer. You're going to access it over the network, and for those reasons you need a network path. So what is that? In this case, for network path to work, you need the computer name or the IP address, computer name for the remote computer that you're accessing to. So in this case, this Kobuman shared folder, this is the way you have to install it. So you have to type in // and then type in the name of the server or computer where the shared drive is located. So network storage somewhere. Just imagine network storage. It's somewhere else, but it's also connected to the same network. Has to be the same network. So // here means that it's on the network, and then we've got a name of the server, right? Of the server where the shared drive is. And then we're going to do another / to specify a folder. Now we're getting into the folder level, meaning directory of it. And then we're going to just specify here, looks like it's called shared Okay, so that's the name of the network drive location. And this could be anything. It could be IP address, and then it could be, something very, very specific. But in this case, this is what it is, and it's the same thing as here. Okay, so we're going to remember that. We're going to copy it because we need to use it to install a shared drive. So I'm going to disconnect this one here, and then I'm going to disconnect this one here as well. Means we're going to remove it. Now, if sometimes you would see a blank thing here, but you still might have a network drive connected for those reasons, and for that situation, if you need to remove it where it's not visible, you have to select Map Network Drive and select Disconnect Network Drive, and then they would be listed in here. So to repeat, sometimes you may have a drive that's already installed but not visible. It's not visible, okay? And then you try to add it later on under the same letter, you may get an error. The reason for that is because it's still there, it's just not visible. To find it, go to Computer here, Map Network Drive, and select Disconnect Network Drive before you add it. Okay, and it'll be listed here if it's not visible, and that happens sometimes. Okay, now that looks good. Now we can go ahead and add the network drive. We're going to select Computer, Map Network Drive. So instead of Disconnect, we're going to select Map Network Drive. And then you can pick any letter. People sometimes are confused. They say, I need my shared drive added, or they say, I need my Z drive added back. They don't know that it's a network drive. I need my Z drive back. Well, that's just a drive letter. You can name it anything you want. The main thing what you need from the user is this, the network path where the network drive is located. Okay, you can leave this reconnect at signing. What that does is just checks for the current Windows credentials that you're using. Of course, user has to have access to this drive. Otherwise, you have to use, if they have a specific login credentials that are separate from their Windows login, from their Windows computer, then you select connect using different credentials. What that will do is when you click finish here, it will pop up and it will ask you to put in the login credentials. Okay, it will ask you to enter login credentials. Otherwise, you can uncheck this and then just leave it as it is, and it will connect using the currently logged in and used the Windows credentials, Windows login. Okay, and here it is. It's asking me because it's doesn't have. This is what I should have done. So if you're not, that's what would happen. If you don't have with your current Windows login, if you don't have the access to it, it will pop up and ask you for your login ID. Or you can just do this and it'll come up with the same thing. So I'm going to see if I remember, and then I'm going to select remember my credentials so I don't have to type this in every time I try to open it. Let me see if I remember my password. Very important, right? I guess it's not that. So, very important. Make sure that they're using the correct credentials in order to connect this drive. Clearly, I forgot mine, so it doesn't matter. Anyways, you use the correct one and it will come up again. Sorry, I don't remember what mine was. This is something I've done for some video, God knows when. Okay, I'm gonna reply. Well, first of all, I would take control of the computer, as you guys have seen me do many times. I would take control of the computer and just do all of this for the user. And I'm going to, you know what? I'm not going to do a reply here. I'm just going to assume that I was talking to the customer over IM, instant messenger of some sort, over text or on the phone or something like that. So I'm not going to do a reply because I'm already talking to the customer, or I already finished talking to the customer, and I'm going to say added a network drive. I'm just going to leave it at that. That's all I need. I don't need any more details because it's very to the point, and that would be it for that. Close the ticket because we've resolved it. Okay, I can't log in remotely into my Office desktop, into my Office desktop. So number one reason you can't remote into it, and here's just an example. Matter of fact, let's use Dameware here. Do I have Dameware installed? I should have Dameware installed. Here it is, Dameware. So I'm going to assume that you are an IT guy, and I think you are. I can't log into my Office desktop remotely, right? Number one reason for not able to remote into desktop remotely is that desktop is offline. Remote desktop. That remote desktop is offline, right? It's offline. It's turned off. It's not on the network, right? So in this case, we're using Dameware, and we can just type in the computer name. And if it's just called the remote desktop, that's great. If it's not, then do whatever it is, whatever the name is of your remote desktop. You can also use an IP address. So here's an example of a computer that I have on the network. It's called Kobuman. We're going to open up command line. And the reason you might want to try an IP address is that if a DNS server is not working properly, sometimes your DNS will not be translating these addresses to IP addresses, or not forwarding these host names to proper locations of the network, which would be the IP address. Okay, so we're going to ping Kobuman. And here's the IP address for Kobuman here, right here. You know, this is IP version 6. Preferably, you'd want to use an IP version 4, which is simply like 192.168. whatever it is. And then you just type it in here, and, you know, that's fine. That's if you're, you know, having DNS problem. Let's say, you know, your remote desktop computer is not working. Try the IP address of it, and you get it just like I showed you by pinging it. All right, I'm going to, just a moment, I'm looking for specific settings here. View advanced system settings. The other reason, I don't know, is it number 3, I guess, is that remote desktop is not allowed on that computer. See this one here? This is advanced system properties on your computer. So if you just search for advanced system settings and you open it up, you can see here that allow remote assistance connection to this computer is allowed, right? And then under remote desktop, that's just one part of it, right? This may not necessarily be for using remote desktop on your computer, but it is part of it. And here's a remote desktop part of it underneath it that we know for sure will have these effects. And it says don't allow, and then there's allow remote connections to this computer. Okay? And then make sure that's checked like this. This is on the remote computer, right? Your remote computer has to have this. And then, you know, you have to have proper credentials. You got to be allowed to do so, right? So you have to make sure that you have proper login. So here it is. Encrypted Windows long is Windows NT challenge response. You know, you can, whatever it's set up as, you can use your login information to log into it. So let's just close Dameware. Let's call it something simple here. Let's just show us something that anybody can pull up on their computer. Here's our remote desktop connection. If I try to connect to Kobuman, it's going to ask me for my password. You know, and then I type in my password, and then I connect. Here's what you would normally see for the first time, and then you type in login ID and password, make sure that it's correct and that you're allowed to log into it. I've talked about this in previous videos as well. Thank you for submitting this ticket. Okay, so we're going to say first thing, check below steps. I don't have to introduce myself to Alam because I already talked to him. Step 1. What did I say for the step 1? Try connecting with host name. Try connecting with IP address. Step 3, check Oh yeah, step one is make sure that computer is online / turned on and on the network. Try connecting with, let's just do it one step, hostname / IP address. Check remote computer to make sure it allows for RDP, remote desktop connection, remote desktop protocol, but you know, connection in this case, I suppose. And then final step here is make sure you use correct, I don't know, login info that allows you to use remote desktop protocol. That's it. Scan to email, scan to folder. Okay, so here's an example of scan to email. So we're going to talk about printers again. Printers are very popular, very common thing that happens in helpdesk. I want to set up scan to email and scan to folder functionality for Konica Minolta and Kyocera, a printer for my organization. How do I do that? Thanks. And looks like, okay, it looks like we have another, just a note or a message that was sent. Okay, so he's basically saying, I would love to get a video for this on your channel. Yeah, sure thing, buddy. We're going to talk about this. So this is an example of something that we may not necessarily be familiar with. He's talking about a specific printer here. It's called Konica Minolta brand and Kyocera, okay, which is fine. If you don't have any experience with this when it comes to specific brands, that's okay. You can always just use common knowledge or common tech knowledge when it comes to general troubleshooting and configuration of these type of things. So here it is, scan to email or scan to folder functionality. So what happens is, in this case, you would scan an email or scan a folder, and then you would send that information as an email to yourself or somebody else. So for those reasons, you just have to figure out what kind of steps you have to take when it comes to using these specific printers. So let's do this. We're going to go to Google. We're going to look for some information, and we're going to talk about Konica Minolta scan to email setup. So here it is, directly from Konica Minolta, which looks like a European company. We're going to look at this. So we're going to use some common knowledge here. Let's go back to it and what it says here. So if you've never set this something up like this, you're going to, it says here scan to email and scan to folder functionality. And he wants to set this up. And as a help desk tier 1, you're not going to be doing this type of stuff. Maybe as tier 2, maybe, but it's going to be more likely somebody at local tech support or somebody who has more access. But that's okay. We're going to talk about it because there are things we can learn here. So if I just scroll down, as you saw here, we can see that we can configure, it says here, configure basic settings for scan to email. And it's the very first thing that comes up. So here's a screenshot of it. I don't know how well you can see this here. It's kind of blurred to me on this screen, but I'm going to talk about it so that way we can learn something from this and to show that you can actually configure this, right, yourself. And here it is. It says here email TX SMTP settings, and here it says, email text TX settings. We're going to make sure that's checked, right? Because we want to use this function, and we're going to enable scan to email. We're going to send it to set it to on, which is very important. And here are things that are highlighted. So we're going to talk about this just briefly to understand what's going on here with this scan to email type of thing. So you scan something and you send it to email, right? Here it is. It talks about first thing here in this other square. And it says a rectangle, I should say. It says SMTP server address. So if you want to use your SMTP server, which is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, just like when you configure your email in Outlook. Like if you have to go into the Outlook and manually configure these settings so that way you can receive and send email, we're going to have to configure this. So Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, we're going to have to specify what the address of that is, meaning the Exchange server. Exchange server is the email server. Every time you use your email, it's handled by the Exchange server. And we're going to just type in IP address here, right here where it says 000. We're going to change that to the location of the Exchange server. If you want to use a host name, meaning the name of the server. So instead of typing in IP address, we're going to do a check mark here, and then you type in the name of the server. We can call it, Exchange server, whatever it might be. Other important setting here is port number that is used. In this case, it's 25 for Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, right? And these two parts are very important because it's not going to work unless, because you want to send it to your email, you want it to be handled by the email server, then of course you have to specify these things. Here, another thing that's highlighted here, it says connection timeout, and then you specify how, timeout, like how long to wait until this is processed, right? And then we got max mail size, and you can put no limit, or you can specify maximum size of the server or the file that you're trying to scan and send over the Exchange. And you might want to limit this and put actual, where it says server capacity, and you put actual megabytes on there. You might want to change this to something that's not huge, because it will take forever to process these emails. For all of these big documents that you're trying to scan and then send it via email, it could take forever. So you might want to limit it to, I don't know, whatever is comfortable for your organization. If you see that the server is being overloaded, then you might want to specify a limit. If not, just leave it no limit. I mean, it's up to you. These are all things that you have to consider when setting up these things. And again, this is not a help desk tier 1 type of thing, but this is more like server admin, maybe tier 2, maybe. I doubt it. Maybe, I don't know. Depends on the organization. And then we got the connection timeout, which is how often you can process these. This is something that you have to specifically look for, just like I did, and get the information that you need and configure it properly. Now, just to keep going, I know he talked about Kyocera one as well. You do the same thing, and you just have to look at the manual and how it's done. And sorry, I tried to explain this as much as I can, but just take your time because it's very specific to these printers, and it's not necessarily something that helpdesk would be doing, but at least we've learned something. So I'm going to add a reply. I'm going to say, hello, this is Irvin with PC support. Please use printer manual to configure scan to email settings specific to that printer, meaning any of those that you're trying to set up, meaning any of the print. Well, yeah, I'm gonna leave that out. Okay, so hello, this is Irvin from with PC support. Please use printer manual to configure scan to email settings specific to that printer. These settings will be specific to your org, or meaning organization. Organization. Yes, I spelled it correctly. Haha. I.E SMTP settings and etc. Please watch video for more tips. All right. Okay, we're going to go to add remove programs. We're going to remove this, I hate, by the way, when how this is sorted by name. I always like to sort things by install date. That way I know what the last thing was updated. And looks like last thing was Microsoft Edge, and I didn't even know. It happened in the background. So look at this. It installed two different things. This is why I don't like free software necessarily. Some of it is good, some of it is bad. But I wasn't even aware that it installed PDF Architect, and we're definitely, for those reasons, we're definitely going to do some registry deletion. And these are the dangers of uninstalling, or installing, I should say, of programs that you never heard of, that you just find randomly on the internet. Be very, very careful. Make sure it's approved. Make sure it's certified, and double check to see what they're installing. It's like, why would I need PDF Architect 8? I don't know what that is. If it's about creating, PDFs, look at this. Wow. They really make you jump through hoops, and I guarantee you it's going to leave some registry entries back there. So if you want to remove them, you can. It's just, the biggest problem with some of the free software is that it will give you tons of pop-ups. Okay, registry editor. Okay. Notice how everything stays expanded here in registry editor. It kind of remembers that. Okay, so here we are, H local machine software, and I can just do a search if I really wanted to, but it's okay. I like to visually find it, and it's fine. However you want to do it, I just want to see if it's there. So I forget what the name of that software, the company was. It could be any of these. Is it Kronos? No, it's not. Microsoft ODBC. Here it is. PDF Architect 8 and PDF Tools AG. Those are all the remnants of that. So I'm going to right click and delete. Don't care. It's gone. Look at this. PDF Tools AG. Gone. PDF Forge. See, look at this. There's more crap in here. PDF Forge. So we got to remember this. Gone. Okay. Let's see. Under WoW 64. Here it is. More crap. Okay. Architect. That's not it. That's for ODBC driver. Do not delete that. Okay. I think that's that. Much appreciated. All right. Problems PDF printing. There's no description. It just says problems PDF. But there is a screenshot, which is great. It says there was an error creating your PDF. Failed conversion. Please try again. Contact our support team if problem persists. Now, I don't have any information on what kind of program this is. However, I do know that people use these, what they call PDF creators, and that will either convert or create new PDF files based off of documents that you're observing. Sometimes it's just used to save another PDF file. Sometimes it's used to create a PDF file, and sometimes it's used to simply convert, for example, a text document into a PDF. You save it as PDF, and for those situations, you would need specific software that does that. And I think one of them is like, I don't know, PDF Creator. So I think I've seen this somewhere used. Here's a PDF Creator. We're going to download the free version real quick. This is just for educational purposes. I just picked a random one. Doesn't mean you should be installing or using any of this stuff. I don't know who these are, who these people are, who created this software. I'm just kind of taking a chance here for educational purposes. So we're going to install a PDF Creator to show you what happens. Now, people call this printing. I want to print something, and that's fine. And the reason that happens is because whenever you go try to save something, typically you would select it as if it was a printer, but you would select the software that's used to create these PDF files. Okay? So there's a confusion here with users where they say, I can't print PDF, but what they're actually trying to do is convert or save it as a PDF, any files that they have open. So, and that happens, and it shows up. This, for example, this PDF creator, I don't know for sure, but what is this? Option off? No, I don't want this. See, they want you to install more crap on your computer. Be careful about this. And I've heard of PDF creator. I think there's another one that I heard of called Cute PDF or something like that. I don't know. There are tons of them, or they're out there. I feel this is probably going to have limitations. How many I can save or create. But when it comes down to it, you see how it shows like a printer. This is not users' fault that they started calling it printing PDFs. This is fault of people that are creating this software. So here it is. We're going to choose a file to convert. Here we're going to try this one. I don't know. New text. We're going to click anything. And where is it at? I don't know. I guess it didn't do it. But let me show you something. Maybe it doesn't like that. New bitmap image. Let's try this one. Here it is. But is it going to save it? Okay, so what usually happens is people go to print and they select print here, right? And then they select PDF creator in this case. You see that? And now it's going to save it as a PDF. So let's going to do this. Let's just do this here. We're going to say PDF. Let's just call it that. Question mark? Sure. Let's see if he'll do it, right? So this is what people usually go to print and select print. So instead of regular selecting their printer that's installed here, they'll select the PDF creator and select print. And now it's going to try to save it as a as a PDF. It's going to save it in my document. So we're going to call it test PDF. Save. So it's going to convert it. Okay, I'm just going to close it. Oh, look, it's offering more crap. Never mind. Wow, I hate these free software. Sometimes is just so annoying. Matter of fact, we're going to delete it and we're going to see if there are any traces of it in registry. So we know it saved it into our documents, and here it is, test PDF. When I double click it, whatever, I'm just going to use Microsoft Edge to open this PDF file. Here it is. It worked. It's just that it's upside down, but it works. So you can convert documents into PDF. So problems with PDF printing, I don't know what the problem is. There was an error creating a PDF, failed the conversion. Maybe you select a file that's not supported, a document that's not supported. Maybe there's a limit of how big it is and this and that. And then it says, please try again. Contact our support if problem persists. I would definitely contact their support, and maybe if you want to submit another ticket with more information, I'll be glad to talk about it, but give me more details, which one it is and what happens, how does this happen, at what point, as much detail as possible. Although I do appreciate this screenshot. So it doesn't tell me much though, except that it says it failed conversion. So to me, it could mean that it's just a wrong file or something wasn't done right. Or, as far as I know, reinstalling PDF creator, converter would fix this, right? Okay, before I close this, matter of fact, let's close it here. Okay, I'm going to say hello, and then we're going to remove this PDF creator that I installed. Hello, this is Irvin with PC support. I'm going to say you can try reinstalling PDF converter to see if issue is resolved. It could also, oh wow, could also be an issue with the document being converted. For example, document may not be supported. I would need more and detailed information about the program and the issue to help further. So I'm going to save it, but normally you would take control, take control of the user's computer. You would talk to them and ask them what they're doing, have them show you what they're doing, and then resolve the issue like that. Computer registry. We're going to talk about computer registry. How do I delete? And this is from Onyango. Thank you very much for submitting another ticket. How do I delete, remove software installed from the registry? As always, when you pick up tickets, make sure they are assigned to you before you start working them. So this question here is about deleting and removing software installed from the registry. Every time you install a program, software of any sort, it creates a registry entry. So what is registry entry? We're going to talk about that. Let me just pull up registry editor here. So if you go to search and type in regedit, it's going to come up with a registry editor. If you want to make changes to it, you have to run it as administrator. So you need administrator privileges, administrator login to make changes. Okay? So here is our registry editor. I'm going to start from basic. I'm going to make it easy to understand for anybody, to anybody who wants to know what the registry editor is and what registry does. It's going to be very simple to follow. Okay, so the question was, how do I remove software from the registry editor? And what this person actually means is, how do I remove registry entries? And what is registry? Registry is every time you install a program. Let's say when we installed Chrome here, right? Chrome is right, this icon here. Once you install Chrome, it installs a registry entry into the registry, which basically is a configuration for your software, in this case for Google Chrome. So when we installed Google Chrome, it installed or inserted or created a registry entry, which is basically a configuration. It's a configuration for your software for Google Chrome. So how do we find it? Well, when we installed Google Chrome, right, we have to go download it, and then we have to install it to our machine, which is our local machine, meaning your computer, right? Locally, you're doing it, and this is what happens, right? You download Chrome installer, you install Chrome, and then once you do that, it has to enter registration for it. It has to tell the Windows operating system what the settings are for Google Chrome. It uses these settings for Chrome functions. Okay, so again, you install Google Chrome on your local machine. So how do we find this inside of Registry Editor? Well, you've guessed it. It's under local machine, where it says HKey local machine, right? So we're going to expand this and we're going to look for Chrome. Once I click expand, we're going to look for Chrome. So what is Chrome? What did we install? Chrome is software, right? It's software. So here we go. Here's software option right here, software folder, if you will, with the registration settings. We're going to expand that, and now we're going to look for Google Chrome. Sure enough, here it is. The very first thing, once we expanded software, here is Google, right? And when you select Google, it's just a folder where Google information will be, configuration will be. But so you can simply right click here and delete it, right? If you're no longer using Google Chrome, you can right click and delete, and that's how you do it. But let's kind of expand on this more. Literally, let's expand Google folder, and here it is. It specifies that now we have Chrome installed. Why? Because Google has multiple products. If you were to, for example, install desktop Google Drive, you know how you have your Drive, Google Drive for storage stuff, you can actually install a desktop version of that. So any Google product will be listed under Google folder. In this case, we have product name Chrome, and here it is, it's installed. And yet, we still don't see anything over here. Well, we still have to expand it because Chrome has multiple configuration. So if you expand this, here is part of it. Again, native messaging, and then expanded more, and here is more information. Okay. However, this is just one part of it, and this is a 64-bit part of Google configuration specifically for Chrome here that we looked at. So let's bring this back and go back to this, because there's more. There's another place where majority of actual configuration will be, and that would be under, and that will be under the 32-bit registry information. We're going to find that. So it's going to be the same deal, and it's going to be almost in the same spot, but I want you to know that there is a difference and that you can differentiate this between 64-bit and 32-bit. Now, what the difference is, well, it's just basically where Google Chrome chooses to install its configuration. Sometimes you'll have folders in both locations, sometimes only in one location. However, typical location is 32-bit, which is what I'm going to show you. So again, local machine, that's where we installed Google Chrome. We're going to expand that, and we know it's software. We're going to expand that, and we're going to scroll down and not look for Google because we already found it. What you see here is 64-bit subsystem of it. Here is the 32-bit subsystem of it, and which is right here. Wow, 6432 node. 6432 node. So it goes from 64 to 32-bit, and it's a node configuration. So we're going to expand that, and inside of this, so again, we're under software, wow, 6432 node. This is where majority of stuff and most likely the main actual configuration of the program, and I'll show you, is. So we're going to expand this, and we're going to scroll down, and we're going to look for Google folder, and here it is, Google folder. So same like we did previously, we're going to expand it, and here's another part of it where it says update. And say once I click this, you suddenly see that there are actually way more actual configuration files that you see. So once I clicked on update folder, and when you look on the right, these are registry entries for this part of software, right? These are registry entries, meaning configuration for it. So you may find inside of Google a file that's maybe has configuration settings inside. These might be the exact same settings that you're looking at here that are from registry editor, and these are just different ways of editing these settings. And there you go, that's how you do it. If you want examples on how to edit registry, I have a video I'm going to make a pop-up where it explains to you how you can create registry entries and what kind of purpose you can do with them, or what you can use it for, what kind of things it does. But all in all, you don't want to delete any registry entries for things that are still being used. So if you are no longer using Google Chrome, you can go in and delete any Google folders in there. It's going to be perfectly fine. But if you try to delete other stuff, I wouldn't recommend it. And it's not even a big deal to leave any of those entries. In some rare, super rare, well, I've actually never seen it. I was going to say in some rare situation, maybe leaving a registry entry will cause a problem for some other programs, but I haven't seen that in I don't even know how many years of IT support. So I wouldn't worry about it. But again, check out the video that I've made on how you can even remotely use Registry Editor to configure computers and software remotely, where you don't have to be there at all. You just over the network, you configure a registry entry, that will fix problems, especially if it's a configuration issues. So I'm going to say right in the reply here, you can search. Matter of fact, you can do a search, and I will show you that in my video that I link up here. Very important to watch it if you want to know more about registry. You can search reg edit to delete any unwanted registry entries, but be careful not to delete anything that your OS operating system might be using old / unused software you can delete. So right click anything that you find and just simply select delete. Okie dokie. I'm going to close this. Thank you very much, Michael, for submitting this ticket. Windows Update is frozen and downloading an update at 66%, unable to get new updates. Yeah, I've seen this before, but let's read this ticket. Appreciate all the detail, I really do. For a few, yeah, by the way, if you submit a ticket, make sure you provide as much detailed error screenshots, or if you type in what the error is, excuse me, it really helps. For a few days now, I have been having trouble with my laptop getting new updates. My laptop is pretty new, less than a year old. Wow, okay. It's new HP running Windows 11 Home, 16 gigabytes of RAM, and it has a hard drive / SSD hybrid storage. If you guys don't know what this is, usually, I mean, he could have separate solid state drive and a hard drive installed, but there are actually drives that are a combination of solid state and magnetic. Solid state part of it is just kind of used for the operating system, and the magnetic part of it is used for just storage, basically. Windows Update has been stuck frozen downloading updates at 66%. Okay, I have tried a few things like restarting my PC, of course, and get help and give feedback, both of which didn't work. I keep getting try again message or unable to establish connection. Oh, okay. Also tried Windows Update Troubleshooter, which seems to acknowledge problem, but didn't fix it. And no luck launching new PC hardware diagnostic and HP support assistant. Lastly, I just want to mention that the problem first started after linking my Galaxy S21 to my PC. Galaxy S21 is his phone. I avoided linking the two. For a while now because I was afraid it would make it easier for me for something malicious to gain access to both devices. I attached the screenshot below. Thanks. Oh, okay, awesome. Oh, okay. I love screenshots. Try again something. That's just, it failed. Failed update. We're having trouble connecting. Okay, there might be something there. And then we got this one here. Yeah, it's basically trying to install this cumulative update for Windows 11 system. Okay. So first of all, Windows 11, I still haven't installed Windows 11 on my computer for these exact reasons, because they still haven't resolved all the issues. Here's another. This is PC hardware diagnostic. We couldn't create the data directory. Microsoft Edge can't read and write to its data directory. Local temp. Huh. All right. We're going to touch all of these things here. I'm just checking to see if there are more issues here. So the first thing I've noticed is that you're getting this here, which is kind of critical. This message here where it says unable to establish a connection. So I know according to your screenshot here, you are connected to Wi-Fi. Now make sure that your internet is working and everything is working. I know you know it's downloading, and it's downloading at up to 66%, as you can see here on the right. Doesn't mean that you're not losing connection. So what I would try to do is connect physically if possible, meaning take an Ethernet cord and directly plug it into your router and your modem and see if that fixes it. That's what I would try first. Now, this here makes me think that there is some kind of a corruption on the Windows itself, or for the Windows 11 itself. And for these reasons, and I know you bought this with Windows 11, but there's no reason that Microsoft Edge can't read and write to its data directory. And this here specifies your local temp app data local. This, so what's going on here is that it's trying to it's failing to write to a specific folder, which is your local profile. It says here C users Michael. So it means that there are some kind of restrictions set on your local profile that's causing this specific error. And I would say it's maybe unrelated to your Windows update, but then again, it could be. What I would actually check and to see is whether your login profile, which is here Michael, has elevated privileges. Now, Windows updates shouldn't have to ask you for this. It should already have elevated privileges that will allow this. And I know you ran a PC hardware diagnostic here for Windows, and it gave you this error, and it talks about Microsoft Edge, which you would think is unrelated. You would think it's unrelated to the issue that you have, but it might be if the issue is that that it cannot install Windows Update. It cannot finish install. And the reason it may not be able to finish the install could be related if it requires elevated privileges to finish installing. So let me kind of put this in a kind of a working example. Here we are here downloading your update, right? A lot of times you can just download things, but doesn't mean that you can execute them. So if you're downloading a program, in this case an update is definitely going to execute things, means it's an executable, and it downloads at 66%. At this point, as far as we know, it may actually try to install the update rather than keep downloading it. Now again, it could be your internet connection issue. This could be a problem too. This could be causing this. But sometimes you have these programs that are trying to or waiting for something else to finish or don't have elevated privilege. So now it gets stuck at 66% and nothing happens. It may need elevated privileges for it to finish. And this could be an issue if you're logged in into an account that has these restrictions. If you look also in the background, this could also be a problem not just for Windows updates, guys. This is for people who are working help desk as well as tier 1 and tier 2. You can sometimes have something running in the background that's a setup to install something else. It's running in the background and it's preventing other programs from being installed. The reason is because Windows can only install one thing at a time. It's designed to install only one thing at a time. So you have to make sure that Task Manager doesn't have something in here that's listed, for example, running a setup, like it's installing something. Like you look, background processes. You look at the background process and look at the apps and everything else. Scroll down and look for something like this. Look at this here. Doesn't this look like some kind of a software install thing? It's not, but it could be, so if it says like set up something else, it could be a totally different program and it's still doing it and it hasn't finished it, you might want to simply end the task and kill it. And that might cause the other program that's trying to install, in this case, for example, Windows Update, to actually proceed with the update because it might be waiting for that other operation to finish first. So again, Windows can only install one thing at a time. Again, I'm just throwing things out there that might be causing this. So these are all things you might want to look into. Now, there's something else you could do. Well, let me get back to this here where your profile might not have elevated privileges. You cannot run Windows Update. Let me see if actually update You can't run it. Yeah, you either open it and it should have elevated privileges. It should have elevated privileges, and it should just do it without you having to, because you can't just run it, as far as I know, as administrator to give it administrator privileges. But make sure you do have some kind of an admin account. Go to your account and make sure it's, set up properly. You can create another local account and then run the update to see if it'll actually work. You can create an admin account, but make sure you set up a password. I have a video on how to do that, how to secure your computer by creating an admin account, which I will post up here, and then you can check it out on the right hand side, which I highly recommend for anybody to do instead of using admin account just for everyday stuff. Use your restricted account, local account, for everyday use, so that way if you do get a virus, your virus is not going to automatically have admin privileges. Very important. Now, I don't recall. Let me just go to google.com here. There's a thing that's called Windows, is that repair tool? Let me see if there's one for Windows 11. I know there's one for Windows 10. Yeah, it still might be something new. Windows repair tool. Okay, let's try this. So here's this thing, what I'm talking about. I don't know if there's one for Windows 11 or not, but you can. That's not what I wanted, actually. I'm sorry. I'm tired today, guys. It's Friday. Windows Update Assistant. That's what I wanted to see. Windows Update Assistant will help you update your Windows if it gets stuck like this. I'm just trying to see if there's one for Windows 11 specifically. Software download Windows 11. Oh, wow. This is not taking me anywhere. Look at this. It's a blank for Windows 11. They must have just created that page and nothing comes up. Wow. Okay. So Windows Update Assistant, you can download, if you go to this page and download Windows Update Assistant, and I know this is for Windows 10. I don't know if it's going to work for Windows 11 because, again, I don't use it. It may not, but there should be something for Windows 11 that's similar to it. What this will do is basically fix what your problem is. It will download the newest version of Windows onto your computer, and once you do that, it shouldn't. Now be careful. I don't know, because it's Windows 11 again, but if Windows 10, all it is just going to update it. You're not going to lose any data. But with Windows 11, just kind of double check this. It's going to install the newest version of Windows. So if you go to your search and type in Win, WINVER, and just hit enter, you get what the version of Windows that you're using here. It says version 21 H2, and here's the build of it. This Windows update tool will bring it to the most current version of what that is. Because you could be running version 21 H2 for a year or two and still get regular updates, but what these are major versions of Windows operating system. So if you have a way to install a next version or a next version, major version update, it should fix your problems. But try all those things that I've also mentioned in that order. Okay. This is a great ticket. So I'm going to reply here. I'm going to list the things that we've talked about. Okay. I'm going to say, hello, this is Irvin with PC support. And the reason I'm doing this, because I don't believe I've talked to Michael before. Below are troubleshooting steps. Make sure that you have solid internet connection. Meaning that is working 100% of the time, just to make sure, you know, that that's not the problem where it's stuck at 66% of downloading, right? Number two, check to see if any changes happened to your local profile. I think that's I'm going to say you may need to use admin local account to finish this update. If needed, create a second account, log in to it, and finish installing update. Then later on you can switch to your main one. Make sure there is no other process in the background installing some other software which would prevent Windows updates. Not just Windows updates, but again, any other program. You gotta wait for one to finish before you can do the other one. As last step, look for Windows Update tool. Look for Windows 11 Update tool and use that to update Windows OS. Yeah. I'm going to leave it open so you can let me know if that worked. Please let me know if that worked. Let's do another one from Onyango. Dots on printer paper. I have printed, but I have dots on the printer paper. Please fix this issue. So, you know, a lot of times people would assume that dots on the printer paper is bad driver, which could be, but usually bad printer driver would be like, would be just gibberish on the print itself. It wouldn't be like it's printed, but they have dots. What this usually means is that the rollers that roll the paper in and out are dirty. There's something got stuck on them, and they picked up some of the ink, and they are now leaving a trail of dots on the papers that are printed out. Well, let me show you here. Google.com. What was it? Printed paper has dots. Yeah, so it's just like it says here. Typically caused by foreign material inside of the machine. You know, something gets stuck on the inside of the roller, or you know, or something that would damage, you know, the drum basically. All right, let me see if I can get a good picture. So basically, what it comes down to, you have to clean it. Here are these dots, and I mean, I guess you could be printing dots. Again, well, you could try the check the printer driver as well. Make sure it's the correct one. Here's an example. You see how it has those dots? That's just something dirty on the inside. And the reason here it's kind of evenly spaced out because it's on a roller, right? And the roller has something stuck on it, so it's like just passing through and just creating these dots. I don't know. I wish I had a better picture. Here, maybe I do. Hold on. Here it is. Here's what I'm talking about. You see right here, this part here can get dirty. And you can use some, I don't know, isopropyl alcohol, but put it like on some kind of cotton swab or something, maybe a paper towel, and just gently try to clean it to wipe off anything on there, unless it's something physically damaged. But most likely this is what the cause is of this. You see here, you can turn it and then just, do some cleaning, clean it. And that's typically what the cause of this is. Not like, these dots, other dots that they're being paper dots now. But yeah, if it's something like what I showed you, then most likely you just need to clean it. And in the off chance it could be a printer driver, but I don't think it is. It's just dirty, and you can clean it if you want. Just be careful when you do it, and maybe look at some instructions for your specific computers on how to do it. Don't just like try to do it without some instructions that you have. All right. Well, let's do another format. Let's do similar. I'm going to say this could be two different issues. Number one, dirty drum / rollers have something stuck on them, which needs to be cleaned. Please follow manufacturer instructions on how to clean this. Kind of feeling out of it today, guys, so my spelling is not the best today. Number two, in off chance it could be wrong driver, but it's most likely the first thing. Okay, I'm going to close this. So again, this is just helping in this case, Onyango, being a tech support person, and I'm going to close this ticket because there's nothing to follow up. This is just kind of asking for advice, but normally I say this a lot, is you have to follow up at least twice or just do it and fix it. But I don't have physical access to this printer, so during remote connection, the connection is successful, but it says password is required. So yeah, you can use any type of password. Well, let's say you say the connection is successful, but it says password is required. Well, it wouldn't be successful. It would not. Oh, you mean like you're able to connect, but it's asking for a password. Well, here's just a regular remote desktop session. Okay. And what you need to do here, you have a couple of options. You can use your local admin account or any local account that's allowed to use remote desktop on this computer. So for example, we're connecting to a computer named Kobuman, right? Where when you connect to it, you get a pop-up and it's asking me to log in. So what am I going to do? And I can select use different account. This is what you would normally see. And if you're on a domain, then you use your domain login. So you type in your domain login if you're an administrator, and then you type in your password, and then you click OK, and it should work fine normally. All right, assuming that you have domain privileges or administrator privileges for that entire domain, right? This is all replicated. Remember how I talked about replicating domain passwords on your computer whenever you change it? Well, once your computer is connected to the domain or the same network, it's going to know that you are part of the domain. So if you use your administrator domain credentials, then you should be able to remote into any computers just using your regular domain login and password. Alternatively, you may have to type in local admin ID. In my case, it's Kobuman, but I'm going to type it in so it's easier to understand. Local admin, or just any profile. So it could be just as long as it's a local one and it has administrative privileges, then or ability to remote in, then you should be able to access it. Now you may, you just have to make sure that that person and that computer is able to initiate remote desktop support, the remote session to begin with, which in this case it is, and in your case it is. You just get this pop-up. So same difference, local admin, and then you have to figure out what the password is. For that, then you just type it in, connect. That's pretty simple. Okay, so I'm going to say reply. You can use, well, I'm going to say you have two options to use RDP, which means remote desktop protocol. Well, what I just showed you. One is use your domain login. Make sure it's an admin login. Number two is use local admin login, or any local profile that they can that's allowed to connect remotely to it. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave it at that. Okay. All right, moving on. Again, this is just a more of like a question, but you would basically talk to the, it's given at this point, since this is a 17th video in the series, that you might want to talk to somebody who is needing help at any moment. So here's a ticket. It's called Backup is Not Working. It's from Marianne Cayola. Thanks again for submitting these tickets. When it comes to these type of tickets where backups are not working and something like that, this may be something that might go to tier 2 help desk, or maybe even local desktop support, or just desktop support team. Because when you start dealing with backups, it usually entails having a higher level of elevation when it comes to access. So, like having access to certain things that you would not normally have access to as tier 1, in this case if it's a shared drive. So here's an example of event log, which is great. Thank you very much for providing this. And here it points to the location on the network of where the drive is, where the backup is located for this specific drive. So every time you access network, you have 2 backslashes followed by IP or a host name, and then you would specify the folder that it's at. In this case it's called backup, and then you've got a different volume image for that, and that's what this is here, and it specifies it like that. And however, the event log here, and the main thing that we should concentrate on here, is bad decryption password. So I know this says here that it's a password, and technically it is. But when you're dealing with backups and like something like this, you're talking about file transfer protocol. In this case, secure file transfer protocol, also known as SMTP. In this case, you have to set up a key, either a public key or a private key, on both ends, from a client to the host, where everything is hosted. In this case, this location of the network. So what you actually need to look at is whether the keys are set up correctly and if they're matching. So in order to open something here, right, at this location where this backup is located, since it's using secure file transfer protocol, it means it's secure, it's locked up, and you're not able to access it because your decryption key, in this case a key that you need to have that's matching the one that's on the drive itself, is wrong. So this is something you need to look into. So let's just kind of give more context to this. If you're, for example, using, I don't know, any type of file transfer protocol like FileZilla, PuTTY, you can generate these keys. So let's talk about PuTTY key. Yeah, key generator. You can use PuTTY to generate keys. It's a pair of public and private keys that are generated, and these are the this is what I'm exactly what I'm talking about. So let's just look at this briefly here, since this is mostly for help desk, tier 1 and tier 2, but it's I mean this video is for tier 1 and tier 2, but you know, it's okay to learn a little bit about this, although it's something this is something more advanced than not necessarily you'd be doing, but it's good to know. So these keys that I talked about, this tool generates these keys. So it generates pair of keys, and one goes on to here, right, where the location of the shared drive is, and then one you put on your machine if you want to access it, or a website. So if you want to transfer files to your website from your home computer, you have to set up two keys, which basically it should be called more like a lock and a key type of thing. So that way you create that secure connection. And I think I'm going to leave it at that. I think that's as far as I should go when it comes to explaining this in this type of environment, meaning this type of tutorial. All right, I'm going to just leave a note, which is a reply to customer, which I'm going to send to customer. I'm going to say, please make sure that keys used for authentication are matching. And I'm going to say, meaning that key at the backup is matching the one on the client computer. All right, I'm going to leave it at that because, again, this is not a regular type of help desk ticket that you would normally work on, but this is what I would check. Check to make sure that keys are matching. Public and private key are matching. Public is the one that a client would get, and the private one would be on the host itself here. And when they're matching, there shouldn't be no problem in accessing this backup at all. Which hopefully in your case somebody actually recorded this before they set up the server. So okay, I'm gonna save it and I'm going to close it because this is, as tier 1 or tier 2, this is not something you'd be working on, but I'm going to close it. But what you would normally do is forward this to desktop support. You can have desktop support at local level, and then you can have desktop support as in a team that's called desktop support, but they are for the entire company. They deal with anything that's system administration to images to software that's been installed, everything else for the entire company. Okay. And we have a screenshot, which is awesome. Hello, Kobuman. Well, let's see first what it says here. Microsoft Teams sign in, sign out in error. Sign in error, Outlook plugin for Outlook 2016. Yeah, let's see, did we get another? Aha, looks like Waleed responded here. It says, yeah, it's some kind of network issue, but it's pretty rare issue, but still occurs. Yeah, that's what I suspected. Thanks, Waleed. Man, this is real time, guys. Real time. Awesome. Awesome. I have Microsoft Teams plugin installed on my computer with Office 2016. Recently, when I tried to create Teams meeting in calendar tab at bottom of Outlook. Okay. When I click on calendar tab in Outlook bottom and click new Teams meeting to create a new meeting, gives me an error. Sorry, you need to sign out of Teams and sign back in before you can schedule your meeting. If problem persists, please contact your support team. I have tried running a repair in Office 365, but it did not fix the issue. I have tried signing in, but it gives me the same error. Let's look at the error here. So he's trying to use this plugin that is for Microsoft Teams that's embedded into Outlook. Sorry, you need to sign out of Teams and sign in again before you can schedule your meeting again. If the problem persists, please contact your support team, just like you said. All right, so this is a big problem this is a big problem with plugins. Every time you try to use a plugin that's integrated into another software, especially if it's a third-party plugin, they can be finicky and they can cause problems. Now in this case, it clearly tells you whenever he tries to click on the calendar and click on new team meeting to create a meeting, it gives him an error. So every time he tries to use it, basically, it gives him an error. So it's at this point it's useless. It's unusable, and it tells him you need to sign out of Teams and sign in again before you can schedule your meeting. So what this clearly says here as well is that you're signed in somewhere else, most likely. Now, I don't know if this to be the case, but that's the main thing that comes to my mind, is that maybe you're signed in somewhere else into Teams. And you're not necessarily signed into Teams application itself, but maybe other Office 365 product, because it uses the same sign-in. So if you use your cell phone, your smartphone, to access anything that's related to Office 365 or using this specific login, then you might want to make sure that you're not logged in on other devices into Office 365. That's the first thing I would check, mainly because this error tells you to, right? This error tells you to. We can't ignore that. We can't go about trying other things unless we try this first and make sure 100% that that's the case, which could be happening. I've seen issues where people log into multiple computers and suddenly they're starting to have weird issues like this. Now, other thing you can do is flush any old data. Well, I know you said you tried to repair Outlook, and that's fine, but have you tried to reinstall the plugin for Teams? That could also be another thing. Now, I don't know for sure how these plugins are installed for Outlook like this, but what you generally see when it comes to to plugins and computer data is that it will create a cached folder of settings, documents, and things that it uses while you're using the computer, which can also include the plugins that you're using. So what I suggest next is that you go to users folder and look for your login. In my case, it's Kobuman. Go to app data, go to local, go to Microsoft, and look in here to see if there are any folders related to that plugin. If you see Teams plugin or Outlook folder or anything like that. So what you can do is go in here and flush this data. And the way you do it is simply, and let's just pick any of these. Well, let's do something else because I don't want to delete anything that's Microsoft to cause problems. But you can pick anything here, like this Citrix here. This Citrix is a plugin for your computer, and its data is stored in here. And if I want to flush it, reinstall it, I would just rename this folder. Don't delete it, just rename it, and then try it again. This is going to reinstall and push or install new configuration data, files, cached files, and this and that in there. And same thing can be done for other programs like WebEx, Google, anything that's being used. Now, just be careful. Make sure that you found the correct one. If it says Teams plugin, then go ahead and give it a shot. And the reason I said rename it is because you can always go back and restore that. You can always restore that. So if it's not working, if it's still broken or something else is broken, go back, rename it back to what it was, and delete the new one that was created, because it will create a new folder in here. So you'll have two Citrixes, Citrix 1, Citrix 2, or whatever it names. But if you have Citrix old, and then it's just going to create another one that's called Citrix, which will be the new folder. That's just an example. But that's how I would go about this and see if I can. Now, Microsoft likes to install things different places, like in here. Look at this. Packages, like if you're, for example, looking for sticky notes, they will be here. You know, the application for sticky notes might be here, like this in here somewhere. So Microsoft likes to put different things in different places. So just be careful, look around, make sure you find the correct one and give that a shot, see if that works. Otherwise, you may have a wrong version of the plugin, or something is incompatible and causing the problem. But yeah, first thing first, I'm going to say this. Hello, Javier. Please try steps below. Log out of any used Office 365 applications. Okay. Number 2, repair plugin only if possible. Number 3, flush app data from app data folder. For example, C users login ID, whatever it is that you use for your computer. App data. I'm going to say this: flush old settings / data from app, for example, and look for folder used by that plugin and or Outlook. Sorry guys, I don't have Outlook installed per se. The one I showed you earlier is not a real Outlook. It's just some kind of pseudo thing. And step 4, what did I say for step 4? Was there a step 4? Oh yeah. Make sure the correct, make sure that, I guess, a compatible version of Teams plugin is used. I'm getting really tired here. Okay. Please let me know if that worked. I see you. Thank you for submitting this ticket. Let's do it. Let's do it. Unable to log into my computer. This is very, typical ticket that you would see. Hey there, IT. I am trying to log in to my computer, but I'm getting a bad timestamp error and unable to log in. I also see that my time is incorrect as well. Please help. Huh. Timestamp. This is unable to log into computer. I'm trying to log into my computer, but I'm getting a bad timestamp error. Unable to log in. I see that my time is incorrect. So I guess this could happen when the times are not matching, your local time and the main controller times. I guess this could happen. I know this can cause problems with websites. So let's say your time, and here's my time here on the right. Let me close this here. If your time here, it says here 12:32 p.m. And the date here, especially time and date, you can see that here it's Friday, February 18, 2022. If this is different, if this happens to be different, compared to the server, whether it's a domain server or a website, you're going to get a website errors like certificate errors and such. So you would try to go to a website, and let me see if I can find one. Website error because of wrong time. Let's see. Hopefully, let's see here. Maybe I'll find. Oh wow, there's some specific ones. So it'll be kind of like this. It would say that the website is insecure. Potential security issues. It'll be kind of like this. I forget exactly if it would be this one, but you will start getting these errors where the certificate on the website, the security certificate, like this here, you see how Google has a certificate. If it's not correctly matching to your time zone, then it'll show up as this, where it'll say your connection is not secure because your computer is assuming that there's something wrong with the certificate. So I can see maybe same thing happening with your login, computer login. And obvious resolution here is to change your system time, your system time to the correct time. And you're saying here, also say that my time is incorrect as well. So you can obviously go in and change it. So your clock here, so just right click it and then select adjust time and date. So make sure that your time zone is selected correctly, and then you can set it to synchronize from the server, which is time.windows.com. It will synchronize your computer to whatever it is, and then make sure your time zone is selected correctly. Now, if this keeps changing, that could mean that your computer is losing power, and I don't mean power when you unplug it and suddenly power goes out in your house or wherever you have your computers plugged in. I don't mean that. I mean loses power because of the BIOS settings are losing power, in the sense that they are powered by a battery. So inside of your computer BIOS, which is the base system of your computer, is powered by a battery in order to keep certain settings always there. And here's actually a perfect example. Oh wait, I was going to zoom into this. I'll zoom into this so you guys can see. This battery here on your computer keeps track of saved settings for basic functions, what they call POST, power on self-test. Whenever you power on your computer does power on self-test. And it does it based off of settings that are saved on the chipset, on the chip of the motherboard. And that is kept. Those settings are kept, including time and date. Time and date are also kept saved by a battery, this battery here. And if the battery starts to go out, then you may have this problem where the time is being, constantly being switched to the old time. Because whenever the power is lost, here, it reverts to the old system settings that were from the manufacturer. So if your computer was made 3 years ago, it'll revert to, 2019, right? It'll revert to date and time from 2019. And I can see that possibly causing a problem. I'm not sure exactly what the situation is here, but since you talked about timestamps, let me see if bad timestamp error is anything else that I've maybe missed that I'm not aware of. Bad timestamp error login. Let's see what this is. Okay, here it is. This is from just another website. A bad request time error occurs when logging into Duo authentication for Windows Logon. If you do see this, indicates your Windows server has connectivity to Duo's cloud service. Okay, so I don't know if this is related to actual Duo. Duo authentication is whenever you are trying to log in to a VPN, right? That's the main reason to use Duo authentication. So this might be related to something to VPN, but I don't know here for sure. Sysadmin. Let's go to Reddit here real quick. I want to see what this is. We have Duo installed on about 100 Windows 10 laptops that are working from the user's home. The user signs into Windows first and then connects to VPN, which allows, okay, right. Yeah, Duo is used for that, which allows them to sync the time with the main controller. You see, I talked about the main controller here. We have found that if the users leave their Windows laptop running over a long holiday weekend without VPN connected, then the time will get skewed until user connects to VPN, and even takes a good 30 to 60 minutes for time to correct itself. Oh wow, I didn't know this was happening. Enter the newly installed Duo client who seems to be okay. So yeah, it's Duo Authenticator is not liking if this is the same thing. I wish you had specified if this was the same thing. Duo Authenticator app, authentication app. If this is the case for PC, then this is obviously an issue, right? Well, yeah, I mean, this is what he's... All right, so Authenticator, okay, whatever. Look, I'm not going to get into this because you haven't specified yet, Walid, but thank you so much for submitting this. If it is issue with Duo Authenticator, then it's something that is just the way it's set up. This is why in my company we always tell people to reboot their computer at the end of work, at the end of their shift. Whether it's whenever they were at the office or at home, we tell them once you're done using your computer, reboot it so these weird issues don't happen. But looks like the issue might be just to wait it out and fix it. So I'm going to keep this open. I'm going to say hello, Walid. Can you please tell me exactly where you get this error? So I was trying to be open-minded here, assuming that this was a Windows error that I've never seen before, bad timestamp, but it doesn't appear to be the case, most likely. I don't know. Well, we're going to wait for Walid to respond, and if not, then we'll get back to it. But yeah, whenever you're connected to VPN, or when you're not connected to the VPN, I can see the time getting screwed up or skewed if you're not connected to the main controller for a certain period of time, which shouldn't be happening. If I'm being honest, you'll be able just to connect, no problem. But with Duo Authenticator like that being finicky like that, that's definitely a problem. Here is one from Nihal Patel. My computer is slow. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing anybody's names wrong. I apologize. My computer is running slow. What should I do to make it faster? Well, first thing you need to do is open up your task manager and see why it might be running slow. First look at, here we go, performance. See if your CPU is being used a lot. If your CPU is being used a lot, like instead of just 1% here, let's say it's 50%, and you don't know why, 50 means that 50% of your CPU power is being used by something, go to processes, sort by process, and see what's causing it. Make sure it's not a virus or something else running in the background. That could cause your problem. Obviously, the next thing is check to see how much available memory you have. Like this computer has 16 gigabytes, and it's only using 3.8, which is perfectly normal. If you're running out of RAM, which in this case it's called memory, I don't know why they keep naming things weirdly where it's confusing. I guess they don't care that whether users understand it or not. So this is random access memory. They really should call it RAM. Random access memory, which is used for processing anything that CPU is trying to process. And if you're running out of it, let's say more than 16 gigabytes are being used here, then your CPU is going to be acting, it's going to be under heavy load as well. It's not going to be just 1% here. It's going to be maybe even up to 100% power trying to catch up, because now it has to use a page file, which is a virtual memory used from your local storage, your C drive. And that's not as fast as random access memory. So you can do that. And if you have a standard hard drive as your main operating system, this is a standard HDD hard drive, which is a magnetic. These are old and they're slow. If your computer is slow because of that, because it's slow to read and write, meaning read anything that you're trying to open and write anything that you're trying to save on your computer. If it's too slow to do that, and it's going to, then the issue might be with that. But then you can switch over to using solid state drive, which you can see that my main operating system here, C colon, right? My C drive is SSD, solid state drive, which are a lot faster. So sometimes you can improve performance by a lot just simply by getting a solid state drive for your operating system. And you can see this one is tiny. It's only 120 gigabytes, but it's more than enough to run the operating system, right? You can see that everything's running perfectly fine. And that's how you can do it, unless you're talking about gaming. Then you might want to get a GPU, this and that. You can be more specific and tell me, submit a different ticket, I suppose, because it seems like this is just an inquiry. But let me know your specs if you want. Submit a new ticket. Let me know what your specs are and what kind of problems you're seeing. Why is it slow? Is it your game slow, or your everyday tasks slow? Let me know. Submit a new ticket and I'll talk about it again. Thank you very much for submitting this ticket. Hello. You can check system performance inside the task manager to see which resources are lacking, I guess, or being used too much, i.e. I.E. in this example, CPU usage, RAM usage, and etc. And I'm just going to close this because this is more of an inquiry. It's not a typical help desk ticket, Thank you very much for submitting it. Double-sided printing issue. Double-sided printing, okay. A printer has failed to print double-sided. How do I solve this? So this is actually just a setting that you need to do, that you need to tell your computer's printer driver, I should say. So whatever your printer is, find it in printers and scanners. Right click it to make changes to it. Printers and scanners. Here we go. Manage. Printer properties. And in here somewhere, it's going to depend on the type of, I know this says fax because I don't have a printer installed, but it'll be similar like this. We're changing the driver preferences or something like that. And in here, there will be a setting that will allow you to change it to double-sided or single-sided. It just depends on like if it's like an HP printer, it could be anywhere. It could be right here somewhere, setting. The setting is definitely there is what I'm trying to say. But it is going to vary from printer to printer. Yeah, so it's going to be in the printer driver is what I'm trying to say. So it's not a hard fix at all. It's just that you have to look around. And, different printers, different locations because of different printer drivers. But it's going to be in here. There's nowhere else to be. and you would just have to go in and select to either single-sided or double-sided. As simple as that. All right, so me not having a printer installed to show you that is not a big deal, because I showed you where to go exactly, and all you have to do is just find where the menu is. Sometimes we do have to look for things, because not every computer or not every driver is the same. Not every software is the same. We spend a lot of time figuring things out. It would be easy to do troubleshooting, any tech support troubleshooting, if we knew every single software. And that's a quick and easy fix, right? You just snap your fingers like that and it's fixed. But man, sometimes you come across an issue that you've never seen before, and I highly encourage you to do so, in order to learn new things, because now once you figure out how to do it, now you're going to be the guy who knows, guy or a gal or a lady that knows how to fix this one thing that nobody else took time to fix. You see what I'm saying? So you got to spend time to figure out where it's at. We know it's there, we just have to find it. So it's all it is just a setting that you have to click. Okay, so I'm going to say, please check the printer driver under printers and scanners and look for option to enable or disable single sided or double sided printing. And again, this is something you would do. This is something you would do for the user, right? This is something you would do for the user. And I'm going to pretend like I've done this. Changed settings to be, change printer settings to be double-sided. Companies nowadays actually by default leave it like that and force people to use double-sided because they want to save money on paper. All right, closed. Moving on. From Marianne, thank you for submitting tickets. Outlook requires password. I cannot log into my email, into my mails, because Outlook suddenly requires a password. It was never necessary to type in a password. I don't get it. Please help me. I need my mails. So that's a great ticket. You may get this sometimes. Let's see. This is not Outlook, but this is, well, it's a pseudo Outlook. It's not real Outlook. This is what, this is what they install on everybody's computer. And anyways, let's say this is Outlook and suddenly it's asking for a password. Usually this happens whenever you change your password and your computer hasn't gotten the new password from the domain. Your computer hasn't replicated the new password locally. So normally you don't have to log in all the time, right? It's just open like this. It's just open. It doesn't ask you for password. But however, if your credentials, like these here, look at this here, sample user 26@outlook.com. If this is tied to your domain, let's say your domain name is I don't know, funnycats.com. Let's say your company is funnycats.com, right? And it says, I don't know, bob@funnycats.com, and suddenly it's asking for your password. Well, chances are your login is tied to your domain login, which has to be replicated locally. So if you already had this open and you haven't updated locally your new password that you've changed, probably changed. This is most of the time, this is where I've seen this issue where the password has been changed but hasn't been updated locally. All you have to do is just lock the computer like this and then unlock it. And then unlock it with whatever the password is. Whatever the new password is, right? And then once you unlock it, then it should replicate locally on your computer, and now when you open up Outlook or anything that uses domain credentials, it should work fine. Some programs you have to update the password manually. Like I've seen it in instant messengers mostly that sometimes use, I don't know, sometimes they don't like the update. But that's also known, what I'm talking about is also known as SSO, single sign-on system. That basically you need a single sign-on, like your single login ID and password for all the systems. So that's what I'm talking about, which is usually implemented in the business environments. So I'm going to contact the user and say, can you please lock your computer and then use your password to unlock it. So, and since I don't have a direct, I'm going to say this usually happens when a domain password has changed. I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to pretend that this actually resolved the issue, because when it comes down to it, something has changed on your account, and as a help desk, you should be able to figure this out easily. You know, it's not a technical thing per se, you know, because it's simply asking for a new password. So it just needs to be updated and changed to do whatever the new one is. And one way to do it again is to replicate it locally. And if not, you may have to put it in manually, and hopefully it doesn't go, you know, hopefully it goes away. But that's what I would do. You might also want to reboot the computer afterwards in case the issue still keeps going. So I'm going to say resolved issue by updating password at local level. You know what? I'm going to say replicating the new password at local level. I'm going to pretend like I fixed this and close it. Outlook mail slow. I have tried to send mail through Outlook, but it took over 30 minutes to send a file attachment of just 2 megabytes. Oh, wow. It is happening for the first time. Where is the problem? That's a good one, and I'm assuming it's an Outlook, desktop Outlook. And well, here's the thing. I've seen this type of issue on desktop Outlook, and I'll show you how you guys can go through and reset that in a way where pretty much the only thing you can do when it comes to these type of issue is to reset and recreate the mail profile at the local level, at the computer level. So let's kind of stick with that. I think in the past I've talked about web version of Outlook, and there are some issues with that that can cause this problem. But in this case, it's either profile is it's either messed up, or there is an issue with the Exchange server. That means that, you know, things are just slow, and you can double check this to see if other people are having this issue if you're working in a business environment. Now, 30 minutes to send a file attachment of just 2 megabytes is super slow. So check to see if other people are having this issue. If it's just you, then the issue is with you, right? The other thing that I might assume, and which is really, really rare, is that you ran out of room in your inbox, which shouldn't be the case. What I'm leaning towards in these type of issues, when it's not apparent, is that there's your profile, your cache data on your local profile for mail specifically is corrupted or just needs to be reset. So for those reasons, let's go to control panel of your local computer. And I'm going to minimize this. And where it says here, view by category, I'm going to make this small icon so that way these menus expand. So I don't have to look for exactly what I'm looking for. So I'm going to make it small icons. You can see how everything expands, and there's actually way more stuff in here. What I'm looking for is a profile or a menu here that's called mail, local mail. And I don't see it. Maybe I should just do a search. Wow. It's not, is it not in Windows 10 anymore? Wow. Okay. That's weird. There should be a mail icon here. Well, probably because I don't have Outlook installed. Anyways, there should be a mail icon. It's just called mail in here in control panel. If I have a video, I'll link it or either insert it if possible so you guys can see me actually working on this. So what I'm looking for is actually an icon that's called mail within control panel. What this does, whenever I click on it, which is what I just did, it opens up our mail setup for Outlook. If you don't have Outlook installed, or Microsoft Office, if you will, Outlook comes as part of the Office, this icon will not be present inside of control panel. But here we are at the right place. Now, when it comes to troubleshooting, server connection, in our case, Exchange server connections, we have to look at our email account settings, which is the very first thing we have here. So that makes it pretty easy. And I'll actually go back down here to kind of show you what these other things are as well. So let's look at email accounts. So right now I have set up what is basically called IMAP / SMTP server settings for a Gmail account that I'm using. But nonetheless, this is how it will look like in a business environment. You would have your email address here, and it would tell you what type of account you have set up. Now, let me show you. This is exactly what happens when a user logs into the computer for the first time and they've never opened up Outlook ever, right? This is the first thing they will get right here. So if someone logs into a computer for the first time ever and they try to open up Outlook, they go in here and they find Outlook, right? There's Outlook, and then you click on it. This is the first thing that will show up because an account has never been configured previously. Typically in a domain type of environment, so business environment, right? Your Exchange server settings, so your email settings for your domain account will be attached to itself, right? So that means that your domain login, so login for your computer, whenever you log into your computer, you see how I'm logged in right now, right? So if I sign out, right here, sign out, and then I log in with a different login, and it happens to be a domain login, it will have my email account information attached to it. So when I open up Outlook for the first time, this will automatically populate, of course, if set up correctly, but this is usually what happens. This will automatically populate, and it would be as in an example below, it would say something like this. For example, Alan Adams, this whole thing would be filled out. Alan at Contasso.com, and it would fill out your password automatically because it uses your login information to fill this out, and that way it automatically connects to the Exchange server, right? So once this is filled out, it will basically do it on, most of the time will do it on its own, and then you simply click next, and then it would go through this, and it's not going to connect now, obviously, but it would connect, and it would do its thing, and then you would simply click finish, and then you would get to your inbox. It will look just like this. Once we're done with that, you open up Outlook, and it will look like this, similar like this. It wouldn't have Gmail, but it would have inbox, and you'd have your emails in there and whatnot, right? So that's what I would do. Man, I hope I found that video. I apologize if I didn't, but I know I have a video somewhere that talks about that. Okay, so I'm going to reply. I'm going to say, try resetting / creating a new local mail profile from control panel. So I'm going to say step 1, open control panel on your computer. Step 2, open mail, and then create a new email profile. I'm going to say, yeah. Please let me know if that worked. I'm going to leave it open for now. All right, guys. So I'm going to leave it at that for this video. There will be 2 videos this week. So this one's going to be released, let me see here, Wednesday. So tomorrow. And it's going to, this for the reason this one's a little bit shorter for that. But I will have another one on Sunday. A new video that we will continue working on these tickets. Thank you so much for watching. I want to say special thank you to people who became members of the channel. Thank you so much. It's appreciated. And lastly, I want to talk about, I guess, a comment that I saw. It looked like somebody was stressed out working help desk, and it looks like they were struggling, and they left a comment, and it kind of seemed like cry for help in a sense where they were stressed out. And this can happen in a help desk, in any call center type of environment where you deal with a lot of people, and it can be stressful for sure, and not all the time. It just depends which company you work for. Some help desks are very laid back, some of them are super busy, and it can be tiring, exhausting, and stressful sometimes. But the help desk is a great place to start your IT career, and it's okay. And it's okay to get into the positions where you do get stressed out. It's not okay to get stressed out, but you got to put yourself into those positions to at least kind of have an idea of what to expect when it comes to working help desk. And not just that, even if you stop, even when you stop working help desk, and this goes for any job, when there is no job where somebody hasn't complained about anything, ask your friend that's currently working. Ask your mom, your dad, your cousins, your family, or anybody you know. Ask them how their day was at work, and there's a high chance that they will complain about something, because life in general is just stressful. I guess my point is, just hang in there. Hang in there. It's not, if it's something that's not your fault, and I'm sure most people don't think it's their fault, then don't beat yourself up over it, because it's a passing thing. Everything's passing, even including life. So everything's just going into passing, and don't let it bother you too much, and just, do your best, and do what you can to resolve any issues that you may have come across. If you can't resolve them, it's okay to ask somebody else for help and advice, especially if you're about to make a big mistake by, cursing the customer out or something, yelling at them. That's the last thing you want to do, even though you feel like sometimes you might want to do that. Just ask somebody else for help and their advice, and if they're a good friend, good manager, good supervisor, they will tell you what you need to do before you get yourself in trouble. But it's to be expected that sometimes you will come across a stressful issue, and it's normal. Just, you got to learn how to deal with it in a way that benefits you the most, and that way it doesn't affect you or your health, your mental or physical health. You know what I mean? So I don't know why I kind of left it on that, but I just kind of want to touch on that because it does happen. I get stressed out sometimes too, so I totally understand that. Okay, I hope you have a wonderful day, and wish you best to you and your family. Bye bye. So I've talked about DNS record and I showed how you can change this. But I'm just going to read this ticket just to say I bought a domain called alarmtex.com, but I'm trying to set up my domain with IP address and create a website. Trying to create a domain environment to practice IT issues. Please help me out. I watch your every single video. Thanks, Alam. I appreciate that, buddy. Okay, so I'll talk about this briefly. So alarmtech.com. So it looks like he's trying to set up this website called alarmtech.com. Let's check it out. And I'm taking a chance here because I don't know what this website is about, but I'm going there just to see what's going on, to see if anything is set up. I have an idea what he's talking about. It's not necessarily a help desk thing unless your help desk is literally doing a website administration, which I can certainly talk about as well. And again, don't worry guys, anything that comes up. So his website, okay, it looks like he abandoned this. Maybe? Yeah, it looks like, no, this is just a parking page. So he hasn't forwarded his IP address to this, and that's the issue here that he talked about. You see how it just comes up? He looks like he bought it at GoDaddy, or GoDaddy is his website host. Okay. So either way, if you're still making this and you want to point your IP address to the domain, it's very simple actually. You have to log into, for example, if your domain provider is GoDaddy.com or anything like that, you log into GoDaddy, and what you do, and I'm just going to briefly create this so you can get an idea of people who want to create websites. This is how addresses are. This is how addresses and domain, IP addresses and domains are connected together. So once you create a website, your website is going to have a static IP address. It's going to have a static IP address, and you should give it a static IP address. You create a website, and number one, you need that static IP address, meaning that address never changes. And number two, if you want your website to work as, in this case, alarmtex.com, you need to point your IP address to alarmtex.com, all right, or whatever it is that your domain name is. It could be Bobby's tech support or Lucy's, I don't know, drycleaning.com. I don't know. So it could be anything. And for that to happen, step 3, go to domain provider. In this case is GoDaddy, right? GoDaddy.com, where you can buy your own domain name, and create a text. Let me do this here. Create a text. Hey, just to add, while editing, I realized that what I was actually talking about is what they call an A record, that you have to go to your domain provider and point your website to that IP address. Just a clarification, it's not a text record, which is TXT, it's an A record that you have to enter in order to provide correct DNS settings for your website. Entry that I'm going to say with at a sign that point, well, at sign, and we're going to say insert IP address, static IP address. Okay, so I'm not a web developer. I have my own website, and these are some basic things that anybody should really know. But it's, if you're help desk, you don't necessarily have to know what this is, but this is how you would point your server that's always going to be at a certain IP address. This is how you tell people, well, you don't have to remember my IP address. You just type in the domain name, in this case alarmtech, and the way that works is because I go to my domain provider and then I create this entry, text entry, that means at, with the at sign, and then insert static IP address, meaning pointing alarmtech to the IP address, to whatever that is. And that's pretty much, I'm gonna leave it at that. But it is a DNS entry, right? So you go to domain provider under DNS and create this text entry. So that's exactly what I'm going to copy paste into this ticket. So hopefully that helps you, Alam. And I'm going to close it because I don't, the whatchamacallit, help desk is not necessarily about this, so this is just for your information. I'm working from home at the moment, and I need to connect to the company via VPN. Yeah, funny enough, I just literally helped somebody on the phone with this. I am online. I can use Google and receive my private mails, but connecting via VPN is not working. Server is online, password correct, but no connection to the company is built up. So he's not able to connect. So I wish I had more details to resolve this properly, but we know some facts. We know it's from home and that it's a request to connect to the company via VPN, right? The main reason to use VPN is so you can connect to a different network. In this case, it's user's company. I am online. I use Google and receive my private mails, but connecting via VPN is not working. So if you're receiving your private mails through Google, that means your internet is working. So we now know that that step of troubleshooting is done. However, I would have you try other websites aside from Google, just to make sure that it's not some kind of a proxy issue or a DNS type of issue. But if you're not connected to the VPN and you're working from home and Google works, chances are, proxy is not going to have any effect. Proxy, for those people who don't know what the proxy is, it's a setting that is within, I'll show you, internet, just enter options. I'm very tired, guys, so I'm a little sluggish. I apologize at this time. So here is the proxy settings. If you open up internet options and then go to the tab where it says connections, and then you go down to LAN settings right here, you can see that there are some settings for you to change in regards to proxy settings. Here's one that's set up right here, and it would look something like this. A lot of times we would just say use automatic configuration script. In this case, we have this one here, and this is just an example. The company I work for will have very similar setup, but it could be like anything. I can change this to whatever the proxy is, and all you have to do is just make sure that this is correct, in the sense is that you compare yours to the user's computer to make sure that's running. And that's not the issue here, but I kind of wanted to touch on that so you guys know in the future, in case that this was deleted or removed. What proxy does is basically routes your traffic through a certain server that controls access to certain websites. So proxy server can block certain websites from being accessed, and it's also used to monitor network or / internet traffic. So this is a server that routes and filters any traffic or any access to the internet, and it can record the things that you're visiting on the internet or local network websites. I should say websites, because you can have local websites or you can have obviously internet websites. So that's what I mean, websites. So whenever you are using this, it will block certain ones. Like it doesn't, for example, want you to go to youtube.com proxy server will be blocking this, or can block this. So got to make sure that these settings are correct. So that's just a one tip right there, since we're at it. And of course, in this case, Google works and receive private emails. It just means your internet is working. So I'm assuming you don't use Google for work. Some people use Google for work, and that's fine. So you must be using like Outlook or something. Let me know if you actually happen to see this video, Marion. Server is online. Password correct, but no connection to the company is built up. So this is where I have questions. If you see the server is online, that also another indicator that internet is working. Because whenever you pull up a VPN to look through the server list and you select one server that you want to connect to, they wouldn't even show up if you weren't online. So servers are online. The reason you see them is because your internet is working and you can reach the servers. You can see them because your internet connection is working fine. Password is correct, but no connection to the company is built up. So here is where I would ask, what is the error? Or does anything happen? At some point there should be an error of some sort. And for those reasons, I'm going to keep this ticket open. And if you can send me, I'm not saying, you can send me a screenshot of the error as long as it doesn't have your company's information or your personal information. Okay, make sure it has no your personal information, but you can send me a screenshot of this, or you can just respond to me and tell me what that is. Because you could say wrong password, it could say rejected by the server, which could mean that you, I don't know, no longer have access. There are other weird things that can happen with VPN. I've seen VPN get stuck in the sense where if you, for example, used a different computer and use the VPN on it and haven't logged out properly out of it, it can have its connection stuck onto that computer, thinking, and the server, this is a server fault. The server would assume that you're still connected on another computer and it would reject the connection on the new computer. So that's one possibility. And just as a quick solution, I would try different servers. If you have more than one server, try a different server, see if that works. Go check your account to make sure it's not locked. You can also be rejected from connecting or not able to connect to a server if your account in Active Directory is blocked. So you can look up your account and see if it's locked out. This usually happens whenever you try, your password, whenever you try wrong password multiple times. It could also mean that your password has expired and you haven't changed it on time. This will also block VPN access. So these are some things you can check or have the IT check for you. If you're not IT, I'm not sure. But aside from that, I would need an error message that you're receiving. All right, I'm going to reply and I'm going to say, hello. This is Irvin with PC support. I have your ticket about VPN not working. VPN not working. And actual user that I've just in my actual company that I work for that I just helped, I talked to them on the phone. I found that to be the easiest way to troubleshoot these type of things. If you're help desk, make sure that user is doing this correctly, because there's sometimes you can mess up on how you log in. So for example, if you're logging into some of them, you'll have a login ID, then you'll have a password, but the password will be a combination of your secure PIN plus the duo code, for example, or those codes that you get to sign into websites that are randomly generated. So it'll be a combination of those sometimes, or your password plus your randomly generated code. So make sure that that's being done right. But on this one, I'm going to say, please send me a screenshot of the error, if any. I've talked about possible solutions for this issue. And of course you can have, you know, an account that's been disabled, like your VPN login that's been disabled. Of course, check that. LibreOffice is not opening after installing. I can't open any files with it. Help me with this issue. So there's, I don't see a person. Well, I see person's name, but it's just a email address. Thank you for submitting. I'm not even going to try to pronounce your name here because I'm not sure which part of it is your name. So, but thank you for submitting it. LibreOffice. So LibreOffice is like an open office version of Microsoft Office 365. Well, okay, it's not Microsoft Office 365, but people who can't afford Microsoft Office download LibreOffice. There's another one also called OpenOffice. So people use LibreOffice as in a free version of Office Suite. Let's just call it that. So basically people who can't afford Microsoft Office download free open version, like it's free software that should work as just like Microsoft Office. So people download this and install it. Now his issue here is it's not opening after installing. I can't open any files with it. Help me with this issue. Now what do you mean? You are not open. Are you not able to open new documents? That would be my question to you, right? Are you not able to create new documents? Are you not able to open up any of the applications within LibreOffice? And if the application is not working, period, meaning you can't open it at all, right? You can't open it at all, then it's an issue with the installation itself. Then you have to uninstall it, reinstall it, and then see if that works. Now, if you keep reinstalling it and it's still not working, make sure that there is no issue with your antivirus that's installed. Sometimes antivirus will block. So the only antivirus I have is Windows Defender installed. But if you have antivirus installed, it can sometimes delete certain files, thinking it's like a suspicious file. So make sure that your antivirus, whatever it is, look at the history, look at what it's doing. Make sure it's not deleting any files that are required for Open Office or any application or LibreOffice. I keep saying Open Office is because that's the one I use sometimes. But make sure that LibreOffice is not losing any files that are accidentally deleted by the antivirus. Okay. Now, if your issue is I can't open many files, as in, you know, they're different format, then that's a different issue. If you have files that are saved as a file format that's not compatible with LibreOffice, then that's your issue right there. Like if it's like a XLS file or, you know, .doc file, see if these file extensions are compatible with LibreOffice, right? So, for example, if I just look at a properties of just a Word document here, just to give you people who are new to what I'm talking about, you can see how this text document has .txt extension. Well, is LibreOffice, for example, able to open up .txt extension? You know, but since this is an Office type of suite, it'd be most likely like XLS or .doc or PTP, which is PowerPoint, I think, and etc., etc., etc. So make sure that that's compatible. Aside from that, I really can't think of any other reason why it wouldn't work. Excuse me. So those are the things I would check. And as you know, as a help desk, you would of course take control of their computer and see if this is the issue. You know, if you're watching my videos for the first time, you can use remote desktop to take control of their computer. And I use a program called Dameware at my work, which is this. You know, I type in IP address of their computer or hostname, which is their computer name, or I can send them a link that they can use to allow me to take control of their computer. Okay, so I'm going to say, what did I say? So Libre, you know, again, I hope you watch my video, but I'm going to say, please reinstall LibreOffice, but make sure that antivirus software is not deleting some files used by LibreOffice. Okay, that was step one. That's in case you can't, if it doesn't work at all. If you can't open files, make sure that they are compatible format. Yeah, I don't know how else to word it here. I'm kind of, I've explained it, but if you can't open files, make sure they are compatible format. I think that's fine. Wi-Fi issue. I'm going to assign the ticket to myself. So it's titled Wi-Fi issue. We have an office space with about 10 people. And the Wi-Fi keeps dropping for some people. Okay? Wi-Fi keeps dropping for some people. It happens randomly for people, and it happens maybe 2 to 4 times a day. I suspect it's because there are too many people logging in on the same Wi-Fi network, but not sure. Actually, I think you might be onto something here. How would you go about troubleshooting and diagnosing the problem, and what would be your solution? What would you do to improve or stop the Wi-Fi signal from dropping? So from what I understand here, it's not that the signal is bad, it's just that people are being just randomly dropped off. So first thing first, we need access to the router itself. So what is the router, right? How do I get to this? Most people have this type of question when they're like, well, I don't know how to make these changes. So I'm going to show you how to do all of this here. The easiest way to find your router IP address so you can log in is if you open up a command prompt and type in IP config/all. So here you are, you're looking at a bunch of different things, and you're looking at things and they're like, how is this going to help me? I mean, we got a bunch of different information for my local network adapter. In this case, I'm using this one down here, which is this Ethernet adapter. This is what I'm connected to, and here's some information that I get. So how is this useful to me if I don't know how to log into my router? Router is a gateway. You can say that it's a gateway to your internet, right? Once you connect your components or Wi-Fi, in this case Wi-Fi users, they're connecting to the router, and the router itself, you can be considered as a gateway to the internet, like a door, right? Gateway to the door. So for those reasons, we're going to look under default gateway, and in this case, it's always going to be your router is always going to be your default gateway. So we got 2 different versions here. Here is IP version 6. That's not going to help us. We can't use this to use it as part of internet protocol to log in as a web internet protocol, I should say. We can't use the IP version 6, but we can use IP version 4, which is right there, which is the same thing as this one here, except it's translated into IP version 4. And you can see that also your DHCP server, which assigns the IP addresses and allows computer to connect to Wi-Fi or physical network. But in this case, let's talk about Wi-Fi. DHCP server dynamically assigns IP addresses to computer that are connected to Wi-Fi. Okay, and it's the same location because your router is your DHCP server, and it's also your gateway to the internet. All right, so let's just open up a new tab and paste that in. And here it is. We just pasted that IP address, and here is our router I'm logged into the router already. And for this, what we're going to look for is how many people are allowed to connect to the Wi-Fi. So we're going to connect, in this case, the connectivity. It's going to be different for your router or whatever else. And you can see what, my IP address is for, not IP address, but my settings for my Wi-Fi that's set up. Here is the password, blah, blah, blah. This is just an example password that I just kind of put in there. And what you're looking for, in my case, you're looking for internet settings, I'm sorry, a local network. And this local network is basically all the people that are locally connected to your router and who are connected to your Wi-Fi, right? Which is the same thing. Your router is your Wi-Fi, and then you can here limit of how many people can be connected at the same time, right? So if you choose this, if you change this setting, you can limit of how many people can connect to it. If you have 10 people, right? If you have 10 people, like you've said in your ticket, you might want to set it to 15, like it was here. Just so in case you have additional people that connect. Because people can be running in and out. Maybe you have some guest logins that people can log into, this and that. And for those reasons, you want to change this number to be a little bit higher, because you may have like somebody's cell phone connected, somebody's laptop. If you have 10 people working in the office and every laptop is connected, that's 10 right there. But then if you got 5 people who are also connected with their cell phone, then even 15 may not be enough. So you might want to actually double it to 20 in case everybody decides to connect to it with a phone and their laptops. And then you can just, apply, and then, it's going to reboot the router, this and that, and that's how you could go about this. Of course, make sure you test the signal for the people that are being dropped. If it's random people, then it's most likely just a limit of how many people are allowed to connect at the same time. And I just lost connection because I rebooted my router, as you can see here. So we're going to, I didn't think of that. I forgot that I was remoted into it. But here's an example. I mean, this is what can happen. So you got to be careful. I'm just going to wait for it to reconnect, and we're going to reconnect. And then we're going to note that ticket and just continue from there. Here it is. It came back very quickly. I didn't even stop the video or anything. Let me just squeeze this here a little bit. So I'm going to say here, I'm going to reply. Again, this is not a typical ticket for, well, I don't know, depends which, which help desk you're working for. You may get this type of ticket. I don't know. But either way, log into their router and see, make sure that there's enough IP addresses or enough connections are allowed, as I've mentioned. Now, obviously, check the signal. Usually signal is the issue, but, in this case, I'm going to assume that it was the amount of people. So I'm going to say, hello, this is Irvin with PC support. The reason I didn't do this on previous ticket because I already done a ticket for Raji, and Raji should already know who I am, right? So, but I've never talked to this person. And I'm sorry, I don't know your name. It just came up as Wi-Fi issues for your name, and that's fine. But thank you for submitting a ticket. I'm going to say the issue is most likely with the amount of people who are connected to the I'm just gonna say to Wi-Fi. You can change these settings within the router. And I'm just gonna leave it at that because this person seems to be a tech support person as well. And for those reasons, we're going about this ticket a little bit differently, where I don't have to talk to them in the sense as if they were, real user or real customer. well, I mean, everybody's a real user. It's just in a help desk environment. Usually, users are referred to people who need help with computers, and I think this is an IT person. And I'm just going to close it because in this case, it kind of seems like just more like an advice. But yeah, definitely never close any tickets until you make sure that everything's resolved. And you know, if you have as help desk, if you access to that router, you can make the changes like I showed you here in the router. You know, you can do this on their behalf if you're allowed to, if you have access, you know, this and that. And of course, I would check the signal first more than anything. Make sure that that is okay there. Okay, moving on. Okay, so how to configure a firewall. Hello, could you please explain how to configure a firewall, Raji? So this is not necessarily, thank you, Raji, again for submitting another ticket. This is not something that you would necessarily do as a help desk person, but because this is done uh, automatically with the group policy that is controlled by your domain controller. So domain controller is, well, let me make this so as simple as possible to understand. So you know how you have your login account, right? To whatever you use to log into your computer. In a business environment, that login account is part of Active Directory. Active Directory is basically a place where all the logins reside, people's names, computers' names, and etc. Active Directory is part of a domain, and domain can also control group policies for users and computers, and firewall restrictions are controlled by that. However, I will show you locally where this firewall can be applied. Okay, and there are some rules, and I'm only going to talk about it briefly just so you guys get an idea what's happening with this firewall and how it's applied. But it's not something you would be doing necessarily, but I'm only going to talk about so you guys can benefit at least something. You can at least learn something from it, right? At least get an idea of what's going on. So if you just go to a search here, right, and you type in firewall, let's see what happens, right? We got a couple of different options. We got Windows Defender Firewall with advanced security app, and then we got Windows Defender Firewall control panel. And then we got firewall and network protection here, and we can, you know, we can check all of these here. And then we got check firewall status, allow an app through Windows Firewall. So there are different ways of going about this, and what the main thing is when it comes to firewall is to kind of get an idea how firewall works. So the first thing I've selected here is Windows Defender Firewall and Advanced Security. You can see right away that this won't work like this because it needs administrator privilege. It says you do not have the correct permission to open Windows Defender Firewall with Advanced Security Console. You must be a member of administrator group or network. So you need administrator privileges, and this is why I purposely just clicked on it, so you guys can see that if you are a help desk person that does not have administrator privileges, you're not going to be able to open this to begin with. So here it is, same thing, Windows Defender Firewall with Advanced Security, and this is what I actually wanted to show you as the main thing. These other ones are just kind of sub parts of it, and it's not something that you necessarily have to worry about to get an idea specifically of how firewalls block things and access things. And I shouldn't say access, how they block the outgoing or incoming traffic for your computer. This is just to give you an idea. This is not necessarily exactly how group policy works when it comes to firewalls. So I'm going to right click it and I'm going to run as administrator, so that way we can see an example of it. Here it is. Now it just comes up like this. So we got a couple of different things that I want you to concentrate on, and that is inbound rules, and then we got outbound rules. Inbound rules means that these are all rules rules, right? These are rules whether an application is allowed to receive inbound connection, the meaning internet inbound connection coming from the internet, inbound rules, meaning to receive data. So inbound meaning to receive data inbound. Well, it could be either from internet, which is typical, right? Or from the local network. But in the end, it's just an inbound rule for inbound traffic coming in to your computer, inside to your computer, so inbound data. And we can set up new rules here, and it's very simple. You just select an app, and we'll do a simple one. And if you scroll here through here, you can see there are already a bunch of rules, basically saying whether they're allowed or that they're not allowed to receive inbound data. All right, inbound data, and we got a bunch of different things. And if you select one, you can disable them, delete them. So these are all custom rules that are made. So how are these rules made? Well, let's make one, and we'll make one for outbound as well. But this is inbound. So again, for incoming data, incoming into your computer. And here it is. The simplest way to explain this is if you select a program that's going to be blocked from receiving data. So if you just, it's very kind of intuitive at this point to explain it. Let's just stick with the program. So that means we're looking for executable.exe file. And if I select next, then all I have to do is find a program path. You don't want to do all programs here. This is like if you create a custom rule or whatnot, but we're going to find a specific program we're going to block. And I'm going to show you how this works in the end. So what we're going to do here, we're going to block, let's see, which one can I find easily? So that way we can remove it later. Let's see. Do I want to block Chrome? Let's block Chrome. We're going to block Chrome. So here's Chrome works fine, right? It gets to google.com fine. So we're going to have to set up inbound and outbound. Because if I just do inbound, it's not going to necessarily work all the way. It's going to block some things. So we're going to browse for Chrome. We're going to browse, and Chrome, I believe, is under program files x86. And there it is, Google. Well, I guess I was wrong. Maybe it's maybe Chrome is a 64-bit application. x86 means it's a 32-bit application. So if I go to program files, these are 64-bit applications. Here's Chrome. So I'm just navigating through the folders to find Chrome executable. And here it is, Chrome. And if I right-click it, go to properties, you can see that the Chrome is an application, and it's an executable. So that's exactly what we need. We're going to select that. And now we're pointing to where Chrome resides. And this is very important because we're telling this rule that we haven't yet, but we will tell it to block. To block inbound data coming in. So we're going to click next. And I'm going to select block the connection. Block the connection just to keep it simple. And you can see that you get different options here where you can look at later. But then again, for help desk, I'm going to make sure that you guys understand this as a starting point for somebody, especially who's new to IT and wants to expand their knowledge. So, all right, there we go. We are selected to block the connection for the inbound. We're going to select next. And it says, what do you want this applied to? Do you want to apply this at domain level, meaning at work, right? Usually work is going to, at your work, company you work for is going to use a domain type of environment. All right. And then we got a private, which is usually at home, private type of connection. So they're speaking of different network connections here. Where do you want this? Do you want to block this at domain level? Or do you want to block this at private level, which is at home, or public level, sort of like a Wi-Fi hotspot at your local coffee shop? All right, so we're going to leave the check marks telling it to actually block it for all of them. But you can change rules here and modify it. But we're just going to keep going just to give an example of what happens. We're going to call it here. And the next, after clicking next, we're going to call it Chrome inbound block. data block. And copy paste, same thing for description. So we can find it later on, so we can remove it later on because we don't want to block Chrome all the way. But we will block Chrome now, so we're going to test it out. I'm going to select finish. And there's our rule that we created right now. So Chrome is still going to work because the outbound hasn't been blocked, but some things will not work. The websites will be broken, this and that, because it won't be able to receive some of the data coming through. All right, and then let's do the same thing for outbound. Outbound means connection being sent out from your computer. Whenever you are trying to send data from your computer, this is going to be blocked now. So let's say you're uploading a file. Let's say whenever I upload this video to the YouTube, my outbound connection has to be free, If it's blocked by a firewall, it's not going to work. So anything that requires you to send data, and that's like same thing as like if you were to navigate a website, like the input that you do, things you type in a website, that's all outbound. You are sending that data. So let's create a rule, and it's going to be the same deal as we've done for the inbound. So I'm just going to run through it. So it's a program, browse, find Chrome executable, select next, block connection just like before, same thing. It's just for outbound, same thing here for the domain, private and public. Next, we're just going to call it Chrome outbound data block. Okay, and then we're going to finish. All right, now let's see if Chrome is working. And I'm going to do a big zoom out here, and this is just the starting page. Let's go to google.com. Here we go. And it's thinking about it, and here it is. The site cannot be reached, can't be reached. The web page is at blah blah blah, might be temporarily down or may have moved permanently to new web address. But we know that here it says error, quick protocol error. Doesn't really tell us much that in this fact it's actually the firewall that's blocking it, right? So I'm going to leave this up here so you guys can see, and then I'm going to go through and delete those rules that we've just created. So here's our inbound. Keep in mind, when you're looking at these rules here, that if you're not going to be able to find both inbound and outbound in the same place here. So you have to select inbound here on the left in order to find the inbound block. And here it is. So I'm just going to right click it, and I can disable it or I can delete it. In this case, I'm just going to delete it. So that's inbound. And then outbound, same thing. I'm going to right click and delete it. Okay. And I'm just going to do F5 here to refresh, and there it is. It works perfectly fine. And that's how you do this. Now guys, just so you know, whenever I was recording the first part of this firewall speech, my video actually lost audio. So the part where I note this ticket is unfortunately gone because I already closed the ticket. I apologize for that, but we're going to continue nonetheless with other tickets. And yeah, that's pretty much all you can do when it comes to explanation of firewall for help desk. And if you want to get into networking, I have some networking videos, but as help desk, you don't have to go any further than this. But I highly encourage that you do learn more if you are interested or if it's easy to understand. Let's see what this is about. How to configure a DNS server. Okay. Hello, could you please explain how to configure a DNS server, Raji? Sure thing. I'm assuming you mean on the computer itself, because that's pretty much the only time you would configure a DNS server, and that would be on a local computer as somebody who does tech support or help desk. So if you go, well, okay, so there are a couple of ways of getting to this. If you go to where your clock is on the taskbar and right click the icon for your network or internet, if you will, select open network and internet settings. So there are a couple of ways of changing this. Usually you never have to do this. Usually this is always done automatically, unless you're working for a company that specifically has to have specific DNS settings or pointing to a specific DNS server. And that's usually done on a big private network. For example, let's say you work for, I don't know, AT&T, and AT&T has locations all over the world, especially tons of offices, probably like hundreds of offices, big. I'm talking like corporate places in the United States, not to mention all of their stores and stuff like that. So that being said, okay, let me do this again. So right click, open network internet settings, and then you can see the first thing you see here is the Ethernet, and this is what you're connected to, whether it's wireless or Wi-Fi, it's gonna show up there. So the first place you can check this is if you select properties right here, and then if you scroll down, you'll see the settings for it right here, IP settings. So this is a simplified version of it, of what you typically see in the IP version 4 and 6 configuration that you would normally see under adapter settings. Adapter settings meaning for your internet, whether it's Wi-Fi adapter or your physical Ethernet adapter that you plug in your cable into. So what do we see here? There are a couple of things we can see here, and we're going to concentrate on the DNS settings here, DNS server. Right now, this adapter is using AT&T local.net DNS server. So for those people who don't know what DNS server, and I've talked about this, talked about this many times before. So instead of going to, for example, google.com, or instead of typing in the IP address for google.com, you can just type in google.com. And that's what DNS does. It does that for you, so you don't have to remember the IP address for google.com, because it can change often too. So you don't have to worry about remembering that. Typically, websites, you want them to be on a static IP address, but Google and big sites like Microsoft, and they do change occasionally. And for those reasons, you need a DNS server that will handle that, that will know what the new location of the IP address is. So you don't have to worry about IP addresses. You don't have to type in address for google.com. Here, let me visualize this for you a little bit more here. It's not a typical, this is not a typical help desk ticket, but this is good to know. And I'm just going to explain it to you. Ping google.com. I think I've done this in a previous video, or maybe the video before that. Right now, Google shows up as IP version 6, which is right here. So that's the IP address for google.com. So instead of you remembering that, who can remember this, right? To get to google.com, all you have to do is just remember google.com. And this part of it, remembering the IP address, is handled by a DNS server. And DNS server can be anything. It could be google.com. Google has their own DNS server. In my case here, it's AT&T. And that's the name of the server. So if you want to change that for some reason or add more, this is something you may have to do for some odd reason. This should be done automatically and already set up in a business environment. But let's say you work for AT&T, and then you want to add more DNS servers for AT&T, which may reflect the IP addresses for like internal websites. So let's say AT&T has AT&T local.net. This may not be something that you can reach when you're on the internet. So, or something like it. It might be an address that's blocked from the internet. And for those reasons, you need a DNS server that will handle those on a local network only for AT&T people that work for AT&T. And for those reasons, you may want to add another DNS server that will handle that, instead of you having to remember the IP address of AT&T local.net in this example. I hope that's fairly easy to understand. And if you want to change that, here, if you select edit and then select manual, you can simply make changes too. In this case, you would have to add the IP address, and well, obviously, you pick which one you want. And in this case, let's pretend that we're adding Google here. Here is our IP address. Whoops. Sorry, it ran away from me. Okay, Control C. Okay, so it's an IP version 6, and the same deal with IP version 4. You select that, you expand it, and this is to basically, if you're going to use a specific IP address, but here is where you would add the DNS information, right here. Okay, so this is basically changing the properties of your network adapter, including the IP address, subnet prefix, all of this, gateway and all this, and if you want to use preferred DNS and an alternative DNS, this is where you would put the secondary location of DNS. And yes, you can just type in google.com here. I almost typed in google.com. So if google.com is your DNS, provider, you can type that in. I think it's actually different. I think it's for Google is like an IP address. Let me see what it is. All right, Google DNS servers. Okay, so here they are. Here they are, public DNS servers for Google. So you would take this, copy. Again, you shouldn't have to do this manually. There is the first one, and here's the backup. Okay, and then you just click save. Of course, here you have to make sure that you use the correct IP address that's assigned to you and this and that. And this one way of adding it. Again, you shouldn't have to do any of this. All right, now let's go back one, and then look at adapter properties. So this is the beginning. Remember when we right-clicked our icon here and then open network internet settings, and the first time we went to the properties of the internet, and that's one way of doing it. But if you want to look, this is how it used to be back in Windows 7. You can still do it. It's just that they don't want it. They kind of hide it from people, so you have to make more steps. So if you want to change the adapter settings, meaning your Wi-Fi or your Ethernet, you select change adapter options. Okay? And pick the one that you're using. You can have multiple ones. Here's the one that I'm using right now, and it's the same one that we just looked at. So if you right click it and go to properties, okay, type in your admin password. So what was it that we changed here? Remember we changed IP version 6, and here it is. We can do the same thing that we just looked at before. And here's the IP version 4 if you want to use that as well. So let's just pretend we're doing IP version 6 again. It doesn't matter. IP version 4 looks the same. Here it is. If you want to add those preferred DNSs right here, just select this, make sure that's opened up, and then type in, I think I already have, that's the secondary for Google. And the main one is just 8.8 all throughout. So for some reason, if you ever need to do this for some reason, you can certainly do that and select OK. And I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, because actually setting up actual DNS server, what you saw before, like att.local.net or the one we just added, then that's something else that's way more advanced, and then it's not something help desk should worry about. But I highly encourage people to explore this type of knowledge if you have time and if it's something that you understand at this time. If you don't understand what I'm talking about right now, that's okay. Still thrive to learn help desk. And that way, when you learn more computer things, the things that you don't understand now, you'll be able to understand later. And trust me, this is kind of funny thing. The more you kind of work with computers, the more you kind of get how they work. And all of this stuff will become easy. So I'm just going to reply, and I'm going to say, you can set up DNS servers through adapter settings. I'm going to say network adapter settings. Also, please watch my video explaining this. Explaining this. Okay. Hi, I'm using an Acer laptop, and the issues that I'm having is with the backspace button and the enter button. They are not working. I tried going to the device manager to install and reinstall the keyboard driver, but still experiencing the same issue. Unfortunately, with keyboards, 99.99%, the issue is physical, meaning that there is something wrong with the keyboard itself. Now, this is a laptop. You can open up a laptop and check to see if it's connected correctly, and it seems like it is. I was going to look up just a laptop keyboard. I have a video on that somewhere on how to. Do I have? I think I do. I don't know. I have lots of videos. All right, let's just do it. Laptop keyboard I just want to show you real quick, just kind of a visual thing. And if it's a physical issue, a lot of times I've seen it where it gets disconnected. Oh, here we go. Here's an example of a keyboard, a laptop keyboard, and these connectors can sometimes slip out. Sometimes they're not connected correctly. You see how there's these little notches here? They are basically there to be clipped in, and sometimes that clip is not pulled in, and sometimes this part of it will pull out, like a part of the ribbon will pull out, which could be the problem. And for those reasons, you may want to, like, if you know how to, open up the keyboard and see if you can replace it, sort of like this gentleman here is doing. And it's usually, and you'll have to get instructions for your specific computer, but it shouldn't be too difficult. This one kind of seems like you take a lot of things off. But if you decide to do this, make sure you have really good instructions, or get advice from somebody who's done this before. But it's doable. It's doable. Make sure you get specific instructions for your keyboard, because I have a feeling that's what the problem is. Obviously, the next thing we could be, maybe it's just worn out, or maybe it's, you spilled something on it. It's possible. We all eat food next to our computers. We drink, and that's perfectly fine. It just happens. You can confirm whether it's a driver issue by basically getting a keyboard, a regular desktop keyboard, plug it into USB, and see if that works. And if that works fine, then it's not a driver issue. Then it's a physical issue. So I'm going to reply. I'm going to say, hello. This is Irvin with PC support. I don't know why I always leave this C lower cap. It's just, I don't hold the shift for long enough, I guess. I have your ticket about keyboard keys not working. It could be worn out. You can even pop the keys off. You can pop the keys off if you're very careful and see if there's something stuck in between. So I don't have a good picture. But you can actually replace some keys. So if you want, you can actually, and see if somebody else done it before on your specific laptop. I don't want you just to do it, but it's possible to pop the keys off and then see if there's something stuck underneath. Because the key itself, when you press it, it needs to have, it has like a little, but obviously it has a spring, but it has a connector there that when you push it in, the spring pushes the key back, but underneath it is just a switch. It's just a switch. And if there's something stuck in between or something dirty, you can possibly clean it yourself. I'm not saying you can't. That's definitely something that you need to look into. Not working. Keys not working. I'm going to say most of the time this issue is related to, what did I say? Keyboard itself is either, I'm going to say this, either dirty and needs to be cleaned, or replaced. I'm going to say, however, you can try to, let's see here, how should I put this? You can try to resolve this problem by making sure that keyboard ribbon? How do you spell ribbon? Ribbon cable, there it is. English is my second language, so please forgive me. Is plugged in all the way. So that could be the case. However, you can try to resolve or removing those specific keys to see if anything is, I'm just going to say dirty, underneath. I'm just going to leave it at that. You guys can word this any way you want. Like I said this many times, just make sure that it's clear and concise. And if I had physical access to this, I would try all this stuff if possible. But if it's under warranty, if the laptop is under warranty, then they can just get a different laptop. This is issue from just, Paul, and he may not, he may not work for any company. Maybe this is just his personal laptop. This is why I have these suggestions for him. But in a business environment, chances are you'd be able to replace the laptop. And I'm going to close it because I don't have physical access to it. If you're a help desk person and don't have the ability to have physical access to any of this hardware, then you may be able to forward this ticket to their local on-site tech that they can go to, take their laptop, and they can take a look. I'm going to say forwarded ticket to local tech support to check laptop keyboard. Yeah, I'm going to leave it at that because that's pretty much all you need to do for an internal note. This is not something customer will see, but if your supervisor checks it out, then they will know what you're talking about. And normally, I would forward this and there would be a setting here to forward, but since this system that I'm using is not part of the company, it's separate from the company. I don't have a way to forward a ticket, so I'm just going to close it, but let's pretend that we just forwarded the ticket. All right. So here it is. Can't connect to Sonic Wall net extender. So it's a net extender. So just by looking at this net extender, it's some kind of repeater maybe, some kind of network component. That's okay. Robert Leon. Thank you very much, Robert, for submitting this. I really appreciate it. I think I've seen comments from you. It's good to see you. I need help connecting to Sonic Wall next to it. My printer is not printing on my computer, but it works for my coworkers. So right now, what I'm assuming here is that you're not. Well, a couple of things. Your my printer is not printing on my computer. That's first thing I would check here to make sure that your printer is installed correctly. And I'm assuming here, since we were talking about net extender, that it's a network printer. So we have to make sure that your printer is added correctly. So go to printers and scanners, add a printer. Now make sure you go to the printer if you can, and you can print out settings on it, or if you already know what the settings are, meaning the host name, which means that it's a printer name, or the network IP address, the IP address. So if you go to printer, you can actually print out, if it's like one of those better printers, and what I mean is like a business printer, that one that sits like in the middle of floor or a printing room or something like that. If you go to settings and you print out the settings, it will give you the IP address of the printer. So if you go here and you search and nothing comes up, which is perfectly fine, you can say the printer that I want isn't listed. So select that. And I'm assuming it's a network printer, so click Add Printer using TCP IP address or hostname. That's what I do. And if it's something else, select something else. Okay? In this case, I'm going to assume that it's a TCP IP address or just a network printer, basically. I'm sorry, I clicked away from that. No, I didn't. Here it is. And go through the motions of adding it. If you search it like it's searching here, chances are it won't find it, or it will list like 10 or 15 different ones, as long as you're connected to the same network. And then go through here and then type in the IP address, and if there is a port, you can leave this query. The printer automatically select the driver to use, which is fine. Printers can also push the driver to your computer to install it. So anyways, do all this, make sure that the printer is installed correctly. Now back to your ticket. You said, and here, I'm going to assume you've done this, but if you haven't, make sure you do that and use the correct IP address that everybody else is using. And of course, correct driver name for that specific model of the printer. Very important. And this is all with the assumption that you're allowed to print, that you can even add printers. But it works for my coworkers. So that means that they've done something or have something on their computer that's done correctly. you know. And I'm not talking down to you or anything like that. I'm just saying the settings are done correctly. And we all make mistakes. I've made mistakes where something is not done correctly on my computer, but for some reason for coworkers, it's working fine. So check their settings. Go in if possible, or if you can't, ask them to send you a screenshot of their printer, in here. You know, whatever's installed, send them, make sure that you see the same thing and compare. So now you're doing some troubleshooting where you're comparing, well, what's the difference here? Is it the IP address? Is it the computer name? I'm sorry, is it the printer name? Or is it the printer driver, this and that? And you can also look at the which printer driver it is that's installed. I don't know if I don't have any printers, unfortunately, connected here. But if you have a printer connected, you can right click and look at the properties of it, and you'll have different settings and this and that. So you can see different settings. So, this is part of troubleshooting. You compare and see what that is. Now, going back to your Sonic Wall net extender, I need help connecting. So we got a couple of different things here, and I'm not sure if they're related, but they might be. So let's see what Sonic Wall net extender is. It kind of seems like these are two separate issues. I'm going to go to Google. Again, it's okay not to know what something else, what something is. All right, here we go. This website comes up. It looks like this is the correct website for it. Okay. Net extender. Here we go. Sonic's Wall SSL VPN network extender allows you to provide easy and secure access to Windows and Linux users. This transparent software enables remote users to securely connect and run applications on the company network. Users can upload and download files, mount network drives, and access resources if they were on the local network. So Net Extender here is a SSL VPN. So sounds like it's just a VPN. So, like, for example, I talked about Pulse Secure before. It kind of sounds like it's some kind of a VPN connection that allows you to do all this stuff. Basically have connection to the company's network, just like a VPN software. So it's VPN software. I don't know what specifically the issue is with the Sonic Wall net extender. You need to let me know, and for that reason, I'm going to say here, hello. Can you please? Well, let's do this again. I've never talked to Robert before in this ticketing system. This is Irvin with PC support. I have your ticket about net extender and printer issue. Can you please provide any error messages you get when using Sonic Wall net extender? I hope I spelled all this correctly. I think I did. Net extend. Yeah, I think I did it. So the reason I'm asking this is because I need to know. Well, we also need to know. We, as in, all as collectively, me and you, the viewers, we need to know what is the issue with this VPN net extender. This VPN net extender. We know that you have to use SSL, which is secure shell connection. We need to know what is the error in the sense, are you able to even log in? Is this an access issue, or is this post login issue? I need more details in order to kind of elaborate and rectify this issue. And that brings me to a great point. You, as a help desk person, or just a tech support, any type of tech support, engineers, whatever the title is, you need to get more information, and you need to ask questions in order to get to the answer as quickly as possible. I personally like to do it either over instant messenger, because I can get instant screenshots, because screenshot can tell me much better and much quicker what the issue is instead of a user trying to explain to me what the problem is. I have a feeling Robert is actually a tech guy, so it would be a little bit different maybe to talk, talking to him. But either I want to see screenshot number one, and number two, it will be okay to actually talk to them. It will be actually okay to talk to them, whether they're an IT person or a user, to make sure that you get the most information as possible in order to resolve this issue, because we need more information. We need a lot more information instead of I need help connecting to the Sonic Wall net extender. What kind of help do you need? Number one, what is the issue, right? We don't know what the issue is exactly. It does say here, my printer is not printing on my computer, but it works for my coworkers. To me, this kind of seems like it's two separate issues, but it's in the same sentence. So it might be related to not be able to print. So it could be related directly to this. If you're not able to connect to the net extender, which is the VPN in this case, then of course your printer will not work because it would not be on the same network. I hope that makes sense. If this doesn't work, then this won't work if it's a printer that's on that network. If you cannot connect to the network using the network extender VPN, then you're not able to access this printer, this network printer that's on that printer on that network that you need to connect to. I hope I'm making sense. I try to repeat myself as much as possible, and I don't know, some people like my teaching style, if you will, although I'm not a teacher. I'm just a guy who's sharing his knowledge. So for those reasons, we're going to wait for Robert Leon to respond to me, and hopefully he does, and then we're going to get back to this in the next video. All right, new ticket. Variant screen recording stopped working. Able to record audio calls but not video with variant screen capture model. Please assist as soon as possible. So this is the same ticket as we had previously, and it's the same troubleshooting step. Reinstall the software, reboot. That's about all you can do. Variant is very finicky. I've dealt with Variant many times, and I occasionally still do, but if these steps don't work, make sure that their profile is set up correctly. And I've talked about this in a previous video. Make sure that they're set up to be recorded, because at the server level, there's still things you have to do to set this up. I don't have experience with the server level because I'm not a guy that, I'm not a Variant team guy. I was never part of Variant team because they have a team specifically for that system that deals with recording people's screens. I don't care. I work as a business systems analyst. You know what I mean? So, which is something totally different. But when it comes to help desk, this is all you can do. Reinstall software, and if it's still not working, forward to Variant support team. And I understand that Madhuri Sanap could be working for Variant team, but again, I've talked about this already 3 or 4 times. So make sure that the correct software is installed, correct version, reboot. And if still not working, then there's a problem with the software or their profile. Okay, I'm going to reply, and I'm going to say, just because we already worked on this, please check notes on previous ticket or watch the video. Yeah, there's really not a whole lot else to talk about this. This software either works or it doesn't, and go to the software distribution thing that you have for the company and make sure that it installed successfully. Make sure it installed successfully. Yeah, I've talked about this. Yeah, I'm moving on. Sorry, guys. But thank you very much for submitting more tickets. And if you want to submit other ones, yeah, I'm more than welcome. I more than welcome them. Laptop won't connect to display screen or TV through HDMI, and that's it. There's no subscription. So, number one, every time you have an issue where something can't connect to a screen, whether it's a laptop or a desktop or your phone, you can even connect your phone to your TV if you really wanted to. In this case, we are talking about specifically HDMI. So it's a laptop with HDMI connection on it. you obviously want to make sure that HDMI cable is plugged in correctly. That's always number one thing. And then number two thing is to make sure that TV is powered on and that the TV has selected the HDMI as the input. Because you have like, I don't know, I've seen TVs for like, would have like 4 or 5 HDMI ports. So you have to, use the menus on the TV or on the remote and make sure you change the input to the HDMI that you've plugged it into. How do you know which one it is? Well, you can experiment. You can go input 1, input 2, input 3, input 4, or you can simply look where the cable is plugged in the back of the TV, and it will say input 1 or input 2. Make sure that's selected. If still not working, then you need to go in and make sure that TV is seen by the laptop as a second monitor. So here is display on my main computer, right? So here's just display settings, right click desktop, select display settings. And if you want to see multiple displays, then you have to scroll down here and then select advanced display settings. And with the drop down here, you can see if there are more than one. So right now I just have one connected. So if I drop down, there's just one. There are no two of them, right? So, but if I connected another one, and I've done this in other videos, it showed exactly this. There will be another one that shows up. If it's not showing up, then it's a physical connection, right? If there is nothing else showing up, then it's a physical connection. So check the cables and power. However, normally, if you go back, multiple displays will show up. And then from there, you just have to make sure that you select to extend the second display onto it. Or, I don't know, clone the display. You'll have settings in there that will allow you to do this and change different resolutions and all of that. It would all be in here, right? Under display settings. Simple as that. And if you don't see it, then it's not connected properly. If you do see it, then you may have to adjust the resolution. You may have to either extend your main desktop to it, or your main screen to it, so that way it's one giant screen, or duplicate, or I think it's called clone displays. So then you'll have that option, and once you do that, then it'll work. Okay, so that's that. All right. So I'm going to add internal node. We're going to pretend like we've resolved this issue, and I'm going to say checked. Well, first of all, did I say hello? This is this is Erwin with PC support. You guys probably seen me do this many times, but never forget to introduce yourself. I know I've talked to Madhuri before, but Sanap, but maybe he doesn't remember me. So I'm gonna introduce myself again, and that's perfectly okay. And let's do this. Just in case you're watching my videos for the first time, may I take control of your computer to check, I don't know, let's say display settings. I don't know, you can word it any way you want. And this is just to show you guys how you could talk to the customer. So instead of internal note will not be seen by the customer. Will not be seen by the customer. So it's a reply to customer as if you're talking to them. And then you do all the things that I just showed you, right? So this is just as part of training, as a reminder that you want to always take control of their computer and have a look if possible, right? In this case, you would log into their laptop using their IP address, their host name, which is their computer name, or you can send them a link. And I've been asked this many times on how I do it, and that's okay. I'll show it every time. You can use remote tools. It's going to depend on the company that you're using. I use Dameware, so I can actually create a link, send them a link, and this will allow me to take full control of their computer. There are other tools you can use, but that's what would happen. So that's the communication with the customer. I prefer verbal over the phone, but you don't have to. If you can do everything over text, some kind of messenger, or even through the system here, that's fine too. but I'd say at least minimum of using some kind of messenger like Slack or I don't know, Jabber or something like that. I don't know, it doesn't matter. You can go use Google whatever. I don't, it doesn't matter, you know. So I'm going to pretend like I've solved this issue, and I'm going to say resolved issue by changing Windows settings. I'm going to list steps that I've done. Checked to make sure cables are connected and power turned on. And I'm just going to say resolved issue by changing Windows settings. Windows display settings. How about that? And we're going to work this as best as we can. If you watched my previous video, we know that Alam was, his tickets were basically A+ questions or some kind of certificate questions. So, but we're going to touch on it because I don't want to not use this content as an educational thing for everybody. It says here, but Outlook is not updating, is not accept incorrect password reset from Office 365, but still not working. What is the troubleshooting? So I'm assuming there's an issue with logging into the Outlook, and that there's a description here. User log into computer, have the internet, but Outlook is not updating. Pop enter password. I don't know what that means. If password enter is not accepting, so it's incorrect password, right? And it sounds like you've reset the password in Office 365. Every time you get an issue when somebody can't log in, it's I was going to say 90% of the time it's the user's fault, assuming that you know that the password has been reset. But here are some options that you have. Number one, in this issue, you reset the password. However, the issue comes up as incorrect password when user types in it. So what do you need to do? You need to use logic here. Check to see that the user is typing in the password correctly. Check to make sure that you've given the correct password to the user. Number three, make sure that the user is not logged in somewhere else with the old password, because that could be locking out the user from the Office 365. Because if you try too many times the wrong password, so if you use the old password too many times, it can lock you out, which could also be happening. And then for those reasons, you may have to wait between 15 to 30 minutes for it to automatically reset, or you can go in manually and unlock them. The same thing happens with the Active Directory. And again, I've talked about this many times and shown how this is done. But since this is kind of a theoretical question, what are the troubleshooting steps? These are the troubleshooting steps, right? This is what he's asking. So, you reset the password and it's still not working. Then the issue has to be with the user not typing it in correctly, or they don't have connection. Because if you move from that, like you try to do everything you can when it comes to the password, like what else can you do? You reset the password, you give them the new password. If it's still not working, they're either not doing it correctly or there's something wrong with the computer. And the only thing that can really be wrong with the computer, I should say most likely the thing that could be wrong with the computer is they are either on VPN, or they should be on VPN, but they're not connected to the VPN. So therefore they're not connected to the network, and therefore they're not connected to the domain, which controls their password. Now this is Office 365, so this is web-based. So chances are of that actually happening is kind of unlikely. But it could be set up in such a way where it still would not work unless you're connected to the company's network. So check that. Check to see if other websites work. Check to see if other products, Microsoft products work. Like instead of just Outlook, check Word, check OneDrive, check everything else that uses the same password. So if the issue is still with the Outlook only, then reinstall Outlook if it's the desktop version. If it's the desktop version that they're using and it's only Outlook, everything else works, then try the web version of Outlook. Okay? So those are the troubleshooting steps. That's all I can think of. Hey, if anybody else got more ideas, feel free to put them in comments below. Okay. So I'm going to reply and close the ticket. So I'm going to step 1, check the password. Make sure user is typing in the correct password and that they are using the correct password, meaning you need to check yourself as well, right? Make sure you've given them a correct password. We can't just assume all the time that it's user's fault, because it's not all the time user's fault. It's not. As simple as that. What did I say for second step? Make sure they are connected to the company's network, VPN, physical meaning, you know, they're at the office plugged in with a network cable, right? Number 3, what did I say for number 3? Check to see if password works for other Microsoft products. For example, Word, Excel, OneDrive. If working fine, oh yeah, that's fine. That's just a step, right? And then we got step 4. Just scroll this up a little bit. Okay. If using a desktop version of Outlook, try reinstalling it. Now this is still assuming that it works fine for other products, right? Reinstalling it and or try the web version of Outlook, also known as webmail. You know, it's not just Outlook that uses this. Other, you know, websites, other products use webmail, right? Well, we all use, right? You know, if anybody who uses the internet uses that webmail. But, you know, in a business environment, people are used to having Outlook as an installed application on their computer. However, you can use it as a webmail on the internet, as a URL on a website. All right, so check that. Here is something that you may get as help desk and as a help desk professional. Make sure that you do the best you can to resolve issues like this. And the reason I'm kind of saying this before this ticket is because there are some issues that I've seen help desk just kind of avoid. Okay, the reason I'm teaching you guys just what I know. I'm sharing. I'm giving you my knowledge for free, basically, and as much as I know, to make sure that you guys become professionals. Okay, professionals in the work that you do, as much as you can. Chances are, at some point, you will probably more than I do. Whenever you move on from help desk, whenever you become some kind of IT professional in some specific niche or something like that, and that's perfectly fine. But what I'm teaching you here is, the reason I'm teaching you is because I want you to be very professional in the sense that you do the best you can and learn as much as you can, so that way you represent somebody who is going to be successful no matter what you do. It's kind of a lifestyle. You know, you learn as much as you can, you do the best you can, and don't avoid hard work or difficult issues. Okay, this one says variant playbook. I know what he's talking about. It's actually variant playback. And I'm going to rename this. And it's okay. This is just a language barrier. And that's perfectly fine. Variant is a recording software that runs in the background of a computer that records user activity, usually when they get a phone call or it's triggered by certain things, and it's used in call centers, and it can be used to record anybody at will. You can record them and watch them live, what they're doing on their computer. Okay, so it runs in the background and it does its thing. Usually, in this case, what he's talking about, it says variant is recording voice but not screenshot. There's no screen recording on new company laptop. Number one reason that this happens is that, well, variant is not, it may work great on some computers, but on some it doesn't really work that great. But what you have to make sure is that variant is installed properly on the system itself. So I don't know how your company is dealing with this. My company uses software management tools, right? So they pull up something like this. Let's just actually let's do this here. We're going to pretend that this is software management tool, which it is for your computer, right? For your computer. And it will be listed kind of like this. You pull it up and you see different software installed. And it's automatically installed. Especially all this stuff here. You get updates and updates installed automatically. So when you find variant in here, you make sure that is, well, when you subscribe a computer in a business environment, it's always going to have that subscription. At least it should be. That's how it should be. It may not be in your business environment, but it should be. So that means even if I go in like this here, and then I right click there, for example, and uninstall it, or whatever is the system, and remove it, when I reboot the computer, it's going to reinstall it. So you can go in and uninstall everything that's variant, but make sure it's the correct version. Correct version that works. So first thing first, make sure they have a correct version installed to begin with. But it doesn't even matter whether it's the correct version or not. If it's installed and it's still not working, then you have to reinstall it. So the best way I have found that dealing with variant issues is to uninstall it. And you'll have a couple of different ones. You'll have capture, and then you'll have what is called DPA client. You also need to remove that one. So uninstall both of them and reinstall them. However, that's done on your business environment. Okay. Make sure it comes back, and then reboot the computer. Otherwise, yeah, they should be, I was going to say check their profile in variant, but it should be working afterwards. Okay. So I'm going to say, please, hello. I'm going to say this. You can, well, here's a uninstall any variant software that is on the computer. Make sure that it's reinstalled with the correct version. Reboot computer afterwards. And then when they get a call, go to the system and see if you see any recordings for them. Okay, let me know if any issues. I'm going to keep this one open actually. Get back to me and let me know if that worked actually. I'm going to leave this one open. We're going to work this one that came earlier. I can't upgrade my system to Windows 11 from Anthony. Thank you, Anthony, for submitting this ticket. I get a message when I want to run Windows Update. Your PC meets the minimum system requirements for Windows. Meets the minimum system? Oh, specific timing for when it will be offered can vary as we get it ready for you. So this is related to rollout of Windows 11. A lot of here, let me show you here. This computer here actually needs to be updated. So, well, you can see here when you go to check for updates, you can see that, for example, this computer is not compatible, quote unquote compatible with Windows 11. Come on, it's taking a while to come up, and it will say you can't update it. In this case, and if you do the same thing on your computer when you go to Windows Updates and check the Windows Updates, I think in this case, well, here it is. I don't know why this. I clicked down there. Yeah, there are issues with this computer actually that I'm using here. It says here this PC doesn't currently meet the system requirements to run Windows 11. Okay. He gets a message. Your PC meets the minimum system requirements for Windows 11. So you cannot install Windows 11 unless you have this special chip installed on your computer, which is hardware chip, right? It's physical thing that allows for secure boot, and I think that's what it's for, secure boot or something like that. I don't look into it because it's too early for me to update to Windows 11. I'm going to wait for Windows 11 to be out at least for a year, and after which they'll eventually let all the computers installed. What's happening here, Anthony, is that they're not going to allow you to install Windows 11 because they're still rolling it out to specific people. You know, they don't want everybody to suddenly switch to Windows 11 because it's not been tested. So, yeah, Windows 11 is technically out, but would you really want to be the guinea pig and be one of the first people to install it? Because you might have issues. It's still testing. This is why I'm not going to install it to begin with. And I see that you left a message here. It says, do you have an update to this issue? Yeah, sorry, man. I wish I could have gotten to you sooner on this. So I guess it's about 11 days later after you left that message. Is that you're better off just waiting and make sure that they make sure that that everything is going to work on your specific settings, your specific hardware settings. You know, this includes drivers for your computer. And that's probably one of the reasons too. Like if you have a specific motherboard brand or a specific, I don't know, GPU or something like that, they want to make sure that that driver is completely compatible, or they're just taking their time on rollout, meaning that they're going to have a batch of people update to Windows 11 and then see how it goes. You know, they're going to test it basically. So I wouldn't worry about it, honestly. Don't worry about Windows 11, man. You're not really missing out on anything. And you'll eventually get it. Everybody's going to get it, whether they have a compatible computer or not compatible like this one here. They're eventually going to push it, because why wouldn't they want everybody to use their operating system? So that's what's going to happen there. Hello. This is probably related to rollout of Windows 11, meaning that some people will get it sooner than others. It's best to wait to make sure everything is compatible on your computer, which will avoid issues. Potential issues after Windows 11 install. Yeah, please watch my video on this. Sure. That's how I'm just going to leave it here, because I want him to actually listen to what I said about it, and just kind of leave it at that. Resolved. Okay. Says it's titled Wi-Fi. A user has been out of office for a year. Come back to office. Look like connected laptop through Wi-Fi, but no internet. What is the troubleshooting step? Well, make sure that they are connected properly. All right, make sure they're connected to the proper Wi-Fi, correct Wi-Fi. Make sure that they're using correct login ID. You know, that's the main reason why you wouldn't have internet. If you can see the Wi-Fi and the Wi-Fi itself is allowing you to actually connect to it, put in your login ID and password, then there is nothing wrong with the computer necessarily. All right. If everybody else can access the Wi-Fi, then there's nothing wrong with the Wi-Fi. It's something wrong with the user's login credentials, especially if they've been out of office for a year. Now it depends. What kind of Wi-Fi access is it? Is it a guest access? Those guest accesses, you can set them up to be valid for 1 day or 90 days or more. You know, whatever it is that the settings are allowed. But also, if it's Wi-Fi that's set up to use domain credentials, some businesses, once you go to the office and you connect to Wi-Fi, it's going to connect to it just like as if it was, without asking you any passwords or anything like that. As long as you're using the same image that's set up to connect to that same business network. Sometimes it may not even ask you for login. Typically it does. But I would go to Active Directory and make sure that the user is active inside of Active Directory, and make sure that their domain account is active, unlocked, and that their password hasn't expired. I don't have Active Directory installed here, but let's look at it in Office 365. So if I go to Azure Active Directory, it's kind of the same thing. Users. And then I go to Bob Bobson. Sure, let's look at Bob Bobson since we're going in with him. Make sure that his password is not expired. Make sure he's not locked out. Let's see here. I know I have a video. If I can find it, I'll put it in. Clip of it, because I've made these videos for over the years, and sometimes I can't find them. By the way, this is also where you can support request new support requests from here. So if you click troubleshooting and support, you can submit issues through here too. So previous ticket, talking about not having access, find your profile in Active Directory and go to users. Let's say Bob, and you can here select new support request, and this is how you can request issues as well. Request help from Microsoft. I'm going to reply. I'm going to say, please make sure that user. Well, first please make sure that Wi-Fi works for other users. Make sure that users login is working. You can double check their login through AD to make sure that they are not locked out. Or password expired. Because you can lose access to things if you haven't changed your password on time. Save. Resolve. Okay. Okay, we've already done many tickets from Alam, so we're going to move on to somebody else. Usually you don't want to skip any tickets. Actually, this one here came before it too. I don't know why it's in this order here. So, but at least we've learned something. All right, next one is access denied, SharePoint Admin Center, manage personal site. Okay. From Collins Gidisu. Thank you very much for submitting this. Hello, Irvin. Great content. Thank you. I had subscribed to Microsoft Developer Program and tried to use Office 365 E5 license to practice some of your content, particularly the missing file ticket. Okay. I went into the SharePoint Admin Center, more features, user profile, search for a profile, manage personal site. I kept getting an access denied. I have managed my own admin user account and assigned SharePoint admin roles to myself, but still getting the access denied feedback when I click on manage personal site for the user. Any ideas? Is there a specific role I'm missing to assign to myself? So what he's talking about here, and guys, don't be scared about this. This is actually, it does sound like it's a complicated thing, but as a help desk, you would come across an issue where you would have to follow these steps to restore files that somebody might be accidentally deleted or something like that, and you will get a ticket that says I'm missing a file. We've done a ticket on this, and you can go through, and this is a second way, an alternative way to restore files for somebody. And I guess I'll do the same thing I did from the previous video. I'll show you how to restore. Well, let me see here. Just a moment. All right, so here's Microsoft 365 Administrator Admin Center, and from here, you can restore people's deleted files. And there are a couple of ways of doing this. I'm just going to go do this real quick because I've done this many times. I've showed it many times. One way is to select the person. Let's say Bob Bobson here. He says, I have a ticket. He sends a ticket and it says, I've deleted something. So you can access their OneDrive. Every time they delete something or everything that's stored, it's stored in OneDrive. So if you go over here and to their profile and select OneDrive, it will show you a link that will allow you to go basically through the back door, and you would sign in as them. It will be a temporary link that will allow you to sign in as them, and then you can go through and look for their missing files, which could be in their recycle bin. So a lot of times, even if you do have the link, it will not have the recycle bin in there. So the alternative way to do this is go through the SharePoint. Okay, I'm sorry if I'm going too fast here, but you can see that my licenses are expired for Microsoft 365. I haven't renewed them, and for those reasons I can't create that link. But it would just be like opening OneDrive, where you see your files and then you go to recycle bin and then restore anything that's in there. Other way is to go into SharePoint. So here's SharePoint, and you can go and look for their recycle bin to see if there is in there through SharePoint. So when you have SharePoint Admin Center open, this is what he is talking about. You select more features, and then on the right, you'll select user profiles, and then you select open. And then from here, you can select manage user profiles right here, manage user profiles. And I'm hoping this is still working for me because, my licenses have expired. And what was it, Bob Bobson? Let's see if we can find Bob. I'm just going to type in Bob. And so you do a search here, and here's Bob Bobson. And to see his files, you would use this drop down here and then select Manage Personal Site. Okay? And then it's going to take us to another window from which, okay, user has not created a personal site. Let's just try somebody else. What was her? Sally? I think Sally has it. Sally Mo, manage personal site. So he's getting access denied when he's trying to get to this point. See, now I'm basically backdoored into this user's OneDrive. And from here, I can restore files for this person. You can see here, and it's indicated by this link up here. It says Sally M, because this is her link to her OneDrive. And so I can backdoor into it and restore any files that are in there. This is how you do it. And you can even see if there are files, meaning if she's sharing some files or created them in Teams or something like that. Okay, and then you would have a recycle bin typically, but again, mine is probably is broken because I don't have the licenses, or I don't know. It's been a while since I've actively used this Office 365. So he cannot get to this. That's his problem. It says he's getting, let's see here, access denied when he clicks on Manage Personal Site for the user. So one reason you saw yourself, it could be that, you know, it's not set up. It's not set up for them to begin with. That means that they didn't have any files created, most likely in their OneDrive. So if you want to recreate it, make sure that there are files inside of OneDrive. That could be one reason. The other reason is, and it sounds like you have admin roles set up, and the other thing I would kind of look at is to make sure that you have, here, let me show you here. Irvin here has licenses and apps, and then make sure that he's part of a group. Yeah, I don't have, yeah, I lost my licenses. That's what it is. I was going to say make sure you're part of, you know, make sure you have full admin privileges is what I'm trying to say. And it sounds like you've done that. The only other reason that I can think of is that they don't have it. Yeah, I have managed my own admin user account and assigned SharePoint admin roles to myself, but still getting access denied when I click Manage Personal Site for the user. So, I mean, if you've assigned all those roles that will give you admin privileges in SharePoint, then the only other reason I can think of is that they don't have anything in there. Yeah, well, this one is very specific. It says the user has not created a personal site. It just means that there's, they haven't. Bob Bobson probably has never logged in. That's probably reason number one. Otherwise, it would have created something. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. It's either they don't have anything, that you've never logged in as that user. I would first try to log in as that user that you're trying to access and create like a file or two in OneDrive and see how that goes. Yeah, I can't think of anything else that it might be. Oh, you got screenshots. Okay, cool. Password admin, groups admin, global administrator, Exchange admin, SharePoint admin. Yeah, you have it all in there. Oops, where'd it go? Assigned to me. You have it all in there. Access denied. Ah! User issue type. User does not have permissions. Yeah, this is different. Does not have permissions to access this resource. I mean, you could try creating a different admin and log in as that admin to see if that works. But it does look like you've set it up. Yeah, if all else fails and you can't get it to work, then you can contact Microsoft so they can look at it. There's a chat. Here it is, help and support. Go in there because it seems like you've set it up, but you can, what I would do, I would give permissions to somebody else and log in as them. Well, yeah, of course, make sure you're logged in as the administrator. I guess I should say that. Make sure you are logged in as that administrator that you've given access to. In this case, you, I guess, Collins. Yeah, it should be working. It makes no sense that it doesn't work. But yeah, it's straight up saying you don't have access for some reason. So it could be license expired. It could be just kind of look at those things. And if everything checks out, then I would contact help and support. Access denied. To SharePoint, here it is. So go through this here and see if that works. You can run a test here. Access denied to SharePoint. And it gives you, so copy paste that SharePoint URL, which is the one that you're trying to access, and then type in your username or email address and then run a test and see if that helps you out. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't have a straight answer for you here, but you can try those things. Okay. So I'm going to reply and say, please, well, you know, I have to say, hello, this is Irvin with PC support. Please check to make sure your licenses in Office 365 are active. It does look like you are the admin to SharePoint, which should work fine. And also make sure you log in as admin when accessing SharePoint. Also, make sure that user has logged in at some point as well. Otherwise, you can use support contact tool inside of Office 365. Also, watch my video, and hopefully you see this. I've talked about it in the video. Perfect. Okay, save. And I'm gonna select it as resolved, but feel free to contact me and I'll get a notification and then I'll get a pop-up. When you're working tickets, you don't want to resolve them or close them until you've resolved the issue, but this is a special occasion. All right, we're going to continue here, and this is from MD Alum. Thanks again for submitting these tickets. In the previous video, we kind of realized that these weren't actually tickets, these were more questions, which is fine. If you guys want to submit just questions in the form of ticket, that's perfectly fine too. But if you're submitting tickets into my system, please make it in the format of like, my computer is broken, I have an issue with this, I have an issue with that. That kind of keeps the format more true to what the help desk should be. So make sure you sign a ticket to yourself every time you pick up a ticket. And this is another A+ question here, so we're just going to answer it like that just to keep it moving. Which would yield highest performance? And see, this is not very specific, and this is typical from A+ certifications. If you get this type of question where they can, be vague or something like that. And that's fine. And what they're asking here, it doesn't say, but it says, which would yield the highest performance. And they're talking about under A, 25 gigabyte hard drive, HDD. So that's the magnetic one. That's the older one. 25 gigabyte SSD, which is solid state drive, which is a newer one. 25 gigabyte DDR4 RAM, which doesn't really make sense. You can't have 25 gigabytes of DDR RAM because it has to be an even number. This doesn't make sense. You cannot have 25 gigabytes of DDR RAM. That doesn't make sense. 125 USB. Okay, so this is just nonsense at this point, okay? 25 GB PCI. This is not even, I'm sorry, Alan, but this is not even from A+. None of this makes sense. But if you're comparing the first two, which would be 25 gigabyte hard drive versus 25 gigabyte solid state drive, solid state is always going to be faster. So I don't know what this stuff here that you're talking about here. This is, I don't know, honestly kind of nonsense. I'm sorry, but it doesn't make sense. It's not real is what I'm saying. No offense to you or anybody else who might be watching. So I'm going to just close this ticket, and I'm just going to say this. When installing a new hard drive, which it's still called hard drive inside the operating system, but that's the old school, technically speaking, hard drive, meaning that it's a magnetic type of drive where you have disks inside of your storage, and as they spin, they take forever. It's slow technology. You should consider an SSD as it's faster. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Again, this is not a real format of okay, so this is submitted as like request for something. I'm just going to say decline. Anyways, I would have closed. This is not a real example of a help desk ticket that you would deal with. So I'm just going to move on from there.